Alright, alright. Oh boy. Mm, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. Alright. Filters. Expander. No, it's fine. Oh, I wonder. Oh, I do. Oh, right. Just real quick before I forget. Bum 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 bum. You know what? Fuck. I just start early. It's fine. It's fine. That's fine. Clean them up first. Go off again. Okay. Want to keep listening? I got it. You know what? Yeah, it's fine. Oh boy. Okay, CPU 45, 50%. See if I can make this easier on my computer. Probably not. The only thing taking up anything is gonna be these ones. I'm not liking how it's 50% already, and I haven't even started the game yet. That's great. I mean, OBS is 30%, better than 20. It's fine. It's whatever. Alright. Oh shit, I forgot. I'm glad I started the recording early then. I almost forgot to get the name of the stream. There we go. Okay, and then kill the group from again. Huh? Excuse me? Oh, it scared me. Freaking test manager, I hate you sometimes. Whatever. Crusader Kings 3. And then I just came out. Let's play some CK3. Hopefully they'll blow my computer. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And let us go live. All right, all right, all right. And it's already lagging. Wow. Oh boy. All right, so Streamlabs, stream quality is good. Chat is connected, and we are all set. Awesome, awesome. I guess I've stopped saying that. Hello, everybody. Good day. I hope everyone's having a good day, and yeah, welcome in. And just a quick heads up, I am very, very, very tired. I only got about 3 hours of sleep last night because of my own foolishness and my problems with the past couple of days. But yeah, I'm here. Doors are open, hall is open, and we are going to be playing some Crusader Kings 3 today. But before that, wait a minute, was there something else? No. No, other than just, how's everyone doing? All that stuff. I looked at there's no one in yet. I may have started a little too earlier than what typical. Whoa, what happened? Oh, there we go. But, well, I'm on time, but I'm rambling. Like I said, I'm tired. I kind of scuffed this intro already, so that's fine. But I'm just super tired. I went to bed at like, I was in bed at 7:30, and I probably fell asleep around 8 o'clock, and I had to wake up at 11. So, about 3 hours. And, yeah, so, let me just go ahead and boot up Steam real quick. And, yeah, and, I don't know why I did that, but okay. No, stop it. No updates. Oh, I'm already yawning. Okay, it's fun. Yeah, my voice is gonna be a little off. I think it's gonna be sounding a little deeper than usual because of how tired I am. But we'll see. All right, so yeah, so Crusader Kings 3 is a new sequel. I say new, like past year. It's like it came out last year, and as a result, it might cause me problems. I may not even be able to stream it. I don't know yet. I probably should have tested before, and I should have done that. Wow, I should do that. I should have done that yesterday. So yeah, if it doesn't work out, we will have to play something else. If it gets too laggy, then it just gets too laggy and won't be possible. But we'll see. I have nothing else on except VC Face and Streamlabs and Alienware and Steam. You know what? Speaking of Steam, let me go ahead and get the settings. Where's the in-game? Where's the one where it can allow me to remove? Oh, I need to move this over here. There we go. That way Streamlabs is over to my left. Alright, so interface, where is it? Don't stop me now, I'm having such a good time, having a ball. Don't stop me now, if you wanna have a good time, give me a call. Don't stop me now, stop me, I don't wanna stop at all. I don't remember, wait. Oh. Performance mode. Downloads. Yeah, sorry, I realized just now I'm gonna want to, like this, I think there's a setting to where, I'm thinking, I think there's a setting that will sort of quit Steam whenever you're playing a game. I don't remember if that's the case, if that's actually Steam or if that's the League client. I don't remember. I think it's the League client. What web browser, no. Controller, no. Accounts. Mm. Oh, I'm tired. Stream of a game, picture mode, start game fear. I don't remember. I don't remember. I know there's a way to... Whatever, it's fine. I'm taking too long. 5 minutes in, I still haven't started the freaking game. Alright, enough of that. Let's go ahead and just get right into the game, shall we? Alright. Yeah, so, I mentioned this, I think, last time, but at some point I am going to get a separate sort of, streaming software. Okay, there we go. I couldn't think of it. Yeah, so I'm currently using Slobs. It's giving me a problem, so I'm gonna have to switch over to something else eventually. Gonna take some time though. And mostly because I'm I get distracted easily and I tend to be very it gets hard to focus on my days off. So I spend most of my time when I focus playing games. So like I have lots of stuff I have to do. I have to fiddle with my mod a little bit. I have to request commissions. I have to ooh, you know what? I want to do this now. I was gonna wait until the game started so it didn't freaking crash on me. But it's a very nice picture that I want to... Come on. Crusader Kings 2, 3, not responding. I'm aware. I clicked off the freaking screen. There we go. Yeah, so it's not responding because I clicked off the screen or declicked something. If it's loading and I click something, it oftentimes does this. And right now you don't see it, but oh wait, no. Wait. No. I think I'm gonna have to kill it. It's fun. Alright, let's go ahead and assassinate then. Sorry, CK3, but I have you set up right now, so that's fine. Alright, let's try it again. Round 2. Yeah, ideally, if I don't press anything, we should be fine. But we'll see. Oh, more. And since I have it set up to show on the computer now, it should show up properly. No? Yes? No? There we go. Awesome. Now I haven't pressed anything. Ideally, it should be fine. It should load. Again, this game is a bit demanding in regards... I mean, I say again, I didn't specify. But it's a bit demanding when it comes to graphics to an extent because it's a new game. But let me start off with, what is Crusader Kings? For those who aren't aware, Crusader Kings is... Here we are. Okay, good. The Crusader Kings is a role-playing dynasty simulation. 4K? 4X? Role-playing dynasty simulation, grand strategy, sandbox game. Now I specify sandbox because there's a lot of stuff you can do that would normally not be, like, you know, it's you mess with it a little bit if you want to go that route. But yeah, it is in a role-playing game. a grand strategy. So there's gonna be some strategy in this game, and it's dynasty simulation. So the thing about ignore this. I had a new save or old save I was playing with the other day because I played it the minute not the minute, but the day it released the new content. I was like, yeah, I'm definitely playing it. But yeah, so the interesting thing about Crusader Kings is it's a strategy game, but it's about you playing as an individual lord or lady, like a ruler. You know, you are the Duke of Vratislav, or the Petty King of Murchad, or the Duchess of Matilda, of all these places. Or like, for instance, the Caro, I can never pronounce this, Carolingians. King Lothair II of Carling, he's the King of Lotharingia. Charles the Bald, also Carling, King of West Francia, and then of course Ludwig the German, so also Carling. They're brothers. He's the King of East Francia. So, oh, and also Carloman, and then King Louis. I forgot about these two. They're all brothers. So, no. Actually, these two, I don't think these two are brothers of these. These are the brothers, and these I think are cousins. I think. We're going to find out in a minute. But basically, the point is, you are playing as a ruler, and you can choose predetermined, made rulers, or you can choose to play as your own individual one. Now, I prefer to play as my own, typically. And in Crusader Kings 2, there were some limits to like making your own character that required what's called the Ruler Designer DLC, which, was nice, but you can't earn achievements by using it. You can earn some achievements, but not all of them. In Crusader Kings 3, not only do they make it 3D, so you'll notice that the models are 3D. They used to be 2D, they're just portraits. But in Crusader Kings 3, they're 3D, and the Ruler Designer, you can redesign any character, I think, or most characters, and you can earn achievements properly. You don't have to worry about not earning them. So let me go ahead and see if I got this right. Go just fix this real quick. Oh yeah, so again, this takes, one thing I should mention, this takes place in the medieval times, as you probably noticed from the date to the top of the screen, or like this, January 1st of 867. So, also I forgot, yeah, it's a history simulator too. I completely forgot. It's a history simulator. So this is taking place in the 800s and ends around 1444? No, 1400. Around the time when another game made by Paradox, the same company made this, have another game starting. So like, for instance, the Europa Universalis starts in 1444, I think. Or the 1600s, one of the two. Something like that. But, yeah, so, gender equality. Gender roles are determined by gender laws and faith doctrines. So, yeah, because of it being in these times, there's going to be a lot of, like, I mean, it's patriarchal, I mean, society nowadays is still pretty patriarchal, but there's a lot more freedom for women. In this, it's supposed to be close to history, and there's a lot of... slower. Conversion slate. It's a lot of... what's the word? Extreme aspects to, like, religion and gender and sex and all of that in this game, because it's supposed to replicate to a very, very, very rough degree, very, very broad degree of what it was like in those times. Again, this is about... it's a simulation, it's a role-playing game, it's, most importantly, a video game. So it's about having fun. What I like to do is, my favorite thing to do, both because I'm a girl and a woman, and because I just prefer playing as women, is to play as a woman, which means I'm at a disadvantage. Not much of one, particularly because of the way we're going to start. But women typically were kind of... like, female rulers were kind of frowned upon a little bit. They weren't, like, completely... like, they weren't shunned... I mean, they weren't... it wasn't, like against the law. Because, like, you can't be against the law if someone be... well, I mean, unless country sets it that way. But it's fine, to an extent, depending on where you go. And in tribes, which we're going to be playing as, it's even less... I want this on. In tribes... it's a lot more fluid. less restrictive because it's also ultimately about who's best fitted, who's best capable of running the tribe, leading the tribe. Now, it's still male dominated. It's always has been for the longest time. Slow down. But yeah, so 899.10. You're random. So, what was I saying? I already forgot. Every 5 years. How about apocalyptic? Do not require specific traits to launch. Do not require specific traits to launch Varangian adventures. This is part of the new DLC, by the way. The flip pack. Nah, I'm gonna do frequent. I don't want to do it too often. But yeah, no, so I already forgot what I was saying. Patriarchal, male dominated. I forgot what I was trying to get at. Point is, it's not gonna be. For those who are sensitive to that, please be aware. You know. I really wish I could make this hard. There's only normal and very easy, and it's a little annoying. Just be a hard mode in CK2, but I guess they're not ready for that yet. Because the AI is pretty dumb. The AI is pretty easy to kind of cheese a little bit to an extent. It gets harder as time goes on, and if I fuck up, but for the most part, I prefer to play it on a hard difficulty. I think I'm forgetting something. Oh, right. Here we go. Diplomatic range restricted. Now, probably isn't necessary, but if I don't do this, so something you'll see is these territories. These are all individual nations, and like for instance, Crusader, Bulgaria, the Byzantine Empire, West Francia, Lithuania, East Francia, Italia, Umayyad, Asturias, and like for instance over here, whoops, hold on, like the Indian area, like Pratyahara, Pratyahara. Yeah, so these are each individual, all the current nations at this time. Now again, it's a game and history isn't always accurate, so accuracy is difficult to accomplish sometimes, especially when you want to make it fun. But for the most part, the idea is that all of these nations, or rough estimates, is the ones that were alive and thriving around January 1st of 867. So you'll notice here, this is West Francia, not France. And that's because at this time, actually, let me go back. Oh shit, I already messed. Whatever. Let's go back. So, you see, it defaults to this. So, the Carolingians, I can press that. So, here in the starting menu, I mean the new game menu, there's some like different settings you can play it in and play in, and they give a kind of like synopsis of what's going on there. So, regarding France, where's the water? Regarding France and the whole area, like Germany, in that area at the time, there was a large nation that basically took over France, like all of France, as well as a bit of northern Italy and Germany, Frisia, all those areas. So 1st of January 867, the Carolingians, the Carlings, okay? The Carlings. The dynasty of the Carlings. So, after the passing of Louis the Pious, I think of Louise, but it's Louis. Louis the Pious, the once great Carolingian Empire was divided up into 3 separate kingdoms of East, West, and Middle Francia. Excuse me. Since then, these realms have only splintered further as wars, rebellions, and variously cause instability and fragmentation. Are any of the Carlings strong enough to reunite their empire, or will their family squabbles leave them vulnerable to exploitation by opportunists? So yeah, Louis the Pious had this entire area from these three nations in his grasp. And I believe these two were cousins. But when he died, it split into three among his children, among his sons. And the reason why this happened was because of the succession laws at the time. So there are three separate kingdoms, I think. And there's this succession called Gavelkind. And Gavelkind basically, I mean, it's like partition. Depending on, like, they name it something different in this game. But it's basically, the idea is, if you have multiple titles, those titles will get split among your children. Those who can inherit anyway, because it was a male-dominated society, that means it would be split among your sons. If your nation and your religion accepted women, like equal rights between men and women, it would instead be split among all your children, men and women alike. But for the most part, it's usually sons. So, wrong button. I should have loaded that, shouldn't I? Damn it. Let me just go ahead and go in this real quick so I can give you a better idea. Oh boy, my throat hurts. So. Oh boy, 15 FPS is not good. So, oh, I also forgot. Boop. There we go. Back to, so West Francia. King Charles II the Bald of West Francia. So, I'm just gonna go ahead and start real quick. Just give you an idea of what it looks like. We're not gonna start with this character, but what we do is just start the game so it gives us more information to work with. So, King Charles II the Bald of West Francia, 43. He has I believe he has two brothers. I think. You're supposed to have two brothers. Oh, here. King Louis I of East Francia had East Francia, Italy, West Francia, and the county of Pavia and Tortona. So Italy, he gave, no, don't quote me on this. I'm pretty sure he gave it to his son, King Louis II. No, he gave it to King Lothair of Italy. And he died at the age of 6. Yeah, okay, so. What? Wait a minute, what? Am I missing something? 840... 855. Oh, right. I confused me. Okay, so I'm all thinking, wait a minute, he didn't have a son when he was age of 2. No, so yeah, this confused me for a minute. Just to clarify, the father didn't have his son when he was 2. Notice here, dead since June 20th of 840. It doesn't tell you when he was born. But the son has been dead since 20th September 855. So they doesn't tell you when they're born, typically, but it will tell you how old they were when they died. So the King of Lothair died about 15 years later. So it means that King Louis, well, I mean, say 15, but June versus September. So King Lothair King Lothair was born when King Louis I was 16 or 17. That's the age of when you're an adult, when you can be married and you can have children in this day and age. So 16 is basically, so for instance, she's 15, 14, 16. So she's of age. She's an adult, whereas she is not. So, for instance, won't matter because I'm not gonna keep this. Let's do. proposed that Princess Rotaire of West Francia and Ablesse de Poitou get betrothed since one is a child. A child is a character younger than 16. So yeah, so characters are of age at the age of 16, and so the King Lothaire was born probably when his father, King Louis II, was about 16 or 17. And the mother, who died at the age of 38, had 2 children. Princess Gisela, I cannot pronounce that right. Wait a minute. Oh, no, so wrong mother. That's, Judith. Queen Mother Ermengarde of East Francia, died at the age of 43 with 5 children. King Lothaire of Italy, Prince Pepin of East Francia, Princess Rothschild of East Francia, King Ludwig II of the German of East Francia, and then Princess Adelaide of East Francia. So, so you can click on any character and kind of go through their history a little bit, and as well as who the parents were, who their children is, the brothers and sisters, and the grandparents. That's how much info you have here is parents, grandparents, children, and siblings. You don't have nieces and nephews. In order to see those, you have to either click on the sibling and then see the children, or click on their house coat of arms. So for instance, I think it should give me, here we go, open dynasty tree. This is basically the whole meat of the meat. It's one of the main parts of this dish is the dynasty. The Carling dynasty is huge. It is enormous. And if you're playing a particular character and you want, or just even if you're not, if you want to see someone's nieces and nephews, this is probably one of the ways you can do it. So, for instance, King Ludwig II, your half-brother and rival, King Charles II, this is us right now. These are all of our children. Pressing the plus button will bring us a list of people who were born to this person. Now, if they were bastards, or if the main parent is of another dynasty, then it'll show the children who are your nieces and nephews, but it'll show them as being part of a separate dynasty, and thus it will not show their children. Meanwhile, if there's someone of your dynasty, directly your dynasty, in this case the Carling dynasty, it'll show all of their children, regardless of how far away they were, regardless of whether or not they were cousins or second cousins or third cousins. So in this case, for instance, our father, King Louis II, had a brother, King Pepin of Italy. And who had a son, our cousin, King Bernard of Italy. And since the fact that currently, you know what? Wait a minute. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't get past that. But yeah, King Bernard of Italy, our cousin, and then our vassal for one, but most importantly, our kinsman, Prince Pepin of Italy, is a current count of Vermandois, and he has some children, so we can see all of his children, even though he's our distant cousin. But yeah, so it's very interesting how this works. You can even see as far as back as the Arnulf Carling before he was landed, and his son Ansegizel Carling. And of course, this may not be accurate. Again, this is there's emphasis on Merohingi. This is again, history game. It's not accurate completely. It's gonna be some limits, but for the most part, the developers, they try to get it as pretty accurate as possible. Pretty sure they did some research. So before King Louis, I keep saying Louise. That's the girl of it, the feminine version. Louis. Because Louise has an E at the end. Louis is Louis. Louise is Louise. believe. So before they became like emperor, king, right. Okay, so King Louis, their ancestors didn't have any land, but Count Pepin was granted land. And he eventually got control of the county of Ile-de-France, county of Brie, Française, yeah. County of, I was trying to think, Française, and I remembered, right, that C, it's supposed to be as Française. So, county of Vermandois, and county of Beaumont. So, I don't know which one he's given first. Probably county of Ile-de-France, because the first primary title is usually the one in the very far left corner. These ones he was either granted as well, or he eventually conquered or got through succession. Probably conquered, because if it was through succession, it would have been his child who would have inherited it. Because after he died, Count Karl got all of that. And eventually, Emperor Pepin probably also got all of these lands. And then either worked his way up through, you know what? Empire of Francia. You know what? What probably happened was Emperor Pepin became the King of France at some point. When was that developed? If we can figure out when that was developed, when that was made. When was this made? History. King Clovis of Lotharingia inherited 1st January 481. King Clovis of Lotharingia. These are all interesting. Merovingi had it first. Oh. And then Emperor Pepin. King Childeric. I can't pronounce it right. Childeric of Lotharingia had it first. So somebody created it. It's uncertain who, because the history didn't go far enough back. But the Kingdom of Lotharingia and the Kingdom of West Francia, France, existed as far back as 481, when King Clovis I inherited of the Merovingi dynasty, which is an offshoot of. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Oh. Right. I'm tired, okay? I'm tired. It's been a while. And so what happened here was. So, sibling. These two are siblings, right? Count Pepin of Ile-de-France had a county, right? He was a vassal of the current king at the time, which was when? Died at 714. He was a vassal, became a vassal. Died 714. So he was a vassal of. Wow, there's lots of inheritance going on. I'm pretty sure they probably killed each other. He was the vassal of King Dagobert III of Lotharingia, right? And his sister, I believe. Double check that. Hello, and BRB. Gonna watch some anime now? Yeah, no worries. Welcome in, and see you soon. So, Count Pepin became the Count of Ile-de-France. He's age 78. He's age 60. Meanwhile, his sister, Chrothachildis, I probably didn't pronounce it right, married King Theodoric. Don't say that with an accent. Theodoric. Oh no. Theodoric. Theodoric. I can't pronounce it. So she married the current king of Lotharingia at the time. He was king of both West Francia and Lotharingia. And he had children, right? Obviously. How much you want to bet that these 3 kids kill each other? So King Clovis III of Lotharingia died January 1st, 695 of unknown causes. So it's interesting how you go back in these and you can kind of do like a digging of the history. Like, okay, this must have happened. This might have happened. Oh, what happened here? Oh, this person died because of this reason. Oh, this person married this person that. This person inherited this title because this person died, even though they're not the same family. So King Clovis III, a very young king, age 14, died. So, oh right, this says when they died. I'm an idiot. Yeah, this is how you figure out how they died. So, King Theodoric died of unknown causes on April 12th, 691, age 37. His son, King Clovis III, inherited it at that time, right? So the son inherited it on 12th of April, 691. He then died 695, 4 years later. He was 10 when he got it, right? So he died at 695. His brother, King Clotaire, so born 1st January 1st, 682. 681. So his 13-year-old brother, Clotaire, took Clovis's brother, Clotaire III, took over, right? And he ruled. So 13, he ruled for about 24 years. And then he died of unknown causes. I'm gonna correct myself in a minute, but yeah, hold on. Then his next brother took over. King Childebert took over. When was he born? 83. 82. So they were all 1 year apart. So when his brother died at the age of 37, 719, that's when the King Childebert took over. So he was age 711. So that of unknown causes at 719. 711. No. Interesting. Childebert inherited first. He took, so King Clovis III died. He was the oldest at the time, and that he was at the age of 13. King Childebert of Lotharingia then took over at the age of 12. Oh boy, that must not have been fun. So died at the age of 14, right? They're all year apart. King Clotaire is a year younger, and King Childebert is 2 years younger. So Childebert. I can't remember that right. Childebert died of unknown causes, 14th of April, 711 at age 28. So he ruled for 16 years until he died of unknown causes. Then the other brother took over. And ruled for a whopping 8 years before he died too. It looks like they didn't have any scars. They didn't have any. It's hard to tell if he died of illness. No. If he died of illness, it would have said so. But so when I said earlier, I was going to correct myself. When somebody dies of unknown causes in this game, it's one of two things. One, the developers couldn't figure out how they died. The history, the accounts weren't accurate enough. Or two, they were assassinated. Typically, especially during the game, when somebody dies of unknown causes. It's because they were killed. They were intentionally killed by someone else for a reason. Now, it's unlikely that King Childebert killed his brother, King Clovis III, for the title. So it's very possible that Childebert died of illness. Because, remember, these kids were 1 year after the other. So it was King Clovis, King Clotaire, and the King Childebert, right? So 14, 13, and 12. When Clovis died, he was 14, and Childebert was 12. He inherited next. Children can't plot assassination attempts. So it was somebody, if it wasn't assassination, it was somebody else for some unknown reason. If it wasn't, then, because they're all the same children, but I wonder if it was the kings of France, the uncles, possibly. But it's very likely that Clovis died of illness, and then Childebert took over. He then ruled for about 6 years, right? So he was 12. No. Not 6 years. He took over when 711. 695. Died 695. Ten 695, 05, 11. 10, 15, 16 years. I said it already. 16 years. Right? So he ruled for 16 years, then died at the age of 28 with one child. Wait a minute. Then his child would have taken over. 715. Died at the age of 715, age 16. Died 711. 715. His son took over. 715. Ruled for 4 years, give or take, and then died. And as a result, his uncle, the only other living relative, King Lothair III of Thuringia, took over. Once he died, somebody else took over. King Lothair III of West Francia is dead. King Childeric of First Francia, 22, died at 22, 675. King Chilperic of Lotharingia, who is the king of Lotharingia and West Francia, whereas his father was only the king of West Francia. He died 721 at the age of 51. 721, right? Too far. He died 721. He died 711. He died 719. 21. 721. So either eventually the King Chilperic, his cousin died, and then King Clotaire, and then he took over of King of West Francia. No, of Lotharingia, I mean. Either because of illness or because King Chilperic killed his cousin. Now, King Chilperic, again, I'm probably not pronouncing this right, Chilperic is a sadist. He's just and he's brave. Now, because he's a sadist, I want to say maybe he killed him, but he's just and he's brave. So it's very possible he didn't kill his cousin. It's very possible his cousin simply died of illness, or maybe was assassinated by somebody else. Very possible. So, it doesn't tell you his personality, because typically people have a personality. Like, for instance, Prince Pepin is an honorable empath. So that's what he is. So he's unlikely to kill anybody. Assassinate anyone anyways. But it's really hard to tell sometimes. King Chapelek. He eventually inherited the kingdom of Lotharingia. This one. Somehow. It's uncertain how, but he did. Meanwhile, interesting. Why? But King Chapelek. 7 inherited, right? King Lothair III of Lotharingia. Died 721. So King Clotaire III, he gave it to his cousin. King Chaperic gave the kingdom of West Francia to his cousin King Clotaire III. Right? Meanwhile, his son took over for him when he died, right? And he was an imbecile. So he probably wasn't very favored. But why didn't his son... Oh, his son died. 1st of January, 760. 1st of January, 755. Born 750. So he died when his son was 5 years old. Either he died with the title too, which means that his cousin took over because of a possible succession law. So there are succession laws in this that will allow you to basically, it basically causes your titles to be, like, it's called elective. You elect someone to inherit the next title. It's like it's similar to like how like you can elect the president, except it's like you elect someone for life, and it's the rest of the person's life, and it's normally among the members of the dynasty of the ruling party, depending on the circumstances. So King Childeric of Lotharingia died age 41, and his kinsman, I believe his cousin, King Clotaire III, inherited the title of Lotharingia, even though it was originally granted to... Wait. Yeah. I think. Wait, no. I'm confused. Who had... Chaperic, 719. I'm confused here. King Clotaire III. Oh. So, King Clotaire was granted it on 715. The Kingdom of West Francia. And possibly the Kingdom of Lotharingia. $719. So King Chaperic re-inherited the Kingdom of Francia. Some like time shenanigans going on here. Unless I'm being dumb. So 717, 719 for West Francia. How about Lotharingia? Died 719. Right. So, King Chilperic, the sadistic but just and brave king, granted both titles to King Clotaire III of Lotharingia. Right? I believe his King Chilperic of Lotharingia. Oh, come on. Wrong dynasty. Thank you. Where is King Chilperic? Wrong king. Here we are. King Chilperic. Oh yeah, and it looks like his Oh. Oh, whoops. Oh. It looks like he was the child of the incestuous lovemaking of two cousins. The wife who was no, never mind. Okay, so yeah, it was technically incestuous because they're cousins, right? So King Childeric and his cousin, Princess Bilhilde. It looks like after the King Dagoberts died. So she was originally married to King Dagoberts. 697. No? Huh? That's a little odd. It's clearly showing. I mean, his parents, these two. Why is this even showing up? He died January 675. 75, but died around the same time. Again, accuracy is not always accurate. 679. December, January versus January 1st. So there's some weird shenanigans going on here. I don't know why it's doing this. Either this was unintentional and is a oversight by the devs, or at some point, Bilhilde had married King Dagobert, but he should have died before she did, if she ended up marrying King Childeric. So either he married her, divorced her, and then she eventually married Childeric, or these dates aren't accurate. It's very possible. So regardless, eventually these cousins married. We had King Childeric, right? The just king. He granted the title to King Clotaire, his cousin, right? King Clotaire died, and then both titles went back to King Childeric. King Childeric, and then it looks like Chilperic. I keep saying Childeric. Chilperic. King Theodoric of Chilperic. Childeric. I'm pronouncing wrong. Theodoric of Lotharingia inherited it next. And then after him was King Childeric, which is his son. So this king, he keeps passing on the baton. He keeps passing on both titles to somebody else, and they keep dying, and he keeps getting it back. So, or at least his side of the family does. So, Chilperic gives it to Clotaire. He dies. He gets it back. Then he gives it to King Theodoric, I think. Died 721. No. Yes. No, he dies. And then he inherits it because of the succession. Or because the vassal just preferred it if he has it. Then he dies. and then his cousin, or his the next of kin, would have been King Chilperic's son, King Childeric. After that, this was the last remaining member of the De Merohingi dynasty, which is event, and as a result, it went to King Carloman of Lotharingia. How did he die? He died of unknown causes again. He was an imbecile. So, 1st of January, died of unknown causes, January 1st, 755. Inherited it September 24th, 768. Where did the title go? He died 755. He got it 768. That is odd. Either, you know what? I think it broke. I think the kingdom broke. Because there was no one to inherit the throne, it shattered. And when it shattered, there was nothing left but Lotharingia. It shattered, and all the vassals became independent, I think. Then King Carloman of Lotharingia, who was the Count of Besancon, of Bresse and Dol, rebuilt it. Possibly. I mean, it says inherited is the thing. That's weird. Again, I think there's some like discrepancy going on here. Maybe the devs messed something up, but yeah. So, King Childeric died at the age of 41, 755. Meanwhile, King Carloman inherited the title 768. There's some discrepancy there, and I don't know what's going on there. Either he properly inherited it and the dates are wrong, or it's just, I don't know. Maybe it broke and then King Carloman fixed it. It's uncertain what happened, but it could also have been that there was 13 years of strife. 13 years of when no one can figure out who could have the throne. It's very possible. Again, the devs, they can't replicate everything that happened, because there's many things that happen in history. You know, a king, the last member of the family dies of the kingdom, and no one can inherit it. So there's constant fighting. Maybe there's like a giant civil war, possibly for like 13 years, or maybe it took them, the vassals, the counts, and the dukes. It took them 13 years to figure out, all right, who's going to be the next king, which actually happened a couple times, as it's happened in the past in history. So it's very likely that it was an inheritance issue, and they just couldn't figure out who to be king for 13 years. And eventually they decided on King Carloman, or there was a war for the throne, a la Game of Thrones style, where everyone's fighting each other for the throne, and King Carloman won against all the other counts and maybe dukes. So it could be possible. So this was the start of the Carloman dynasty being a king, I believe. Yes, the king of Lotharingia. At the time, who had, so 743 and 768, who had the king of France? Kingdom of France. 743, right? Emperor Pepin of Francia. 751. He was granted it by King Theodoric. King Theodoric gave the title, I think. He either gave the title, King Theodoric gave the title to Emperor Pepin, the king, King Pepin of France. Oh no. Oh. Empire Empire. Okay, so Emperor King Theodoric gave the kingdom of France, of West Francia, to Pepin, who became King Pepin of Francia, right? Or of West Francia. Then, at the age of, then after he died, King Childeric took the throne of Thuringia. Sometime between Holy Roman Empire, between 751 and 768, no, between 743, sorry, 750, between, no. He inherited the king of West Francia at 751. No. Childeric gave it to him. I'm sorry. Childeric gave it to King Pepin, and between 751 when he inherited it, and 768 when he died, or when he lost it. He died. Between 51 and 68, King Pepin took over the rest of France, this France area, because West France. Oh, he was given West Francia, and he took over Aquitaine, right? Yeah, and became the Emperor of France as a result after he took over that place and had enough to create the title. I'm here, sorry I'm late. Welcome in. And I am back. I welcome in both of you. Hope you're both having a good day. And my voice hurts because I've been talking the past hour. I've been basically doing a history lesson, sort of, like not history. I've been having fun, like going through the dynasties, the history of these families to figure out what happened here. So we've determined that at some point in the past, the two families, Merovingi and Carling, had the kingdoms of West Francia and Thuringia, which are currently, at the time, right now, are in the hands of the Carlings, these two brothers. Now, in 743, it is currently 86. I have not slept at all. That sucks. Well, I sympathize with you. I only had about 3 hours of sleep, so I'm a little out of it right now. But yeah, I hope you both had a good day. By all means, let me know how your day is going, and I will continue. I'm so sad I missed the first hour of my history lesson. Hope it's not on the test. It's not. And it will be a while before it's in the VOD on YouTube, but if you want, you can always check it later. And it'll be on the VOD on Twitch. It'll be there for 2 weeks. But yeah, so we determined that at some point, the family of de Merovingi, King Childeric. So King Theodoric gave the title of 43. Wait a minute. I already forgot. I'm getting confused. Oh, no. Okay. So, King Theodoric, I think, gave this was Francia. He died 737. He inherited 743. Was Francia. Died 37. And he got it 743. Died 55. Right. Okay. So, the Kingdom of West Francia, which is, this. After King Theodoric died at the age of 22, 737, I think there was a succession problem. Possibly. It's either it broke and then... No. Yeah, it's possible that what happened was... Inherited. It's considered inheritance. It's considered inheritance when somebody makes a new title. Interesting. It's good to know. Because we're going to need that information. So, where was I? King Childeric. Right? So, King Theodoric, he was the king of West Francia. It broke. It got destroyed. And then King Childeric recreated it. Right? because he became the 743. He inherited 737, 743. Either it broke, both kingdoms broke, and King Childeric had to reform both of them, or he inherited them both of them properly, and the devs got something mixed up somewhere. So if the devs are ever watching this, definitely take a look at this, because there's some weird discrepancy with the dates, where King Theodoric died 737, and King Childeric inherited both titles 743. There's a good 6 years of no one holding these titles. 6 total years of no one having them. And it's possible that they both shattered. Hope you two sleep-deprived individuals are going to be okay. We'll see. We'll definitely see. I'm doing okay. I'm a little hungry. I haven't... Oh, wow. I have a full shake. I have not been drinking. I should be drinking that. Okay, let me take a break real quick. I'm so freaking tired, and I hurt my throat. I'm just too passionate about this. I'm too excited. I'm having fun with this, and it's killing my throat. So, yeah. So, supposedly, when somebody creates something, it is considered inherited. It says inherited on this. So, I think what happened was, after King Theodoric died in 737, both kingdoms broke. They shattered. And either there was a fight for the thrones, which is very possible, and eventually King Childeric won. Or the kingdoms were still there, but everyone had to figure out, okay, who's going to be next king? And eventually everyone agreed to let King Childeric have the thrones. After that... So, inherited 678. They broke again. No, Lotharingia did. Lotharingia broke. And then King Carloman of Lotharingia eventually took it in 768. About 13 years later. Either because it broke and he had to reform it, or because there were some wars, or there's like a 13-year succession crisis, and eventually they agreed to give it to King Carloman. Now, meanwhile, the Kingdom of West Francia, at the same time that was happening, right? In 68. No. 43, right? Because 43. At the same time. So, 751, right before King Childeric died. He granted the Kingdom of Francia, West Francia, upon Pepin of the Carlings. So he became King Pepin of West Francia. And so he became king, Kingdom of Lotharingia. Carloman. When did he inherit that again? I'm already out of it. He inherited 768. Okay. 51. So, King Childeric granted the title upon Pepin of the Carling dynasty, and he became King Pepin. And then eventually, in 751, Interesting. Who was the... Interesting. He became the Emperor of West Francia right when he got the kingdom of West Francia. I mean, he became the emperor of France, basically. When he got the kingdom of West Francia, same time. That doesn't seem right. Either, so one of two things happened. Either he, you know what? He probably, everyone probably agreed to follow him, and so he became the emperor of France. Or, you know what? No, so he, when did he die? He died. I see. King Pepin, self-proclaimed emperor of France. Created the title of Empire of France, even though he wasn't a true emperor and didn't have all of the prerequisites. He just decided, I am now Emperor of France. Dies 768, and the fake empire, was liquidated because, of course, it wasn't a proper empire. It didn't exist. He pretended to be. He had just the West Francia, and he declared himself emperor. Aquitaine probably didn't care. Burgundy and Britannia was like, yeah, whatever, and ignored him. And he eventually died about 61, 68, 17 years later. And thus, it just went back to normal, to being just West Francia. So he proclaimed. I wonder if that's true. Let me look that up. Let me look it up real quick. I want to see if my deduction skills are of any good. So, Emperor Pepin of Francia. Real quick. I just want to look this up real quick. I'm really excited about this. Emperor Pepin. Go away. Of Francia. Pepin the Short was the king of the Franks from 751 until his death in 768. He was the first of the Carolingians to become a king. So yeah, that's accurate. Pepin the Short. So I guess he was really short, or maybe he was a child. No, he wasn't a child. He didn't last very long. The younger son of the Frankish prince Charles Martel and his wife Rotrud, Pepin's upbringing was distinguished by the ecclesiastical. Let me type this in. This is bothering me. Ecclesiastical. That word. That education. That over there. Ecclesiastical education he had received from the monks of St. Denis. Succeeding his father as the mayor of the palace in 741, Pepin reigned over Francia jointly with his elder brother Carloman. So he was a mayor of the palace 741, and eventually was granted the kingdom, I believe. He reigned over Francia jointly with his older brother Carloman. Pepin ruled in Neustria, Burgundy, and Provence, while his older brother Carloman established himself in Austria, Alemannia, and Thuringia. The brothers were active in suppressing revolts led by the Bavarians, Aquitanians, Saxons, and the Alemanni in the early years of their reign. In 743, they ended the Frankish interregnum by choosing Childeric III, who was to be the last Merovingian monarch, as figurehead king of the Franks. Okay, so I was kind of accurate. I was close. So, after... Hold on. Let me go back to this. I'm getting confused. So, Where are we? King Childeric, right? He granted the title to... No. Wait a minute. Oh. So I was half right. I had a right idea. There was the succession crisis, right? I was kind of right. There was a succession crisis. So, in 721, King Theodoric dies, right? Because there's 737, 743, right? He dies in 737, right? I think. Yes. So King Theodoric III dies 737, right? King Childeric gains at 755. So sing. Oh boy. Giving up pretense, Pepin then forced Childeric into a monastery and had himself proclaimed king of the Franks with support of Pope Zachary in 751. Yeah, okay, so oh boy. Dies 755. Okay. So King Theodoric dies, right? And then as a result of this, the entire reign, the nation is thrown into chaos. So after King Theodoric dies, Emperor Pepin, so Mayor Pepin, the mayor of the palace, so he's like an advisor, and his brother, what is it? Charles Martel, Count Carl, Charles Martel, so Count Carl is Charles, the Hammer of Ile-de-France. Martel. He writes. So we were talking about this earlier. The Carlings, the dynasty, right? The dynasty. Originally, where's Carl? Count Carl. So originally, the family had no land. They had nothing, right? Nothing up here. Eventually, Count Pepin, right? The Count of Pepin of Ile-de-France, which is... Where's it? Excuse me. Where's Ile-de-France? Where is Ile-de-France? Oh, I'm an idiot. I can just do this. Where is it? No. Come on. Oh, so the county that Paris is in. No. What? What? Right, because of the Duchy of Valois is this entire area right here. You see highlighting? But the county of Ile-de-France was the county the capital was in, I believe. The Paris. I mean, maybe not the capital then, but the capital of France eventually. But again, remember, the kingdom of Lotharingia and West Francia is right here. And according to this history, this Wikipedia, again, this Wikipedia is not accurate. According to this, and if we assume that this is fairly accurate, because these are all brothers, right? This used to be one kingdom. It's very likely that here, here, and here was all one country, right? One country ruled by the Merovingians. Who were... No. I was wrong. Right. So, I mean, again, I think they still were one country for the most part, but the only kingdoms that were developed at the time, that were proper kingdoms, was West Francia and Lotharingia. Those were the only two kingdoms that were, at the time, proper, like, oh, these are the kingdoms. But they had influence over the Aquitines. Like it says here, yes, the younger son of the Frankish prince, Charles Martel, the prince who was the counts of Paris, basically, and the Ile de France, which is where Paris was, and who was probably one of the advisors, right? Where are we? Yeah, so these just saw the Pepin, right? I'll get to the game proper eventually, I swear. Give me a minute, this is fun. So Count Pepin, the Count of Ile de France, was for the counties. I wonder. Vermandois. Oh. He basically was the Duke. He was basically the Duke of Valois. I don't know why he didn't develop it, whatever. So he was basically the one who was in charge of the Paris area, basically. And frankly, funny. Frankly, I'm enjoying the history talk. Oh, right. You don't know why I'm laughing. They're called, because France, the people who live in the area, they were called the Franks. So I thought you were making a joke, but never mind. Maybe you're not. I don't know. But, so Count Pepin, who was the advisor of probably the kings of Lotharingia and West Francia, or specifically of West Francia, who eventually got the kingdom of Lotharingia at some point. Specifically, I am all over the place. King, Theodoric, right? King Theodoric, who was the king of both Lotharingia and West Francia. He dies in 737, right? And in 743, King Childeric takes the throne. At least of Lotharingia, no, of Lotharingia, oh yeah, of Lotharingia and West Francia. Meanwhile, Pepin, the son of Charles the Hammer, Charles Martel, so Charles Martel was a Frankish statesman and military leader who, as Duke and Prince of the Franks, so he was a Duke, so he was the Duke of Valois, which means this should have been he should have the dukedom properly. This shouldn't be saying only counts. I don't know why it's not saying that, but the Duke as Duke and Prince of the Franks and Mayor of the Palace, was de facto ruler of Francia from 718 until his death. Oh, that's why. Oh. Charles, son of the Hammer, and old Francisco, asserted his claim to power as successor to his father as the power behind the throne. All right, let's take a look at his father. So, so that means that their family, for at least 2 generations, were the true power behind the throne. So, Pepin II of Herstal, Count Pepin, commonly known as, was a Frankish statesman and military leader who de facto ruled Francia as the mayor of the palace from 680 until his death. He took the title of Duke and Prince of the Franks upon his reconquest of all the Frankish realms. The son of the powerful Frankish statesman Ensegizel, this guy, Pepin worked to establish his family, the Pepinites, as the strongest in Francia. He became mayor of the palace in Austrasia in 680. Pepin subsequently embarked on several wars to expand his power. Let me slow down. He united all the Frankish realms, by the conquest of Neustria and Burgundy in 687. In foreign conflicts, Pepin increased the power of the Franks by subjugation of the Alemanni from the Frisians and the Franconians. He also began the process of evangelizing Germany. Oh, in Germany. Further domination. Oh. Pepin's statesmanship was notable for the further diminution. He basically reduced the power of the Merovingian royal authority and for the acceptance of the undisputed right to rule for his family. Therefore, Pepin was able to name as heir his grandson Theodald, but this was not accepted by his powerful son Charles Martel, leading to a civil war after his death in which the later count emerged victorious. Theodald. Grandson. His grandson. Probably one of his other sons. Theodald. Theodald. Him. So he was going to originally become the next count of Ile-de-France, as well as the mayor of the palace. But his son, Charles, Count Karl the Hammer, was like, yeah, no, fuck that. I'm going to go ahead and just take that from my nephew because I don't care for that. My brother's son can go suck a dick. And took it from him. So, yeah. And then... Yeah, so apparently Count Pepin, the Duke of Valois, basically, Duke of the Franks, which, by the way, culture. No, culture. French. So, of the Franks, right? Where is it? Where is it? Your culture, part of the Frankish group. Culture, so French is a part of the Frankish group. The Occitan is part of the Frankish group. Bretons, the Brythonic, so this part wasn't part of it. Latin. Swabian. Swabi. Germanic. Franconian, obviously Frankish. No, Central Germanic. Dutch. So... God damn it. Fun. So, Count Pepin helped bring about the unification of this, probably some of this, right here, into one country. Technically an empire, but it wasn't established as an empire, so it was just as is. And it was established as the kingdoms of West Francia and Lutheran. No. Oh. Right. Where is it? Here we go. Lotharingia. Who had Lotharingia first? It was still the same family. Maybe. So I can't tell for certain, but basically point is, the current Carlings, the Carling dynasty, right, started with Arnulf, but eventually they became by gaining power, they became the mayor of the palace, which is apparently a very powerful area. He's a statesman, and he was the Duke of Valois, and with his power, I believe, was Pepin, right? Was his son? Yeah, so Count Pepin, the son of Count Charles, Karl, I know it says Charles in the Wikipedia. I don't know if that's accurate. He became the de facto leader, the Shadow King, basically, of the entire, basically, Middle Europe area. Look how big this Carling dynasty is. So this entire area, probably not the entirety of Italy, but some of it, and so while the Varangians were while these people interesting. Varangians. Yeah, so well, the Varangians, Merovingians, and it says Merohingi, but the Wikipedia says Merovingians. Regardless, this dynasty, right, were kind of under the thumb of these people, right, for a long time. I don't know when though. Let me see. Let me go back. I'm gonna stop at 2 hours if I go that long. If I go that long. So Pepin II, known as Pepin of Herstal, was a Frankish statesman and military leader who de facto ruled Francia as mayor of the palace from 680 until his death. He took the title Duke and Prince of the Franks upon his conquest of all the Frankish realms. The son of a powerful Frankish statesman. So his father was already a powerful statesman. You know, they didn't own land, but they were businessmen. You know, they owned a business. He became the strongest in France. He became mayor of the palace in Austrasia. Austrasia in 680. Where is that? Austrasia. Austrasia. Austria. That's a very. So I believe this is what the Austrasia. So he became mayor of the palace in Austria. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Oh. So yeah. This entire area. Probably this area, or the middle section. This was probably where the kingdoms were originally. And he took the title Duke and Prince of the Franks over here, upon his conquest of all the conquest of all the Frankish realms. So he became the Duke of He became the Duke of Austria, right? Basically. No, not the Duke. He became the mayor of the palace that was in Austria. The palace was in here. The palace of the entire realms, this area here, was in Austria. And he became the mayor, like an advisor, like one of the 5 advisors. Which, by the way, I wonder if you know what? He probably became either the chancellor or the steward, one of these two. And then he was also a military leader, right? We're talking about this guy, right? This guy. He became the mayor of Austria. And then he united all of the Frankish realms by the conquest of Neustria and Burgundy in 687. 687. Where... So, to give you an idea of what it is, Neustria, it's right here, the north part of France. And I said Austria, didn't I? I meant Burgundy. I'm an idiot. Sorry. Let me say it again. So, Pepin, who was the mayor of Austria, he united all the Frankish realms, which is all this, by conquering the conquest of Neustria and Burgundy, which is where Burgundy, right? So this part, this is where West Francia is. 687. 687. 687. So he died 691. Makes sense. So during the reign of King Theodoric, the count, the mayor of Austria, like this advisor, he took soldiers. He was a military leader, and basically Again, this entire area was with one kingdom. He, I think, possibly. No. Yes. 687. He had to be. I think it had to be. Wait, no. Yeah, so it would have had to been like one country from here to here. East Francia, Thuringia, some Italy, and then this part of West Francia. And eventually, the mayor took over Neustria and part of Burgundy, which is part of the Burgundian kingdom. Doing so, he established himself as the Duke of the Franks, the ruler of all the Franks. So here to here, which means that foreign troubles, Pepin increased the power of the Franks by subjugation of the Alemanni, the Frisians, and the Franconians. He also began the process of evangelizing in Germany. Wait a minute. Alemanni. Where is the Alemanni? Franconian. Subjugation of the Alemanni, the Frisians, and the Franconian. Where are the Frisian? Frisia. Where's Frisia? Where's Frisia? Here it is. Frisian, Franconian, and Alemanni. Who are the Alemanni? It doesn't make sense, though. That doesn't make sense. Because the kingdom. Wait a minute. The Merovingian royal authority. Merovingian family had, maybe I'm wrong. Where's Austrasia? Territory which formed the northeastern section of the Merovingian kingdom of the Franks. During the 6th to 8th century, it was centered on the Meuse Middle Rhine. So no, it's not over here. I was wrong. It's not over here. It's here. It's here. Where is it? So, Austrasia. I need to see the county, please. Counties. There we go. We're looking for Austrasia along the Rhine, which is right here. This is the Rhine. Bar, Rethel, Chalons, Troyes, Reims. Austrasia. Where's Austrasia? A territory formed the northeastern section of the Merovingian kingdom of the Franks. So, northeastern kingdom of the Franks, centered on the Meuse, Middle Rhine. Where is the Middle Rhine? Oh, centered on the Meuse, Middle Rhine, and Moselle rivers. History and making sense, those two things don't always see one. Yeah, they don't. So, two rivers. Two rivers. It's a river here. I can't tell what river this is. There's no way to... You know what? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, come on. It doesn't tell me what the name of the river is unless it's like this. Oh, no, this is the Rhine. I'm an idiot. I apologize. This is the Rhine. I thought this was the Rhine for some reason. I'm stupid. No, that's not the Rhine. This is the Rhine. Oh my god. So, Middle Rhine and the Moselle River. So, Middle Rhine. Here, northeast. Right, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, the kingdom of the Franks was here, along the Rhine, here, right here. They didn't have Neustria yet, or Burgundy, or Aquitaine. They didn't have Bavaria or East Francia. This is what they had, right here, the very dead center of Thuringia. They had some of West Francia, which is why they had the kingdom of Francia, West Francia, under their belts. But they didn't properly have the entirety of the area. They still had they probably had it like right here. I wonder. Flanders. No, never mind. But, you know, so they had the very center of Lotharingia right here, from Jülich, probably all the way to Alois. Jülich, Alois, Flanders. Yes, they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe some of this, maybe some of this. And I'm guessing here. I'm just guessing based on all this information. I have no idea. I haven't looked this up yet. But let me look it up real quick. Kingdom of the Franks. There's a link here. Francia. Also called the Kingdom of the Franks, Frankland or Frankish Empire, was the largest post-Roman barbarian kingdom in Western Europe. It was ruled by the Franks during late antiquity and the early Middle Ages. After the Treaty of Verdun in 843, West Francia became the predecessor of France, and East Francia became that of Germany. Francia was among the last surviving Germanic kingdoms from the migration period era before its partition in 843. We're specifically looking for Dagobert. The core Frankish territories were inside the core Frankish territories inside the former Western Roman Empire were close to the Rhine and Maas rivers in the north, up here. So the core territory was up here. After a period where small kingdoms interacted with the remaining Gallo-Roman institutions to their south, down here. Probably. A single kingdom uniting them was founded by Clovis I, who was crowned the king of the Franks in 496. His dynasty, the Merovingian dynasty, was eventually replaced by the Carolingian, I can pronounce it now, Carolingian dynasty, under the nearly continuous campaigns of Pepin of Herstal, which we're talking about. We're the focus of it right now, of our discussion, of my talk. Charles Martel, Pepin's son, Pepin the Short, Charlemagne, and Louis the Pious, father, son, grandson, great-grandson, and great-great-grandson, respectively. The greatest expansion of the Frankish Empire was secured by the early 9th century, by this point dubbed as the Carolingian Empire. During the Merovingian and Carolingian dynasties, the Frankish realm was one large kingdom polity subdivided into several smaller kingdoms, often effectively independent. The geography and number of subkingdoms varied over time, but a basic split between eastern and western domains persisted. The eastern kingdom was initially called Austrasia, centered on the Rhine and Meuse, expanding eastwards into Central Europe. So centered here, expanding eastward. Where is Meuse? This is the Rhine. I wonder if this is the Meuse. You know what? This is probably the Meuse. This river here. These two. Possibly. Where's the Meuse? The major European river rising in France. Following through Belgium and the Netherlands, before draining in the North Sea from the Rhine-Meuse-Scheldt Delta. France into Belgium and Netherlands. Where's Belgium? I forgot where Belgium was. There's Belgium. So it starts in France, so in this area. Belgium is... I don't remember where Belgium is. And it's not named Belgium either. It's not named Belgium, I don't think, in this far in the past, because these are Franks. They're not German. Like, they're not Germans. Well, we know it's a river that goes through France. It's this one. I think. The Netherlands. Where are the Netherlands? Bar, Upper Lawrence, Luxembourg, Brabant, Netherlands. I don't remember. Oh gosh. Where is Belgium? Oh. I'm wrong again. I'm wrong again. I should stop talking. I should fucking stop talking. Oh, yeah, there we go. What is this? Berger. Namen. I'm looking for Namen. The county of Namen. Verdun. Where's Verdun? Verdun. Verdun. Stop doing that. You know what? What's geography? There we go. There we fucking go. I couldn't. Oh god, that pissed me off. Here we go. This is Muse. No. Yes. No. I'm an idiot. Okay, never mind. I take it back what I said. I'm an idiot again. I gotta. It has to connect the. Alright, let me slow down. Okay, curves over here. Go this way. This is where it ends. This river. Let's go all the way down. Let's go all the way down. This way. No. Givet Namen Verdun. What? Okay, so Givet. Namen. Where's it? Verdun. 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 Well done. Verdun. Okay, so I can't figure out which river it is. I think it has to be the very end of the Rhine River, which is this. This is the Rhine. The very end curves inwards. The only one that curves inwards from the Rhine is this river here. And then it goes down. Keeps going west as far as possible. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It splits off into 3 at some point. Vanille. I am so freaking hell-bent on this. Oh my god. I need to freaking stop this. I'm almost positive it's this river right here. I'm almost positive. It has to be. It doesn't have to be. But I'm pretty sure the Muse is right here. So here to here. All the way down here. Luxembourg. Where is Luxembourg? I know for a fact we... Wait a minute. Luxembourg. But... So there's Luxembourg here, Luxembourg, Deutschland, Frankrijk. That doesn't make sense though. Unless I'm overestimating it. Where's the Rhine? Again, I apologize for taking too long. It's almost 2 o'clock, so we're gonna have to move on if it takes too long. The Rhine, Meuse, and Scheldt. SCHELDT Delta. These are the Netherlands, by the way. It would be nice if they can have the names. Yo, oh, I see my problem. Let me see, there's another one. There's another one. This is the Delta. This is the Delta. Right here. I'm pretty sure. I think the Scheldt. This is the delta. The islands. This is the delta. This is where they meet up. That's what it is. They don't connect to each other at the ends. This is where they connect at the end. Like they don't connect. Like, it's not. Since the Meuse doesn't start here. It starts here. This river right here. If it goes all the way down, it's this one. Oh, but it doesn't go all the way. Or does it? Does it? I can't. The borders are in my way. Oh, freaking annoying. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and... I mean, the borders are still going to be a problem. I can't tell. I'm pretty sure this is the Meuse. The Meuse. M-E-U-S-E. River. This is the Rhine, the Meuse. And the other one... No. Three main flows, two of which change names rather often. The largest and southern main branch begins as the Wall and continues as the Boven Merede, Upper Merede. The Beneden Merede, Lord River. Select then joins the Nord, thereby forming the Mere Mas. The northern flow keeps the name Ligiselle till it flows into Lake Ligisellemere. Three more flows carry significant amounts of water than Merede, which branches off from the southern branch, where it changes from the above into the... I am having a real hard time with this. Partition of Rhine and Meuse water among the various branches of their delta. Scheldt in the lower left. Scheldt in the lower left. Oh. I guess Maas. Where's the... Here we go. The Giselle. Okay, yeah, so this is the Giselle. This one right here. This is obviously the Rhine. The Maas is right here. M-A-A-S. The Maas. Mace. Maas. And we're looking, what are we looking for? Where is the Meuse? Meuse. The Afgedam de Maas section of the Meuse, which is C. I'm looking for C. I'm looking at a map, by the way. I'm sorry. I can't show it on the stream because I had to turn my... Oh, this is as confusing as all hell. Where is the Meuse? Oh my god, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm going nuts. Stop it. Yeah, we're almost done. I have to finish. So the point is, I am so sorry for this taking so long. Point is, the kingdom of the Franks, after the Roman Empire collapse, was right here, along the Rhine River, and is stretched a little bit in all directions. Eventually, the Carolingian dynasty, right? They started from the shadows with the help of, Pepin, after he established himself, pushed, started expanding. The Merovingian family was the one with the royal family, but these guys were the ones that are really in charge. Count Pepin, his son, Count Karl the Hammer, eventually, from here, right, in this general section, worked his way westward to take over the rest of West Francia to properly combine, because the kings of West Francia were part of the nation, but there's lots of small kingdoms all over the place. So he conquered Neustria and Burgundy, right here. Oh, Upper Burgundy. Okay, this one. This Burgundy, not this Burgundy. This Burgundy. It's confusing. So this one and this one, and they probably had some of this to solidify the rule over the Franks. Then they continued to expand southward a little bit, as well as eastward, I assume, and took over this area. And during the time when when Pepin was, let me bring that back up real quick. I want to finish this real quick. This is going to bother me if I don't. So, go back. Austrasia, territory from the eastern section of the Merovingian kingdom. So, Austrasia was right here, in this area, give or take. Austrasia? I want to finish this. I'm super adamant about this. I wonder if it's a barony. Northeastern section. So northeastern, over here. Yes. Meuse. I'm not gonna spend too much time. That's fine. It was centered on the Meuse, Middle Rhine, and the Moselle rivers. 3 rivers. On the Rhine, Meuse, and Moselle. That's why I was looking for this in the first place. I was trying to find the Austrasia territory. It was probably right here, in this general area. It was centered on this territory right here. What duchy is that? What duchy is? No, what duchy is that? Galray. Galray was probably, or at least this part was probably the Austrasia territory. And was the original territory of the Franks, including both the so-called Salians and Rhineland Franks, which Clovis I conquered after first taking control of the bordering part of Roman Gaul, now northern France, which is sometimes described in this period as Neustria. So, Austrasia. Oh, that was important because, right, he became mayor of the Palace of Austrasia in 680. So this general section right here, right? This section right here. This was the main territory of the Franks. They eventually went their way westward with Clovis. Wait a minute. Clovis I. She's probably a Merovingian, wasn't it? Clovis I. Yeah, him. So him, King of Lotharingia, died in... No, not him. No, yes, him. Ooh. No, this one. Has to be him. So he took over. Interesting. So King Clovis I, original territory here, took over this part more, right? Conquered it. After conquering some of this, right? Not all of it, but most of where Neustria is. And then eventually Count Pepin, the chancellor, but essentially steward, advisor, from the shadows started to manipulate the king, and they became the true power behind the throne, and they helped expand the Frankish kingdom all over the place, westward, where they properly conquered the rest of Neustria, I assume, with the help of Karl, as well as Burgundy, thus establishing Karl as the Duke of the Franks, of the entire Franks, quote unquote. Now, at some point, they took over the rest of this as well, because eventually, Emperor Pepin, and along with his brother, they had to fight off the hotel. Oh, was it this one? Pepin the Shorts. Yes, this one. Pepin the Shorts. So, the youngest of French reigned over Francia jointly with his elder brother Carloman. Pepin ruled in Neustria, Burgundy, and Provence, which I believe is where? Oh, Neustria, Burgundy, Provence. He ruled this section, this entire long section. Was older brother, established himself in Austrasia, up here, Alemannia, probably somewhere nearby, and Thuringia. Where's Thuringia? I feel like there's... So they controlled this whole section. They were during this time. The brothers were active in suppressing revolts led by the Bavarians, which is Bavarians. Oh no, they took over this entire area. Never mind, all the way to the east. So they had a large chunk of land. So they had to take care of the revolts from the Bavarians, the Aquitanians, the Saxons. Where's Saxony? Where's Saxony? I know it exists. I'll just do this. The Saxons. So the Bavarians, the Saxons, the Aquitanians, and the Alemanni, which I have no idea what they are. I don't know where the Alemanni are. I think they're probably here. The Dutch were probably Alemanni. Actually, I can probably check when I... So the point is, this guy, with his brother, Carloman, had to fight off, he had to suppress this entire area was theirs. In the early years of their reign, in 743, they ended the Frankish interregnum by choosing Childeric III, who was to be the last Merovingian monarch, as figurehead of the Franks. Childeric the Dumb, right? Because Theodoric died. He died, and so Pepin took over while they were trying to fight off the revolts, right? Now, then once they're taken care of, then they gave it to Childeric. The entire country, the entire country from Bavaria to western France to southern Occitan to probably the northern northern Phrygia and East Francia, up here. Being well disposed towards the church and papacy on account of their ecclesiastical upbringing, Pepin and Carloman continued their father's work in supporting Saint Boniface in reforming the Frankish church. Excuse me. and evangelizing the Saxons. Making them Christian, which, by the way, they are. Oh, right, it's E67, yeah. So, evangelizing. After Carloman, who was an intensely pious man, retired to religious life in 747, Pepin became the sole ruler of the Franks. But Carloman came back, didn't he? (747). He became the king of Lotharingia. When? King Carloman of Lotharingia. 768. Gave it up in 771. 747, 751. That's... Oh, right, Childeric. Right, I forgot. Because Childeric, right? This is their puppet. The puppet they made. Retired of religious life. What a thing. Sounds relaxing, honestly. If they have internet, sure. So, right, remember, Theoderic dies. So, King Carloman and King Carloman and his brother, King Carl the Great, they reigned over this entire area until they can get King Childeric onto the throne. And once that was done, King Carloman retired in 747. So 4 years after they brought him to the throne. Pepin became the sole ruler of the Franks. Because remember, because Childeric was the puppet. Emperor Pepin. Yeah, Emperor Pepin, he became the sole ruler of this entire area. And while even though he was Childeric, he was the proper ruler. He suppressed a revolt led by his half-brother, Grifo. Wrong one. Oh, no. This Carloman. I was wrong. Not this one. Let me backpedal a little bit. Not this Carloman. This Carloman. This one is the one he ruled with. So, Emperor Pepin and this Carloman, right? They reigned together. The entire area. But he retired in 747, thus making his brother, Pepin, the sole ruler at the time. Right? Now, of course, regarding the game, it doesn't say that. It just says that King Childeric was the king in 743, and King Theoderic dies in 737. But there's no precedence. There's no way to kind of properly convey that there was a puppetry, that there was a lack of a king, because Emperor Pepin and his brother were busy fighting off the rebels before they can properly bring Childeric back up to the throne. So there's a succession crisis, basically, and just revolts. And it's like they had to deal with that first. So, yeah, so after Emperor Pepin became the sole ruler, King Pepin became the sole ruler, I guess you could say then he became the Emperor of Francia, and Francia being this entire, of the Franks, right? The Emperor of the Franks. No. Scratch that. Ignore that part. He became the Duke of the Franks, right? And was basically having King Childeric as his puppet. During this time, after his brother retired, he suppressed a revolt led by his half-brother. Half-brother Grifo. Count Grifo of Ile-de-France. So, the one who had this. And succeeded in becoming the undisputed master of all Francia. I see. So, during the time when he was helping, he was ruling the country in the shadows behind Childeric. His brother still had some of this land here. That's probably why he didn't, take over entirely. After suppressing it, and becoming the undisputed master of all Francia. He gave up pretense and then forced Childeric, this guy, into a monastery he forced him into a monastery and had himself proclaimed king of all the Franks with support of Pope Zachariah in 751. He became... Notice how this title here, 751, right? So, Emperor Pepin, the king of Pepin, he was just the steward or the chancellor of King Charles II of this entire land after suppressing his half-brother and taking over this area here, right? After taking over this area, he said, fuck it, kicked the Childeric out, and became the emperor of Francia, of all of Francia, which included Germania, Francia, and probably Italia, and probably not the Baltic Empire, though. So, forced to get into the monastery. Giving a pretense, Pepin then forced Childeric into a monastery and had himself proclaimed king of the Franks with support of Pope Zachariah in 751. The decision was not supported by all members of the Carolingian family, and Pepin had to put down a revolt led by Carloman's son Drogo, and again by Grifo. Carloman, Drogo. So not all the family accepted the fact that Pepin took over. So what happened was, his brother's son Drogo, while his brother was still in the monastery, as well as his half-brother, again, Grifo, revolted again. And this guy had to suppress the revolt. As king, Pepin, that's why I got the words mixed up. As king, Pepin embarked on water. As king, Pepin embarked on an ambitious program to expand his power. He reformed the legislation of the Franks and continued the ecclesiastical reforms of Boniface. Pepin also intervened in favor of the papacy of Stephen II against the Lombards in Italy. Against the Lombards. These guys. So he supported papacy against these guys. It's the Lombards in Italy, He was able to secure several cities, which he then gave to the Pope. As part of the donation of Pepin, this formed the legal basis for the papal states in the Middle Ages. The Latin. Which is what this is. The papal states. Papacy. So he gave these cities to him and the Pope. Like originally it was just the monastery. Or the barony. That's all it was. It was just this. That was it. But eventually, oh no, probably this one, the Vaticano. So yeah, so he gave this land to the Pope and established the papacy as we know it today. I think. Or at least in the Middle Ages anyways. The Byzantines, keen to make good relations with the growing power of the Frankish Empire, gave Pepin the title of Patricius. In wars of expansion, Pepin conquered Septimania from the Islamic Umayyads, probably down here, and subjugated the southern realms by repeatedly defeating Weofar and his Gascon troops, after which the Gascon and Aquitanian lords saw no option but to pledge loyalty to... Oh no, I was wrong. So... Septimania. Where's Septimania? I gotta stop. Septimania, I don't know where that is. But point is, he fought off the Umayyads somewhere. And then Gascon and defeated Weofar and his Gascon troops, after which the Gascon and Aquitanian lords Gascon. Where's Gascon? I know for Gascon. Where is it? Gascon. Here you go. Okay, so Whalefar. Let's see if we can find Whalefar. Seven something. County of... I know I said I was going to stop, but I really want to look for this. This was during 751. Remember, 751. Worldgrim. Whalefar and his Gascon troops, after which the Gascon and Aquitaine lords saw no option but to pledge loyalty to the Franks. Aquitaine and Gascon. So these two people had to pledge loyalty to the empire. Whalefar and his Gascon troops. Whalefar. I wonder if Whalefar was here. Count Wolgrim. The Duchy of Aquitaine. 750 something. Whalefar. Here we go. We found him. Awesome. Whalefar. It's pronounced differently in the Wikipedia against Wikipedia. The Duke Whalefar of Aquitaine. Right? He had Aquitaine and the Gascon troops, right? So there's probably another lord here, a separate lord, but for the most part, it was the Duke Whalefar of Aquitaine, right? He fought off the Emperor of Francia, Emperor Pippin. Oh, I'm done. How do I go back? I want to go back. Shit, I lost my place. I'm really hell-bent on this. I'm almost done. Another, at worst, 15 minutes. So yeah, so Pepin took over, fought the Aquitaines. Oh, you know what? He had this area. And this area. And he probably fought off the Umayyads down here. Right? Because then this area here was under control. His control, yes. I'm guessing here. This is all guesses based on my... Because he had this much. He had this much at the very least. So if he either had this as well, and had to take over this eventually, or he didn't have this, and this is where he fought the Umayyads off. Possibly. Pepin was, however, troubled by the relentless revolts of the Saxons and the Bavarians. So the Bavarians and the Saxons were having none of it. Right? They're constantly revolting. He campaigned tirelessly in Germany, this area. But the final subjugation of these tribes was left to his successors. Pepin died in 678, and he was succeeded by his son Charlemagne and Carloman. So his sons, Carloman and Charlemagne. Carl. Although unquestionably one of the most powerful and successful rulers of his time, Pepin's reign is largely overshadowed by that of his more famous son Charlemagne, who became the Holy Roman Emperor of this entire area. So the Holy Roman Empire typically takes out is this. So yeah, so King Carl Charlemagne took over the rest of this area, I believe, and became the Holy Roman Emperor. So yeah, that's Crusader Kings, is the simulation of history, of the individual people of history, of the rulers, of the kings, of the emperors, of the lords, of the cultures, the religions, and of like the dynasties, the houses. So yeah, my throat hurts, and it's only 2 hours in. That's bad. Emperor Carl. Yeah, so the Emperor basically united all of this land, all of it, with the exception of Brittany, apparently they were independent for some reason. I guess they was too small. They didn't care to take it over. But yeah, so they took over this place. The Carling family took over this, and oh boy, that was fun. I actually liked that. That was very fun. I might have to do that again in the future. Probably don't want to spend 2 hours doing that, but for the time being, we are done. And we should probably get in the game. So that is the history. Very rough. Very, 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 very rough history of the Carlings and how they came into power as the dominant force in Central Europe during the 5th, 6th. During the 7th century, they became the dominant. 6th to 8th century, right? Died. They became it's a very rough, very based on Wikipedia and a video game, both that are not probably aren't entirely accurate. History lesson of how the Carlings, the Carolingians, came into power between the 6th and 8th centuries, starting from a small statesman, mayor, Arnulf Carling, the statesman, his son, Ansel Gizel Carling. Again, it doesn't specify here, and it didn't say it was. And it's Arnulf, but I believe because the family coat of arms is all the way back here, that means this was when the family was first established, right? Arnulf became a statesman, a businessman, a estate owner, and married, and eventually had a family. And his son, his children, his son took over, and then he became another statesman. Eventually, Count Pepin, also statesman, earned some titles. As well as became the mayor of the palace, and he took over. So yeah, so that's the history lesson, all the way from Arnulf Carling, the first of the family, to the current family, King Charles II and his brothers, King Ludwig II of Germany, and so King Lothair II, King Charles II the Bald, King Ludwig II German, King Louis the Younger of Italy, and I think there's more. There's more of them, aren't there? No. So yeah, that is the current state in 867. Now, I already know for a fact I talked too fast and I didn't speak clearly enough. So unfortunately, a lot of what I said is probably going to be jumbled. I apologize. I need to learn to slow down. But imagine how much longer that would have taken if I spoke slowly. And oh my god, my throat. So yeah, they went from here, expanded outward, eventually taking over this entire Central European area. When I say central, like western area. This is Central Europe. This is the entire Western European area. Thing is, we're not gonna be playing as them. I just wanted to show you everything was going on here. So yeah, you play as a lord, as a family. The lord, the leader of a family, and there's certain aspects to it, and it's about ultimately Crusader Kings as a whole is about playing your way, playing as a conqueror, a family, a family, head of a family, an adventurer for those who want to go on adventures, perhaps great leaders who want to develop like alliances for lots of a bunch of alliances, as well as like these like the theocracies, the papacy, and these republics, the owners of like Venice, for Venezuela. Venezuela. And, you know, like with, like, which character? The story of, you know, Romeo and Juliet and all that. So, done that. I don't need this. I'm done with that. Oh my god. Yeah, you have two different starts. The Carolingians and the fate of England, basically. 867 and 1066. I actually, this is, when I first played this game, this is what I played with first. I mean, I played with, in Ireland first. That's usually the typical start that many people go for, is because Ireland is actually pretty easy, like, start area. But William the Bastard, William of Normandy, he was the one who made English. I'm gonna stop here. Whoa, slow down. Okay, so we'll come back to this. Remind me to come back to this to William de Normandy, because I'm not gonna stop talking at this rate, and I need to give myself a break and actually get into the meat of the game and actually show you some gameplay instead of just faffing about for the 2.5 hours. Oh my god. So we'll come back to him. We're not playing in this year in anyways. What I want to do is the Wrath of the Northmen. We are going to be playing as Norse. Oh my god. I'm tired. Oh my god. My throat hurts. Oh, my throat hurts. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, yeah, Viking time, definitely. My throat. I just started. Oh my god. What am I doing myself? I have to fix all this again. Mongol invasion. Random. Let's do random. Let's do the Mongol invasion random. So, the Mongol invasion typically starts around year 1200. Slower. Restricted. Did requirement on. Some key data for me. Not immediate. Why does it default to immediate every single time? I'm gonna do random because normally historically it happens around 890 and 910, so within 20 years. But I'm gonna have it random, so it can happen within 5 years, or it can happen at the very end of 910. My throat hurts. You can hear the raspiness in it. Alright, so yeah, we are gonna play as a Northern Viking. Now, when I like to play as a count. Or chieftain in this case. A chiefess, actually, in my case. And I like to get to a point where I can choose who my heir will be. And because I like to play as a woman, usually. I mean, I am a woman, for one. And two, I like... It's more immersive. And specifically here in this game, you can customize and create your own character. And it's not gonna look accurate completely, but it's kind of similar. Like, not really. But it's like... It's more immersive when I play as a woman in the game. I mean, I don't mind playing as a man. For instance, my playthrough with Resident Evil 4, I was perfectly fine playing as Leon. It's fine. But I usually prefer to play as a woman, which is why I enjoyed playing as Ada so much. I am so freaking tired of rambling. Ignore my ramblings. I'm so freaking sleep deprived that I keep repeating the same damn thing over and over again. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep, so a lot of the stuff I say probably doesn't make sense, or just seems redundant, or just silly. Anyways, so before the save I had before that you saw me delete, I had played as Mary and had conquered some of the stuff. I don't think it's now the reason why I didn't play it as Planheimer at the very beginning, even though I wanted it and I conquered it like immediately, was because I thought it'd be too cheap. But I figure I might as well just start as this one anyways, because this is the de jure capital of this duchy right here. This Grand Chief. You know what? Yeah. So I'm gonna take over. This is what I'm gonna do. Fronde. And what I'm gonna do is create my own ruler. Now I do have. I have a wrong button. Documents. I have a lot of things. Should be fine. So, the ruler designer. You will see lots of options. Sex, sexual orientation, faith, culture, character name, their dynasty, including their family name, their realm. So this is like the coat of arms. Their year, their weight. So like how much fat they have on them. Whoa. Yeah, lots of customization. It gets a bit much sometimes. Their traits. So their education, what they are. Are they a schemer? Are they like a chancellor who, elusive shadow, intrigue. So someone who is in the shadows, who like assassinates people or tries to make a sort of like a spy. They're spies. That's what they are. They're the intrigue, the spy side of the government. The great eminence, the chancellors. They are in charge of greeting guests and like making sure that things go smoothly when guests come by, or like fostering relations with foreigners, with like their nearby realms. And they're the ambassadors, the indulgent wastrels, the Midas touch. They're the steward. They're in charge of money. They're in charge of making sure that the things run smoothly regarding the business and the running of the country, and as well as building stuff. So they're in charge of the bank, the royal treasury, basically, for the most part, as well as building buildings, like building the infrastructure of the. They are the backbone of the infrastructure. They're in charge of the infrastructure. The brilliant strategists, the marshals, they are your generals. They are the marshal. The marshal is in charge of all of your military affairs. From the individual generals that are below them, the champions, the soldiers, the retinues, the groups of specialized soldiers, or even the levies, the random peasants and farmers who are conscripted into the army at a given notice. So they're in charge of your military exploits, and they're actually very important. And then lastly, we have mastermind and philosopher. And again, these are the maximum names of these, of these respective fields. And the philosophers, the theologians, they are your priests. They are your church. They're the heads of the church of your specific the church of your realm, right? Which are linked to the church of the entire sort of faith, right? If they have a head of faith like the Pope, they basically answer to the Pope. They also answer to their respective liege of the country, but they also answer to the Pope. If they don't have a Pope, they don't have a head of faith, then it's only the liege they speak to, unless they themselves are rulers, in which case they're their own thing. They're theocracies. But each path has boosts: intrigue, diplomacy, stewardship, martial, and learning. And they have an increase in learning of the lifestyle, which we'll get to in a minute. The experience you gain, depending on what level. So, for instance, you will always have at least a minimum of 10% extra towards any given lifestyle experience learning. Now, each aspect, diplomacy, martial, intrigue, learning, and stewardship, affects, your realm. Diplomacy is a skill representing a character's ability to charm, negotiate, and persuade. Diplomacy directly affects the opinions other characters have of you, so how much they like you. It's also used to further diplomatic schemes. So your ability to, maybe if you want to scheme so you can develop a friendship with somebody, or if you want to, get an alliance if possible. The corresponding lifestyle diplomacy. Now, martial is a skill indicates how good a character is at waging war and leading armies in battle. A high martial skill is important for army commanders since it improves their advantage in battle. Again, this is also important. And I believe it ties into prowess, which we'll get in a minute. Stewardship. The skill it helps rulers manage their domains, and it directly increases taxation, making a very useful skill for all rulers. Very useful. It increases how much money you gain each month. The corresponding lifestyle skill, every 5 points of stewardship increases the domain. Oh, right. Also, it determines how many counties, how much land you can own at once as a ruler. And if you go too much, you have to either give some land that you conquer or you earn to other people so they can become your vassal, or suffer a penalty. Every 5 points of stewardship increases the domain limit by 1. Slow the fuck down. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Intrigue is a skill representing a character's ability to understand and manipulate other characters and to organize elaborate plots. The more nefarious plots, like murdering somebody or kidnapping somebody. It is mainly used to further and defend against intrigue schemes, the more hostile ones. And then finally, learning, a skill measuring a character's literacy and wisdom. The learning skill is a ruler, affects the cost of increasing account authority, and also yields an amount of monthly piety. Character with high learning can be expected to have extensive knowledge of all common scholarly endeavors, including theology, philosophy, language, and mathematics. So they are your teachers, your scholars, your researchers, your inventors, your monks and priests. They are the ones who are in charge of that, and they basically, learning used to be all like in within the hands of the theocracy, of the religious figures. They were the ones in charge of learning. They were the ones in charge of teaching monarchs and like heirs and children if they get taught. And so they're the librarians too. They're the ones that have all of the knowledge. Stabbing a king in the toilet's best plan one can make, definitely. So yeah, no. So we have the teachers and the priests. We have the assassins and spies. The statesmen. The people who are in charge of money and statesmen. The actual domain. The marshals who are in charge of leading your armies, and then the chancellors of the diplomacy who are in charge of fostering relations with all of your neighbors. Now, finally, prowess. Prowess is a secondary skill and reflects the character's aptitude in personal combat. So duels, or if you get caught fighting someone personally, and whatnot. So a high prowess skill means that they are more likely to survive and perform well both as knights, champions, people who are fighting alongside the whoever happens to be leading an army. They're not leading the army themselves, but they are in the fight itself. They're like the elites of the troops, as well as in duels. Each point of prowess gives a knight 100 damage and 10 toughness, which is what the troops are typically. It's what the troops have. You'll see. Increasing prowess will increase the character's muscle mass, so it'll actually increase how much muscle they have. Which is nice. Oh my god. So yeah, those are the typical trait stuff for your character. You can choose to be married or choose not to be, and regardless, you can choose how many sons and daughters you have. Also, you can start to your age of your character to be as low as 0, so you're just born, or as old as 120 years. Your character can be 120 years from the very start, which means you're probably going to die immediately if you don't have an extra health perks, traits that boost your health. Speaking of, we have personality and traits. With personality traits and then other non-personality traits. So personality, you have things like lustful, chaste. You have gluttonous and temperate. So people who are very horny, like most VTubers. You have chaste, which are people who are not really into having sex. It affects their fertility and their intrigue. So obviously it has something to do with, you notice how these traits do something. They change the stats of the character. Their intrigue, their skills, their fertility in this case, seduction, scheme, power. So this is interesting. Seduction, scheme, power. So this increases the ability to scheme, to want to like make out with somebody or like have sex with somebody behind the bushes or something behind the stables, or eloping with somebody, taking somebody your lover and escaping the country, right? So that is what that is, right? So we have all these different things, and also opinion is very important. Opinion modifiers. So are there lustful characters? If you're lustful and you meet someone who's also lustful, you're gonna like them. Oh, like you're kind of neat. We're both horny. And so you like them more. Meanwhile, people who are chaste, who aren't horny, you're less likely to like them. You're like, you're not as horny as me. I don't really care that the fact you aren't. So whatever. Of course, the opinion modifiers aren't that great. You're obviously not gonna hate somebody. Like VTubers don't hate each other who hate VTubers who aren't horny. Obviously, it's like whatever, right? And like realistically, in real life, it's probably more like +10 and nothing here in real life, in my opinion. But meanwhile, chaste is the opposite. So people who are chaste like chaste people and don't like people who are lustful. Again, this is a game. It's very broad. It's not perfect. It's not going to be like, oh, this is definitely to life, So, like, for instance, you can be both lazy and diligent in real life. I am both lazy and diligent. I'm a hard worker. This character, so diligent. This character does not shy away from hard work. I don't typically shy away from hard work, but I am very, very lazy at the same time. So, yeah. And I can be angry at sometimes, but I can also be very, very calm. I'm very patient as well. But I'm sure you've noticed in the past, I've actually also shown lots of impatience. So obviously you can't have both, because if you choose lustful, I can't choose chaste. Chaste cannot be added because character already has the opposite trait, lustful. So obviously it's not going to be perfect to life, but here's what it is. We have lots of different traits. I'm not going to go through all of them because I'm going to let you discover them on your own when you play yourself. But for the most part, it's about, unless you watch me play and I go through it, but there's different things like paranoid and shy and like fickle and stubborn, compassionate and trusting and callous, forgiving, zealous, cynical, which is basically like zealous is someone who's very, very, very strong, when it comes to faith and like their God, they're very, very zealous, very passionate about their faith. Cynical is the opposite, complete opposite. They're like, exist. So basically, the passionate Catholics who very, very strongly passionate about it, who might keep talking about faith and will not calm down to say it nicely. And the cynical ones are the atheists, the people who don't care, or no, that's not true. It's not true. You can be cynical and you don't have to be atheist. Like, for instance, I'm probably more cynical if anything, but I'm not an atheist. I'm agnostic. So I believe there might be something, possibly, but I don't really believe in one specific faith, even though I'm a Valkyrie and you think I would. And the gods, like, I'm doing two things. I'm gonna be off character and on character. Off character, I don't know. On character, the gods do exist, but who's to say that Odin and Thor and Freya are the only gods, I mean, I'm afraid they're probably gonna kick my ass later, and they're gonna see this, and Freya's gonna have a strong word with me, but I'm sure she'll understand. Because there's plenty of other creatures like giants and like the Jotun, and the the dwarves, like, why would there be other gods? And like in God of War, for instance, the game, obviously that game is in a universe where there's multiple gods, like the Greek gods and the Norse gods. So why wouldn't that be real? So I'm more of I don't prescribe to any particular faith, but I do believe that gods may exist. I don't know for certain. Maybe they don't. Maybe when you die, nothing happens. Or maybe when you die, there is an afterlife. I'm not certain. I'm just going to find out when I die one day. Off character. In character, I'm going to the Valhalla. No, I'm not actually going to Folkvanga. I'm going to go to Freya's field because I'm probably going to be the Valkyrie, one of the Valkyries that follow Freya. Because the Valkyries, there's two groups of Valkyries. One follows Odin, the one follows Freya. They're all, I think, Veneer, which is what Freya is. But they, with Freya's blessing, I believe, became like followers of Odin to help him get more warriors for his hall. My OBS just froze. Uh-oh. Am I still live? My computer froze. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Come on. Please don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Please tell me I'm still alive. Please tell me I'm still alive. An error occurred. Please try again. Fun. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Great. Fuck. Oh, no. Shit. I'm back? Hello? Am I still alive? Come on. Refresh, please. Duh. Fuck. Hello? Am I back? Hello? I think I'm live. Am I live? Oi. Oi, am I not live anymore? Hello? If there's anyone that can you... Hold on. Shit. Oh no. Eye Candy, are you there? Please tell me I'm alive. I'm alive again, I think. I am. Okay, good. Oh, that was scary. I almost had to reboot my computer, which means I would have lost. I'm worried I was gonna lose my what's it called? My recording. That was scary. I have no idea where it left me off. But basically, what I was saying earlier is, despite being a Valkyrie, I am agnostic. So I am a little worried because my computer froze, and that might happen more often. And it's because my computer's getting very, 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 very hot. Not good. Actually, very scary. So I'm gonna have to get right into the game real quick. What I'm gonna do is make my character, and then go into the settings. No, you know what? Before we do that, let's do it now. Let me see if I can reduce the graphic settings. Lower settings may decrease power consumption. It's fine. For a game like this, 60 FPS isn't necessary. Oh boy. That scared me. Welcome back. Shit. Excuse me? You're supposed to be 30 FPS. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, again, that scared me a lot, because I'm worried that if my computer crashes and I have to turn it off, it won't save my recording. I'm very, very scared of that, because if that happens, I will lose basically my entire stream. I might have it still on Twitch, but I don't even know if the quality that I could get from Twitch would even be any good. So, ooh. Oh boy. $4:53 is the end date. Yeah, just let me, again, I apologize for the hiccup. I guess my computer is just a little too hot right now. This might be too much for my computer. Yeah, only. Alright, we're good. Alright, let's try again. So, real quick regarding your character, you can choose to fiddle with this, and with the appearance, you actually have a lot of customization options. So you can choose your general starting ethnicity, which just changes the kind of base model. And then you can go in here to customize further, and you can change the body from the body fats, bust size, height, skin color, head and neck, so the way your character, the heads look, the ears, the facial structure, So all of this, make sure to scroll down, by the way. Forehead height, jaw height and width, temple definition, chin height and width, eyes, the color, the shape, how high and low they are, the nose, the mouth, and the hairstyle. So all of this. Now, I already have, I have a copy of, there's an option here, copy DNA and paste DNA. So if you copy the DNA, you can paste it into like a Word document or Notepad exactly as is. Do not mess with it. You know, don't like change the spaces or the paragraph like indentations. Make sure it's just copy paste and leave it alone. Save it. That way you can go back to that document, select all of it, and then copy it so you can just paste it back in. This will save your previous design. So, for instance, I have this. This is mine. Now, again, this isn't necessarily how I really look. It's just how I want it to look. I like this. Looks nice. You know, it looks very. I look pretty. You know, like this, and I am not that well endowed. So you forgive me if I want to be a little more well endowed than I normally am. But I am actually a little higher than that though. Actually fairly high. Not super high, but I'm gonna leave it at medium. It's weird. I mean, this is about the average height. I'm a little above average, I think. It's really hard to tell. I'll say about here. It's fine. Actually, it's fine. No, yeah, no, yeah, no. No. Yeah, a little bit higher. And a little bit bigger. There we go. So we'll go with that. It's fine. Alright, so I am bisexual. I prefer women, but I am bi. Crusader. And now here comes an annoying part. And before we do this, actually, before we go to the annoying part, let's go over here, over the side. Wait is fine. What am I? I think I am an astute intellectual. Or insightful thinker. Insightful thinker is adept at most matters theological, but sadly, both actual skill and dedication seem to be lacking. I am somewhere in between these two. I'm not either one of them. I think the intellectual is too much, but I don't think I am lacking skill or dedication. Well, I mean, dedication maybe, but not skill. I mean, to an extent, but a deep understanding of theology, philosophy, and all subjects of deeper learning. What do you think? Do I have a deep enough understanding of these kind of subjects for this, or am I more of an insightful thinker? I didn't graduate college, by the way. I did graduate high school, but not college. I went for like a month and was like, yeah, fuck this, and just left and went to work. It was like, oh, no. At the very least, I did avoid getting any debts. I'm completely debt free, by the way. It was one of the reasons why I didn't want to go to college, because fuck that. You do, yes, plus 40? Alright, we'll go plus 40 then. Traits. I like to think I'm brave. Challenges or danger, this character faces nothing. Now, I don't know about danger. I am very cautious. I'm not craven, but I'm cautious. But I do like challenges. Thing is, if I'm cautious, I wouldn't die in battle, so I don't know if I'm brave. I did that before, but I'm pretty sure I'm not brave enough to go into battle recklessly. I am much more cautious than that, but we'll see. I mean, you probably saw how how cautious I was when playing in God of War freaking died 20 freaking times, like 100 times within one stream. So yeah, gregarious. I do enjoy the company of others. I am a bit shy though. I don't really. I need my downtime. I'm an introvert. I'm an extroverted introvert, but I definitely need my downtime, my alone time to recover. Ambitious, not so much. I'm actually pretty content, to be honest. I'm pretty content. Arbitrary, just. I would like to think I'm pretty just. To an extent. Caution was thrown away in God of War, definitely. Cynical. Compassionate. Sadistic. I'm actually very vengeful, to be completely honest. I think I'd be very vengeful, so we'll go with this. Vengeful. That's not true. I do kind of move on. Yeah, this is the problem with this, is everyone's a little bit of both. Like, I'm both vengeful and forgiving. It's like, I'm vengeful, but I'm calm. Vengeful and calm. I'm slow to forget, but I take things in stride, leading a slow-paced life. I think that makes sense. I think that would fit. What do you think? I still have one more trait as a fit, but vengeful, but calm. So I'm more likely to take revenge on somebody, but I also take my time with things, and I might not take revenge, you know, or maybe I'll take my time doing it, you know, or I'm trying to think. I think calm and vengeful would fit me. It's a lot of things would fit me. I can be both patient and impatient. I'm not actually that arrogant. I'm pretty humble. Which is not something you'd say if you're humble. What is wrong with me? Never mind. I guess I'm not humble. Honest. Fairly honest. To an extent. I don't really go out of my way to lie, though. That's the thing. If I do, like, don't want to say something, I'll either not say it, or I will just not say, like, I'll say something else, like half truths, you know. I won't like straight up lie. Yeah, I just won't say the whole truth. I'm fairly diligent. I don't shy from hard work, and I'm not actually particularly lustful. I do like to ogle a little bit. I do like, you know, I do like hentai. I'm not gonna lie about that. I'm gonna get that out of the way. I do like porn sometimes. It's just, it's like, I'm neither of these. I'd say like in between. A little bit more lustful than I am chaste, but definitely in between. I'm not gluttonous. I actually don't eat enough, if anything. So I'd probably be very temperate. I'd probably be temperate then. Vengeful, calm, and temperate. I think I'd be those three. But I'm also I'm both lazy and diligent. Well, let's leave this for now. Typically, most characters only have 3 traits. Some of them can have 4, maybe more. I think you can have. Yeah, there's no limit. You can have a bunch of them. But for the most part, most characters only have 3. And I think if you have more than 3, eventually that trait will go away on its own. One of the traits. And that's at random too. So if I want to make sure I have these constantly, I gotta make sure I have only 3. I always find it hard picking up my own traits. I feel like I talk myself up too much when I do. Yes, it's very difficult to kind of figure out. But let's look at the traits. So these are lifestyle traits you can earn over time. I don't want to go for lifestyle trait immediately. I'd rather earn that. I am not a lunatic. I am a little crazy sometimes, but not a lunatic. I am not melancholic. I'm fine right now. I'm not possessed. Well, I always found this trait to be kind of funny. Because technically, what's happening here is whoever character you're playing as, they're always possessed. Every time you're playing as a character, that person's being possessed by the player. You are possessing them. So technically, they're always possessed. Always. But in the game, this is regarding like if you're like not all there mentally, like if you're seeing things and you claiming that you speak to God or even the devil or whoever, and like it's like it's a little more fanatical, a little more the lunatic, which is this, but you know what I mean. It's closer to this than the literal like fact that you're possessing them. Then we have all of these other traits, these like you have pneumonia, you're ill in general, maybe you have great pox or Level's pox, maybe you're a leper, maybe you have one eye, you lost an eye, or you're one-legged like Odin. Maybe you're completely disfigured to the point where you need a mask. Maybe you're infirm, so you can't sire children. You're a drunkard, gout-ridden, you have consumption, cancer, syphilis, or typhus, smallpox, you're scarred or blind, and all those. So those are like the general things you can get at any point from getting hurt or getting ill. Then we have these inheritable congenital traits. Congenital. Yeah, because genitals. These are traits that your family will inherit. And if when you're plays a character, it's whatever your character inherits these traits from you, and these are inheritable traits, and they oftentimes will almost always inherit. It's not always, but I mean they will oftentimes inherit, and some of them are better than others. Homely, this character is not very pleasing to look at. Actually, I found that neat. It actually changes these six traits. Actually, change the way your character looks. I actually very like that. So homely, ugly, so it's even worse, and hideous. So like again, it's a game. It's very limited on what is considered ugly and beautiful. I understand it's not perfect, and please, whoever's watching, don't take it too personally. It's just how the game is, and everyone's definition of ugly and beautiful is different. I personally find just as is this is beautiful. This is nice. But so there's like these traits, This next two is comely. If anything, I think that lists too much. I don't like the way this looks. I don't like the way comely looks. She looks like she's like I have too much makeup on. It's way too much. Handsome. I don't like the way those look anyways. But yeah, so it's like again, don't take it personally. It's just it's a game. They have to have traits somehow. But below those are the other traits. So we have things like being slow or stupid, so whether or not you're intelligent or dumb. And these affect these all affect like your comely and beautiful and ugly affect your fertility and your diplomacy, so how much people like you. Slow and quick affect how smart you are and dumb you are. So like for instance, imbecile. That was the character from before. I don't remember the Carling, the Merovingian. The Carlings took over. The one guy, the last Merovingian, who was, I already forgot his name. Childeric, right? Childeric the imbecile. He was the one that he was a puppet and then lost his reign after what is his face took over. There's also delicate and frail and feeble, hale, robust, Herculean. Again, these are all inheritable. You'll know it's inheritable when it says congenital. So if this is congenital, it means it has a chance to be inherited by your family. And if your character has sex with a character who has a similar traits or the same traits, it'll increase the chances, if not ensure that they 100% chance that your children will have that trait. And furthermore, it'll increase the chances of them having a better trait. So for instance, if I have Hale and I have a husband and he has Hale and we both have children, the 100% chance that they'll all have Hale and like a 50% chance some of them will have robust or maybe even Herculean. Heraclean. Heracles. Yeah. Heraclean. So again, this also applies to all the negative traits as well. So if two people have delicate, they will have a child 100% delicate, but also have a chance of getting frail or feeble. The chance is lowered for feeble than is frail, and I don't remember for certain if it's has to go through the first one. I don't know if it has to go from delicate to frail and then feeble, or if it can skip from delicate to feeble. I don't remember. But those are the three. Those are the typical ones. Your appearance, your intelligence, and the condition of your body. Those three main ones have opposites. Below those, however, are ones that are unique and separated from those ones. There's pure-blooded, which can be inherited, but isn't congenital. Fertility 10%, health small boost, inbreeding chance minus 50%. This character is a pure bloodline, which means the family is very close-knit. Like the parents were either cousins, or even half siblings, or even full-on siblings, or even like a father-daughter, or a son-mother, or like a aunt or uncle. So, yeah, inbreeding is a thing in this game. There's fecund. I think it's fecund. Fecund. This character is fertile and fertile. So they have a huge fertility increase. You notice this, right? So 50% versus 10% versus 30%. So beautiful, the maximum of the appearance traits. 30% maximum. Then there's pure-blooded, which is 10% chance. And then fecund is 50% chance. So you're very fruitful and fertile. This can also be inherited. Congenital. Certain traits are congenital and can be inherited by offspring through proper inbreeding. It is even possible to reinforce some traits. That's what I was talking before, reinforcing. For example, if both parents are quick, there's a chance that their children will get the even better intelligent traits. Base skills are not congenital. So these are not congenital. These are just base traits. So fecund, which is basically the equivalent of the appearance, but a separate trait. It's unique and separate on its own. And thus you can inherit both fecund and fecund. How the hell do I pronounce that? Fecund. Pronounce. Fecund. Oh. Fecund? Fecund. So fuck. Fecund. Open it, it's fine. I think fecund sounds better. It's a little softer. And give me 1 second. I'm looking on YouTube real quick to see if fecund. Fecund. So yeah, you pronounce the C as a hard C. Fecund. Fecund. So fecund, and then the strong. Strong is the equivalent of the Herculean, robust, hale, feeble, frail, delicate. Again, this is the state of your body, healthy body. And the shrewd is the intelligence. So we have three groups of modifiers, of traits that affect your appearance, your intelligence, and the state of your physical body, the strength you have. Then we have three more traits that are separate from those groups that basically do the same thing, but are unique from them, and you can inherit both. So you can, for instance, you can become both intelligent and shrewd, but you can't become intelligent and genius. You can only do one of these. So, for instance, if you wanted the maximum fertility, you want fecund, pure-blooded, and beautiful. You will have 90% increased fertility rates, which means you're going to be popping out babies like crazy. There's a limit of how many children you can have, of course, at a time, I think. I think it's 5 or 7, but point is that this is the traits. Now, below these are other traits. These are also typically, usually inheritable, congenital. And the club-footed, you're hunchbacked, maybe you have a lisp, you're stuttering, you're a dwarf, or inbred. Maybe you're weak, physically weak, which is separate from frail. Completely separate. You're dull, also separate from the intelligence ones. Spindly, scaly, so you have scales in your body. So for instance, See my body? It changed. Scales in my body. Maybe you're albino. Maybe your hair is white and your eyes are red. Maybe you're sterile. So sterile would be the opposite of fecund. Okay, so they do have opposites. So these ones have opposites. It's just the positive ones and then show the negative ones afterwards. So you have all of these different traits. A dwarf, tiny, Inbred doesn't do anything. Weak doesn't do anything. Dull doesn't do anything. Spindly. Spindly. See what the spindly does? So again, it changes all these traits. Change the way your body is in some manner. Some of them are inside. You can't see them. Other times, it will physically show on your body. For instance, there's times it doesn't. Like strong. You're strong, but it doesn't change anything. It gives you prowess +4. Medium boost. Oh, also, strong cannot be inherited. Nothing is shrewd. Only fecund can. Fecund. But most other similar traits can be inherited. Weak can't. Dull can't. Spindly can't. Scaly can. Albino, wheezing, bleeder, sterile can. So again, some of them can, some of them can't. Definitely read the traits when you're adding them to your character if you want to have them in your family for longer. But let's see. Pilgrim. Is this something you can get in game? So it's a waste to even do this. It's a waste to do Pilgrim, in my opinion, because not unless it's part of your character's background. But if it's not, don't bother with Pilgrim. You can just go on a pilgrimage and then get Pilgrim that way. You could do it like in the very beginning of the game if you wanted to. Syed. This is inherited. This is specific to typically Arabian faiths. I don't remember what it is. Like the. Oh my god, I don't remember. Well, I realized I have to stretch my neck. Yeah, so a lot of these traits can be earned. Other ones are inherited. This one, you won't get this unless you have children with somebody who has these traits. So if I wanted this, I'd have to put it in. But again, it wouldn't do anything. Syed, I think it's basically the child of the prophet. It's typically usually I can't remember the name. It's not Israelites. Arabian. It's the Eastern religions, the mid Eastern religions. As you can see from the design. So, but there's also these things you were born with that aren't inherited, but you just get because of circumstances. For instance, a bastard is someone who is born out of wedlock. So if they were, for instance, if the mother had a child but wasn't married, then the child would be a bastard. Legitimate bastard is someone who's a bastard, but has the right to inherit. Meanwhile, if you're a regular bastard, you cannot inherit titles. You basically have your own. You will if you're given a title, you will make your own kind of branch family. Not immediately, but you have the opportunity of doing such if you so wanted to. Deviant, which is like people who like certain kinks. Typically, it's the more in like the idea is that it's a little bestiality, or gods forbid, pedophilia. But the general idea, I think it's not. It may not be pedophilia. I don't think, because deviance isn't in this. It's stress loss and opinion of deviant characters. It has an eclectic and unconventional taste. It doesn't say they have a bad taste. It may not be pedophilia. Maybe it's not in this. I mean, pretty sure it's not in this game. But the idea is that you have an odd taste. But so I think deviance is only like, I already forgot. What was it? One of the animals? I just said it. Wow. Oh my god. When you have sex with animals, I guess, as well as corpses. Necrophilia and not pedophilia. What was the zoophilia? Yeah, zoophilia and pedophilia, bestiality, right? That's the word I said, bestiality. But yeah, so deviants are for those who are zoophilia, necrophilia, or the more eclectic stuff, or maybe they like, I mean, this is probably a little extreme, but maybe even those who like pouring syrup on their bodies and having their significant other lick it up. I think that's a little too much. I don't think people who have like a food fetish who do that would be considered deviants. It's deviance is usually the more extreme stuff, you know, like I said, necrophilia or zoophilia. Like you said, thank you by the way. But yeah, so again, I don't think it's pedophilia. It could be, but the implications aren't nice. And thankfully that isn't in the game here, even though it did definitely happen in the past. It always happens, unfortunately. Especially within the freaking Catholic Church, apparently. But whatever. There's cannibals. People who eat human flesh, you can gain this. You can actually get this trait under certain circumstances, but I can also give it to myself. You can be born in the purple is unique in that is someone who is born to prominent parents, a rich life. So I believe you have to be born. I think born in the purple is when you're born into the family of the Byzantine Empire. So if your father is the current emperor, you'll be born in the purple. I think there might be a way of getting it as well later from someone like in like a different country. Like if I form the Empire of Scandinavia, I think I might be able to have my children become born in the purple as well. I don't know for certain. I have to check that. Then there's raiders. So raiders, adventurers, and peasant leaders. You can earn these. Peasant leader, the player can't earn them, but you'll find characters who will have this trait. And they are people who went on rebellions. They're the leader of the rebellion. And they will keep it regardless of whether or not they lost. If they win, they'll keep it. If they lost, they'll keep it. But it'll affect, you know, how people think of them. So then below those is the commander traits. These are earned when you have the military upbringing, because most military people, children who are brought up as military leaders with these ones, they will usually gain a military traits, commander traits from the very beginning, right when they grow up to 16. But you can also earn some as time goes on. So if you participate in certain battles, for instance, if you fight in the winter a lot, you will eventually become winter soldier. If you fight in plains a lot, you might have the one that gives you the plains advantage. If you fight in terrain a lot, like for instance, in like if you do lots of forders, lots of crossing into like over water, you might eventually get the forder traits. And all of these can be earned. Not all of them all at once in one character. I think it takes too long, but typically you can gain some. I'm probably reckless if anything. You know, for the sake of this, I'm going to go for Reaver. Because I long for loot almost as much as victory. If there's anything of value to be had, they will find it. And I'm definitely a Reaver. I definitely do that. I go for the treasure a lot. So I'm doing that. And then, yeah, Winter Soldier. Herbalist. Hashishia. Rakish. Again, some of these you can be earned. Some of them gets from stress and whatnot. Comfort Eater, for instance. Athletic Shield Maiden. Martial prowess, opinion human characters, and poets. So these two are new. These two were introduced in the Northern Lords expansion. Poets, being a poet is virtuous to Asaturians, and shield maidens are women who were given the right to become a shield maiden by typically by their parents. It has to be of close kin. Absolute loot hunter, definitely. So I'm a Reaver, definitely. I have enough points. By the way, there's points at the top of the screen. If you want to earn achievements, you have to make sure this says achievement available. And if you have too many points, for instance, achievements are no longer available because the amount of points I'm spending is 413 and my limit is 400. So you can see here, age, diplomacy, martial stewardship, intrigue, all of these things are what you're spending them on. Now, I've gone over most of this. I do want to get I feel like I want to get into the commander trait, but I'm fine with this for now. Oh yeah, giant. I'm big. I got big. What do I want? I don't think I'm weak. I think I'm kind of strong. I'm not the strongest person, but I'm definitely kind of strong. But I'm more shrewd, if anything. I don't know about fecund. I never had sex before. I've never had children, so I don't know how fertile I am. And I've never gone to the doctor for that. I don't know how. I don't know how. I don't even know how that works. It's never bothered to. So I have no idea if I actually am fecund. I don't actually have to go, obviously, 1-to-1 to what I am. I can just choose fecund if I wanted to. But what do you think? I'm going to choose one of these. Fecund for extra fertility and life expectancy. Strong for more prowess, so more fighting ability. As was a health boost. Or shrewd, so you have a little more intelligence. What do you think? Either based on what you think of me or what you think I actually am, or just because of personal preference. Because, I mean, any of these are fine. Congenital, this one will be inherited though. These two will not. And I'm fine with any of them. My voice is giving out really bad. I'm gonna get some water. Just let me know. I'm gonna get some water. Ooh. Fecund, like more of you around. Alright, fecund it is. We do have a little bit more room. Keep hydrated. I'm trying. I'm trying. I just have to speak slower. So we have a little bit more room to work with regarding traits. The question is, do I even want to bother with more? I don't have to. But I don't want to. Actually, I can, Let's do quick. Let's do quick. I'm fairly quick. I'm not the most intelligent person, but I'm definitely... Yeah, there we go. Awesome. So we're going to do quick and fecund. So this way we have Reaver. I like loot. Fecund, I'm very fertile. Quick, I'm kind of intelligent. Not the most intelligent person, but I catch on quick. We have Vengeful. I'm actually very vengeful. We have Calm, because I'm fairly calm. And we have Temperate, because I'm not gluttonous. I do have a big appetite sometimes, but I don't gorge myself. Unless if anything, again, I don't eat enough, if anything, so it's a little too much. And of course, I am an astute intellectual. And for the sake of this game, because I want to play as long as possible, my character, I am going to be playing starting at the age of 16. I will eventually become old enough to look like this. For the most part, you see my appearance changes. God damn it. So yeah, I'm a 16-year-old, just recently grown up chiefess. Oh, I can afford 2 points in my base stats. So what do you think? Do you want me to put everything into prowess, or do you want me to put 1 point into something else? Looks like I can put it in 1 in each. Yeah. So diplomacy, actually, I feel like diplomacy. We should give it to the diplomacy, because I'm actually not that bad at diplomacy, if I think. Nah. Manipulate other characters. Charm, negotiate, and persuade. Leading armies in battle. Taxation. Money. I feel like I'm pretty good with money. Learning. I could just do more learning, I guess. Or actual battle. Actually fighting. Maybe capability of fighting. I feel like I'm pretty average. So I'll do 9. 9 sounds nice. I'll just do that one. It's fine. Okay, so here comes the annoying part. Getting a coat of arms for my family. I wanted that one, damn it. Yeah, so unfortunately, they don't have an option of just clicking it and choosing a picture, which is kind of dumb. They let you do that in Crusader Kings 2. I don't know why they don't do it here. There might be some coding issues, but like, why shouldn't that be an option? I should be able to choose from a list of designs and colors. It's actually quite frustrating. I actually spent like half an hour on my previous playthrough the other night when I was trying to get this. So I'm going to try to do this quickly. I don't want to spend too much time. I don't remember what the symbol means. Definitely want some blue, though. Blue and gold. I'll take it. And this one. This one doesn't really matter because this is the title of the coat of arms of the individual land I own. You don't need prowess unless you're gonna battle. Oh, believe me, I'm probably gonna be battling a lot because I'm gonna be leading my armies. I'm gonna be a reaver. In order to actually benefit from the reaver trait, I have to actually command the army. So if I'm not commanding the army, then I won't be able to benefit it. If I am commanding it, there's a higher chance I'm going to be in the middle of a fight. Hence the prowess. By the way, welcome in. Hello, Minchop3. Also, what is my... Okay, good. Making sure that my title was still fine. So yeah, we got a 16-year-old chiefess who has the learning education. She is vengeful, calm, temperate. She is a reaver who desires loot. Very fecund. She's very, very fertile, and a bit actually catches on pretty quick. She's very intelligent. She is an average fighter with average learning and intrigue, poor studentship and poor martial diplomacy, but she's not the worst. She comes from her own dynasty, Crusader dynasty. Her first name is Svella, and she's North Germanic of a culture, and Asa true of faith. She is obviously a woman, and she's bisexual. Martial is for commanding. If you're a commander, you don't fight. That for the most part that is true, but there have been times you do get caught out in battle. If you get caught out in battle, you are going to have a duel with somebody, and you want to make sure you have some prowess to actually defend yourself from it. Furthermore, if I'm vengeful and someone pisses me off and I become a rival, I'm going to want to duel them, and if I lose the duel, I may die. So prowess is still useful. I do understand what you're saying, though. Prowess isn't necessary if you're a commander most of the time, but it doesn't hurt to have it, and I mean, it's either 2 points in prowess or 1 point in everything else, and I'm fine with everything else. It was just like whatever, because I was at 7 before. But I feel like I am about, I'm also thinking just me personally, like in real life, I'm about average when it comes to, I'm not good at fighting, but I've got average strength, so I can be, if I was taught properly, maybe I'd be able to fight. Oh well, okay. Prowess is second to affect the character's aptitude in personal combat. I feel like average would be nice. Also, I do have average muscle mass, so. But again, I know what you're getting at, and hopefully my voice is okay. I see it peaking all the time. I'm a little worried about that. So I have to fix that later, but yeah, my voice hurts. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna finalize this, and all right. So, unfortunately, I have to take a break. I have to use the restroom really bad. I'm getting hungry. So you just got here in Minchop. I'm so sorry. I've actually been streaming for 3.5 hours. My computer froze on me and it killed my stream. So I haven't taken a break yet, and my throat hurts really bad. So I'm gonna get some solid food because I'm hungry again. My shake I have almost finished. I'll be sipping on it real quick. But yeah, I need to take a break. So let me go ahead and just start this real quick. Svala. Oh, right. Crusader. Bakery. Svala Crusader. No, it's just Svala Bakery. There we go. Yeah, so give me a couple minutes. Like, hopefully less than 10. Be right back. I need to give my throat a rest. And again, very sorry. I'll be back shortly. Alright, I've returned. Sorry for the wait. Also, very sorry to, Minchop for talking so fast. I have a very bad habit of talking very, very, very fast. And, when I get passionate, it's even worse. And I love Crusader Kings. I don't play it very often because I get bored of it pretty quickly, but I still love it to death. And, I just love, like, going on adventures and, like, trying to figure out what happened, and, like, I like history. I actually like history. So, we had fun earlier for about 2.5 hours trying to figure out the history of the Carlingians, which are, which are over, come on, over here. The Carlingians. So, for instance, houses. These guys. Hello, Lorezi. Welcome in. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask. So, Minchop and Ilorezi, how are you both doing? I already asked iCandy, and I've asked somebody else. Who was it? Oh, V. So, and I think V, I wonder if V probably passed out. V is having a hard time apparently with sleeping, or they didn't get much sleep at all. So, I like that. Okay, so, yeah, so anyways, we are in the meat of the game. This is the gameplay. So, it's a strategy game. It is a simulation game, and there's lots of things you have to kind of focus on. So, you are the ruler of your land. In this case, it is Prandheim. This is this county. I have a couple things I can do. I have this Hold Grand Blot, which I can do. I'm just a bit hungry. How are you and dog doing? My throat hurts from talking so much for the past 3 hours, 4 hours. I spoke a lot. First 2 hours of stream, I was like, just like a freaking like machine gun, just speaking. And we had a bit of fun diving into history a little bit. But yeah, so I was talking with that, and dog is fine. He's laying on the bed in the living room, just hanging out. Breathe, yeah, I definitely need a breathe one. Need a breathe redemption, breathing, water, and something else. I'm probably gonna get like a breathe emote, like me like being out of breath or something. I don't know, or just take a deep. We'll see, but yeah. So have some options here. Doggo's good. I'm good. Just tired. Oh, I only had 3 hours of sleep. So yeah, decision. You have a couple different pop-ups up here. Typically, they are the more important decisions, the more important stuff you need to take care of. No player heir, so I don't have any children. I don't have anyone to take over. So with this game, if you die, you don't have a player heir, it'll be game over. You're playing as your dynasty. You're playing as this character, who's currently Svella, and I'll be continuing to play as my children, or whoever is going to inherit the throne. It's kind of like me as a spirit. It's like I'm possessing this character, and I'm hopping from body to body, sort of. But yeah, so when my character dies, I will become the next character, if there's a character. If there is not, it is game over. And they have to be of my dynasty, of my blood. Thing is, like you with this face. Oh, you mean this face? Like you with this face. Oh, you mean like with the emote? Yeah, the emote would just be like, just like breathing. But so even though, let's say if I have a husband, right? I marry a husband, and the children are of his house, his dynasty. Technically, even though they are of my blood and they're my children, it's still gonna be game over because I'm not just playing as this character of this blood, of this person's character's blood. I am playing as the Crusader house. There we go. That's the house motto, basically, with glory and Freya's wisdom. Crusader is a fancy last name indeed. Yeah, thank you. It's actually supposed to be Crusader. It's supposed to have an accent, which actually kind of does in this, but the real way to actually spell Crusader is, if I remember correctly, I thought it was, no. How do I? No. How do I spell Crusader again? So there's an accent on the I. So regular I. So like for instance, you can't see it very well. There's a regular I. Here's an accented I. It's about a bit of a line instead of a dot. So the proper way to spell this is PR accented I. I don't remember the name of the accents. And there's an accent above the S, I thought. Maybe, or is it the E? But the point is, it has an accent and it's pretty Crusader, but I spell it without the accent because, one, I'm American and we don't usually use accents here, which is not a problem. Not a bad thing to use accents. I actually like them. They're very pretty. But two, even though it is based off of the word, the name Crusader, which means basically like monster, sort of, or like beast, or like otherworldly creature or something. I have to look it up again. Crusader is just like I guess my modernization of it. It's Slovakian, by the way. It doesn't have to be modernized because it's the actual word in Slovakian, in the Slovakian language. So I'm pretty Crusader. If you look it up, Crusader, like if you do like Slovak translation and you type in Crusader, it should give you the proper spelling. Even Google Translate should be fine. But Crusader is Crusader is how you pronounce it in Slovak, and that's where my name is mostly based off of. So Svela is supposed to be kind of derivative of Svetla, but at the same time, Svela does mean something. Svela means glory. So Svetla means light. Svela, if you type in the translation, Google Translate, it roughly translates to glory. And so as a result, I'm adopting that. So my name, Svela, means glory. Crusader means beasts, right? So glory of beasts, I guess. The beast family, the monster family. And it's hard to describe. And I actually have a middle name that I'm keeping a secret for now because I want it to be a mystery. But it does start with a Z. So if you're ever curious and you want to try to figure out, know that my name, my entire naming is Slovakian, basically. Slovakian in nature. So my middle name starts with a Z and is Slovakian. And I want it to be a bit of a mystery. So if you're ever curious about that, feel free to go digging and maybe you'll figure it out. Right. So this is the page for my house. And here you can change the name of the house as well as your motto. You can only do this if you are the head of the dynasty, though. And I am the head of the dynasty because I am the only one of my dynasty. But there is house head and dynasty head. So the head of the dynasty is the house of all the entire dynasty and all of its houses. Because the house dynasty, the house head, is separate because you can have multiple houses for one dynasty. So for instance, I believe, not now, but later, the Carlings will eventually split off. They'll have like a separate dynasty, or a separate house. And I believe they're the ones who become the next rulers of France for the longest time. Like the Carlings, I don't remember their name, but point is, this is where you want to look when you're trying to figure out your dynasty. You have the perks here that can be unlocked with renown. So in this game, there are these resources. There is income, total amount of gold. There is prestige, how well known you are and how much glory there is to your name, your individual personal name. There is piety, so how pious you are, how faithful you are to your faith. And then there is renown. Renown is the same as prestige in your own prestige is your own personal, Alexander the Great. He had a lot of prestige. The the Emperor of Rome, when it was still founded, the emperors, they had a lot of prestige, you know? You can earn prestige over time, as well as depending on your exploits, where you can accomplish what you do, and all of that. Renown is the same thing, but for your family, the glory, the honor of your family, the power, the prestige of your family. So certain things will make the Crusader dynasty more well known. And certain things will also make me, specifically Svella, of the Crusader dynasty more well known. So as Svella, I have 40-50 prestige, but my dynasty still only has 0. So we're still trying to build up. What's the first letter of the secret name again? It's Z. So Z. Z. That one. So yeah, so these resources are your most important things to keep an eye on. Monthly income probably the most, because if you go into debt, if you have negative income, your troops will be weakened. They will have less morale and they won't be able to perform as well. If your prestige is low, I don't think there's actually any penalty for having low prestige. Don't quote me on that, but see. Yeah, there's no... So prestige can be spent on every time a character gains prestige, they also progress towards the next level of fame. Their fame and social standing. Whereas renown, it's like prestige, but it's like prestige, but shared by the entire dynasty. A dynasty gains renown for the following: the number of currently living members, the number of rulers among the members, and the number of spouses to other rulers. So for every member I have, the passive renown goes up. For every one of those who are rulers, that passive of the individual increases a lot more. And for every number of spouses of those members who are rulers, or they don't have to be rulers, the number of my members who have spouses who are rulers, regardless of whether or not that member themselves is a ruler, also increases the passive amount. Note that a ruler will not generate renown should they have any liege of the same dynasty. Only independent rulers or people who are independent of my dynasty will earn prestige. If I have, for instance, my children will not generate renown. They have to be outside of my court. So if I have a daughter, she has to be married to this guy over here and have been over there. She has to be over there right now and living there. And so she will generate renown for me and I will generate renown for myself. They have so many last names with Z. Again, it's not a last name, it's a middle name. And more importantly, it's not specifically meant to have been a middle last name. It's just a word. It's a word or a name. Not even a name, like a word. It's a word that starts with Z. Again, because Crusader isn't a known last name in Slovak. Neither is Svela being a first name. I made these up. I just decided, okay, Svela is my first name, Crusader is my last name. I chose those words because I wanted to. So, the Z name is a word, and it's quite the mystery, to be completely honest. It's very quite the mystery. Alright, so I've talked about a lot. Piety is the same as prestige, except it's faith. It's basically faith prestige. And it's the virtue of a character. So acting according to the doctrines of your faith, it increases your piety. And it can be spent on various religious matters depending on government form, doctrines, etc. Now, your level of fame, established to distinguish and all of that, is important, and they can help determine what you can and can't do. For instance, I can go to war with the chieftain of Mayor for his county and his duchy, if I so wished, if I had enough resources. But I cannot subjugate him because I can't subjugate him because I don't have enough. But okay, I can't subjugate him because my level of fame is less than distinguished, the second level. My current one is established, level 1. The levels are disgraced being the lowest, the negative one. Established being 1. The disgrace would be 0. Established is 1. Most people are established. Distinguished, illustrious, exalted among men, and the living legend. I cannot subjugate him because I am not level 2. I can, however, conquer his county, but I cannot conquer the entire duchy because I am not illustrious. And I cannot counter a kingdom because I am not exalted among men. So these are all the things I can do, but if I have the requirements met. The mystery is not my friend. I don't like it. I don't like it? Well, you'll find it out eventually. It's actually quite on the nose, to be completely honest. Assuming it works. It should work. Here, hold on. Google Translate. My voice hurts so much. I look forward to your findings, Elo. Try drinking water and speaking less. Please don't want you to get your mutes. It'd be very bad if I did. The problem is I speak too fast. And, I just don't sit right. My neck isn't positioned right either, to be honest. So, yeah, anyways, yeah, so you're looking for the words that start with Z. I would suggest looking instead for something else. Like, what translate to my word, you know? Again, my name is quite the mystery. And my name starts with Z, my middle name. And it has accents in it, actually. I spell it without the accents for simplicity's sake, but my last name does normally would have accents if it was the proper word. Again, it's a word. I feel like you should be able to get it eventually. So yeah, anyways, I have, all these things, affect the gameplay. And there's different things you can do. There's this realm, which is where your domain holdings are. As well as like your vassals, your succession, like who's going to succeed you and why and where. There's different types of the succession. Confederate partition, high partition, primogeniture, ultimogeniture, ultimogeniture, and house seniority. So there's different kind of successions you can have. And there's also the authority of your crown. So the more authority you have, the more power you have, but the less your vassals are happy about it because they like to have freedom. Yeah. If you want me to spoil it, I can. Let me know. I'm not that big of on keeping it secret. I'm trying to be coy as all. So let me know if you want me to spoil it for you. But again, my name is quite the mystery, and it starts with a Z. And I would suggest trying to start with. You can keep going, like looking for Z words if you want, and just remember you have to look and get an idea of, like read the definitions of the Z words. Again, it's a word. It's not a name specifically. It may have been used as a name, but it's a word. All right, military. So here we have the military. We have the levies, which is made up of, like peasant militias, ruffians, local stellar swords, and all of that, We have the champions, which are basically your court, the people who are in your court who have some prowess. Even if you have 0 prowess, you can still be a champion, but the better your prowess, the better your survival, and the better you'll do in battle, like you're towards, the whole fight, because again, it says here, for every point of prowess, you get 100 damage and 10 toughness. So this guy right here, he has 1,400 damage and 100 toughness. A levy only has 10 damage and 10 toughness. Meanwhile, we have all these special troops. They're the retinues, basically. They're the knights that you train specifically to guard you. Like they're specialized. These people are like stout swords. Like, okay, gather up some men in the local tavern or town and bring them out. That's what these people are. The men at arms are the specifically trained ones by the crown. They are the royal knights. They are the royal military, the specific military. Is it Zweihander, Zweihander, it is not. And actually, I don't even know if Zweihander is even Slovakian. Because again, it's Slovak. Slovak is the language. So if you're in Google Translates, look for Slovak, and then it should, that should be the one you're looking for. But, sorry. It depends on where you're looking. I don't know how you're looking, but anyway, so in the beginning, we have a number of troops we can train. Each of them are unique, and they have specific aspects. So, for instance, the Varangian veterans, they have 47 damage, 30 toughness, and 10 pursuits. So this one has pursuits, and not just toughness and damage. It's pursuits. There's the Bondi, who also have the same thing, but they have less. 47, 30, 10. They have more pursuit, though. Pikemen, they have all this as well. And then where is the screen? Here we go. Screen. So the Vigmen have damage, toughness, and screen, but no pursuits. So they all have unique sort of aspects that are important. I'm all out of guesses for now? Yeah. I'm talking too fast again. Yes, again, I talk too fast, and I talk in one breath, and it's not good. I gotta relax my throat. Too passionate. Too excited. So yeah, we have a number of troops we can train, and it'll tell you what they are. Type: heavy infantry, spearmen, bowmen, archers, light cavalry, and skirmishers. Skirmishers are typically the one you'll see the most of. They're the ones you kind of want to be the front of the battle. They're it's not nice to say, but they're kind of the disposable troops, sort of. I mean, they're the layman. They're like the basic warrior, the basic knights. Whereas we have the Huskarls and the Varangian veterans. They're like the trained heavy soldiers. So the skirmishers have like medium, like light, like chainmail, maybe some plate mail, where the Varangian veterans would have, I mean, maybe not here because they're different. Like if we were a Western, like feudal governments, they would have armor. But it's likely that most of the people have chainmail. All of these probably have chainmail and maybe some like tough armor, like tough leather. That's about it, because we're tribal. We are a tribe, so we don't really have access to like full plate armor. We don't wear plate armor. We just wear chainmail and hard leather, and we use shields and helmets. Like armored footmen, these ones, they have like the armored helmets, but they still have the chainmail. So these are the basic ones that everyone has. But these ones, the Huskarls and the Varangian veterans, are unique to us Norsemen. So we want to go with those ones, particularly because of the fact that they're useful in the winter. And winter is actually a large player in this game now. It used to not be. It used to just be whatever. But now the weather will affect your ability to fight. And so having that capability, like if you don't have if you don't have these bonuses, you actually have penalties, I think. I could be wrong though. So you definitely want to have something. So I want to do, if anything, I want to do the Vigmen. I want one Vigmen, and I want veterans or Huskarls. Spearmen cavalry, spearmen archers, Huskarls. And I want more, but I don't have enough prestige for it. So player heir, married. I need to marry. Let's go find a husband, shall we? Now I want a husband around my age, preferably with some good traits, and also with a good alliance if possible. Now you can marry for alliances, or you can marry for traits. It's up to you. I also want him to look kind of good, because I'm a little. I mean, it's not always about their appearance, but it would be nice if my children look nice. And if they have a personality that's similar to mine, have certain similar personality traits, that'd be ideal as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and look for that real quick. I am calm, vengeful, and temperate. So someone who has at least, as long as they're not forgiving, as long as they're not wrathful or gluttonous. I should be fine. So, it's fine. It's fine. That's fine. I kind of want to see if this... Oh, lustful, though. If they're lustful, it'll increase the amount of, how fast we can get children, because we're going to be having a lot of fun, basically not every single night, but very often. So, Sunni, 18 years old. He's lustful. He's impatient. That's a problem, because I'm pretty patient. We don't like each other just from the very get-go. But he's ambitious. And so that means we only have one issue. It's just that I am vengeful, and I am calm, and he's impatient. That's the only problem. Not bad. I might go with him anyways. It's only a -3. It'd be like a minus, what's the negative? -10, right? -10. So basically, he will hate me for being calm, but he will like me for being vengeful. But he'll also dislike me because it's -10 for personal diplomacy, and again, it's male-dominated society. Get that breeding going? Yeah. Oh, my throat. Typically it is best to kind of have them, have the characters marry around the same age, because for women, the age of fertility ends around 45, and I think for men it's like 60-something, 50-something. So you want to have as much time as possible to marry, and if you have a 16-year-old guy who's marrying a 40-year-old woman, it's very unlikely they're going to even have any children whatsoever. They might have a child, maybe one, but it's very, very unlikely. So you want to marry young. I kind of want to marry now. I don't want to wait for him to grow up, so I'm going to ignore them for now. So we have Erica, who is patient. Wait, no, I was wrong, wasn't I? Where was that? Oh, I thought it was patient. Oh, no. Oh, never mind. We're fine. We're not going to hate each other. Okay, so I might go with Sunni then. For his lustful traits. And then Greta, patient, fickle, and compassionate. He's a good negotiator. Prowess of 11. Make a good champion. Let's see. If I want a champion, a husband, and an alliance, I'd probably want to go with Gret here. Because he's not a bad commander, but he's better as a knight than a commander. And I'll get him an alliance from it. But who is the alliance for? That might be a problem, because I'm going to want to expand that way eventually. So I don't want to do that. Kolbjorn. Lustful, greedy, and compassionate. Arbitrary. Humble. Ooh, he is... Oh, it's not inheritable. But he is strong. He's strong, so he's pretty good with prowess. He's arbitrary, fickle, but very humble. He's actually pretty good as a great eminence. Oh, by the way, any spouse you have, their stats will loosely boost yours. So, for instance, in the council, I forgot to mention this earlier, the council, this is the people who run the country with you. You have your spymaster, your marshal. I talked about this earlier. Spymaster, marshal, chancellor, steward, and Godi. The Godi is the equivalent of a priest. In the Asatru, how do you pronounce that? Asatru faith. Now, here is the spouse. You have no available spouse. In order to serve on a ruler's council, a spouse must be available to carry out the responsibilities of that role. Various circumstances can prevent a spouse from fulfilling these responsibilities. Several of the most common ones include being the ruler of their own realm, residing in another ruler's court for whatever reason, being imprisoned either at home or abroad, or having the incapable traits. And if an unavailable spouse becomes available again, they will automatically resume their duties on the council. Spouses who are rulers in their own right can still serve on the council if they are your direct vassals, but otherwise will never be considered available. A spouse. It doesn't say it here, but I'll show it in a minute. But yeah, so I might go with... He's strong. He's got some good martial. Thing is, with so the champions, every single person who's applicable can become a champion. That's what this word is. It's allow, 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 allow. If I can forbid someone from becoming champion, which means they'll never be in a fight, never get hurt, or I can force them to be in one, even if they normally would be down here. Like, for instance, normally it'd just be, I have a limit of 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Most of the time, it's going to be those 5 people who are going to be... What's your take on tadpoles? No tadpoles. I don't have an opinion on them. But yeah, so unfortunately, yeah, sorry for not giving you a good enough answer. I don't know, not really thinking about it. So I can force this guy, Vagan, to be a champion, which means he'll probably overtake this one. Bercy, even though he's allowed to, will not be a champion because I have a limit of 5 champions at a time. So Vagan will be forced to take the reign to become a champion. Yeah, so... But for the most part, people typically, it's like top to bottom. Whoever has the most prowess goes first, and then it's usually the first 5. Or first 8. It depends on how many I have. What was I gonna say? Right, I'm looking for a husband. He's strong. He is strong. He'd be good as a champion. I don't really want him to be a champion because I don't want him getting hurt. But if he does get hurt and he dies, I can just take another husband. Should be fine. I don't really care for his personality though. He's arbitrary, fickle, and humble. And I'm very... That's fine. But Kolbjorn, he's lustful. Sunni, he's lustful and he's all impatient. He's ambitious. This one's patient. He is fickle, but he's also very compassionate. That's okay, you can't know everything. That's true. So not only would it be a very patient person, and he'd be also very compassionate. It would be very nice to, he'll be taking care of the children. He won't be like super impatient. He is a bit fickle, so he can't change his mind. He's a bit like on the fence all the time. And I'll get an alliance from it. So, and he's good as a negotiator. His prowess isn't bad either. I might go with him. Again, I want him to be around my age. I don't mind them being 20, I guess, maybe. Also, Sagan is going to be a problem, but I can just take it later. It's fine. It wouldn't hurt to have an alliance, actually. Having an alliance nearby actually wouldn't hurt. Let's see. Vengeful. We're both vengeful. Fickle and diligent. Hoarder. I definitely wanted the lustful though. I don't like that he's impatient though. And ambitious means he may have problems with me being his liege, because I will become his new liege. So, Grettir. I think I would go with Grettir. We'll still have plenty of children, I'm sure. Bard, humble, which is fine. Fickle, it's all fine. It's the arbitrary that's the problem. What is his stats? He's not bad at her. He's easy on the eyes, and he doesn't have very bad stats, except for martial. And yet he's still good with prowess. That's okay. Oh, because he's strong. Wait, I forgot. He's actually very strong. Ooh, he's strong. So let's see. Eriker. Bjard. He'll be able to princess carry me. Greater or Eriker? No, I mean, where's he? Bard. Baird. Baird or Greater? Both of them will give me alliance. Ooh, I think I want to go Baird then, because the fact that the alliance is up here. So with Greater, Sagan, Sagan will be the one I'm alliance to, but I want to expand south. My goal is to go down here. I want to go down here. Up here is fine, but I don't really care for it. I want to go south. So they'll get in my way. Meanwhile, if I get the alliance with the chieftain Bjorgolf and marry his son Baird, I will have someone who, unfortunately, is arbitrary, which is not the worst, who's fickle, but also very humble. He will actually like me because I'll be his liege. And he's also, so he's very strong. So he's got some good prowess. And he's probably also very strong in bed. Hope one day you'll be able to make a TED Talk about tadpoles. I don't know about that. Maybe. You know what? Maybe you can do the TED Talk. I never really got TED Talks. What are TED Talks? I have a general idea of what they are, but for some reason, I never bothered to really go and, like, listen to them much at all, or seek them out. I always heard of them secondhand. It's like, yeah, okay. But, like, explain to me, like, what you think a TED Talk is. Because TED Talk. TED Talk. Now, my name is not Ted. Well, neither is mine. Spake lecture? Okay, if that's the case, then I can understand it. As long as those tadpoles grow into tadpoles hanging out down the locale. I mean, like, as long as they don't get in the way. I mean, too many frogs would be a problem, though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Baird because the alliance is favorable. He's strong. Very strong. He's a good negotiator, so that's gonna be very good because it'll help boost my diplomacy, my personal diplomacy, which I'll show you in a minute. And he's humble, so he'll like me. He won't hate me because he's ambitious. So yeah, Baird. And there's a chance. Oh, we have a high chance of children. Very nice. And inheritable traits, fecund and quick. There's a chance they'll get it. There's no guarantee, but is a chance our children will have those. Yeah, I like it. Ladpoles. Oh, ladpoles. I misread that. Okay, so tadpoles into ladpoles. Okay, now I get it. Too many frogs is never a problem, though. It just once it attracts the French. Alright, so we're going to go with Baird. I'm going to request a marriage. And then our goal, our first immediate goal, is to get the Duchy of Plain Dolog. Yeah. Plain Dolog. Dolog. Plain Dolog. Plain Dolog. I think I'm pronouncing it right. Plain Dolog. Plain Dolog. Plain Dolog. Duchy of Plain Dolog. The Jarldom, actually. Wait, do French people eat frogs? Yeah, and leave the rest of it. You know how many frog wheelchairs are in? Oh, yeah. They eat the legs. They like to eat frog legs, apparently. I mean, I guess we can just go down here and go ask him, right? We can give old Charles II a ring. You know, hey, what's up? You got any frog legs for us? And while we're at it, we'll just go ahead and sack Paris while we're at it, you know? I'm sure Paris has plenty of gold. They can share some with us. It'd be fine. Just take a couple hundred gold and some slaves. Should be fine. There's no slavery in this game, but the idea is that you do take slaves. I mean, Vikings weren't particularly... Well, we're Vikings. We're pirates. You know, we're not... Raiding isn't a good thing. It's not a good... You're literally pillaging someone's town. So, no, frog healthcare got so expensive with pandemic. I've decided I'll hunt every French person down. I mean, have fun with that. Majority of England will join you in hunting the French. Got me in. Ooh, speaking of England. Ooh, good points. So, the new DLC. There's lots of flavor, right? So, what's interesting about this is there's a couple different things they added regarding CBs. Sassus Belly. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. So this person, if I'm targeting someone who's of a different faith and who's not tribal, I can go on what's called a Varangian adventure. A Varangian adventure against Alba. Renegade Adventure. This is a special type of war where the attacker intends to move their realm to the war target wholesale. My entire realm. So I can go from where I'm at now to Alba, and I will take over a duchy typically. Or a county, a duchy. And it'll become mine. Just like how the Norse, they came over here to Nusra. This hit here. Took over, they raided Francia. And basically went on an adventure, to simplify it. And took over Normandy. And they changed Nusra with the Norse culture and the Frankish culture mixing. It became Normand. Right? They became the Normans. And they renamed the duchy to Normandy. Hence, the duchy became Normandy. And from here, they eventually traveled across the bay, thanks to William the Bastard. He conquered England for his right to the throne because he was a bastard of the throne. And the Norman culture mixed with the Anglo-Saxon culture. And the Norman and Anglo-Saxon became English. So, a bit of a history lesson there. English, like, technically, I mean, I think maybe not all British people, but you could argue that everyone who's English has both French and Norse heritage within them. Everyone who's English, if they're like ethnicity-wise, are Norse, French, and Anglo-Saxon. So which means they're also Saxon, and they're Anglos, because Anglos were here. So yeah, I love how that 100-year war lasted 116 years. Next time we wipe them out, we won't tell us one day each French person. More of a frickin' than you are a frog eater. I can get behind that. I mean, I'm not really a fan of frogs, eating frogs either. Just the idea of it. Not really. I might try it one day. Possibly. If I'm in Paris, in France, but I doubt it because one, I can't go anywhere now, and two, I'm not really a traveling person. So yeah, so anyways, we are planning to do that actually. We're gonna do exactly what history did. We are gonna build up our forces. We're eventually gonna go for Nusra. We're gonna create the Norman culture, and then we're gonna go across the bay, and we're gonna conquer England. Because I want to create the English language again. I want to create the Norman language as well. Now, I'm going to keep us as the Asatru. We're going to stay the Asatru faith. We're going to stay as this. Which means that I'm going to go in here, and I might be the target of some potential holy wars. Hopefully not, but we'll see. And, oh yeah, ooh, wow. Oh, interesting. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Where's it? 5. Wow, they changed the holy sites. Okay, so give me good toe. Is that why British people are so white? Yes. So probably one of the reasons why the British people have such a light complexion is because, one, the Anglo-Saxons were already pretty white, but the Norse people who were in the snowy areas and who didn't have a need for pigmentation, darker pigmentation, like the people in the south, like the Africans, they had, like, basically the whole like idea is like you'll notice like people down here have darker skin, right? In India, a little bit lighter, but still dark. People to the east and south, they still have some lighter colors, you know? Go for the south and west, and you'll find people who are really dark skinned. Meanwhile, start going north, and you'll start seeing people with a little bit lighter complexion. Some of them will still have darker complexions, but like the east of, the king of East Francia, look how light his complexion is. And meanwhile, a lot of the Norsemen have very light complexions, and lots of them have blonde or light colored hair. So white, blonde, very bright, like dirty blonde, or like red, you know, white, light, brown, like blonde, brown. Sometimes they have brown, blonde. Meanwhile, everyone down here has more black, you know, brown, red, all those things. And like up here, I believe the people up here have more red hair. Yeah, so red hair, white, like brown. So again, just gonna hang out with my frogamy without the French reading with me. It's also because the sun never sets in the British Empire because it never shows up to start with, pretty much. Couldn't get a tan in England if you tried. My friend says that there only rains. Is it true? I do wonder about that. It probably does rain a lot over there because it's so the British Isles are surrounded by ocean. And when you're near the ocean, you tend to get lots of rain. At least it's a little more humid, a little bit less dry. And because of the fact that it's so close to the coast, the entire area, the entire Isles, probably gets plenty of rain. Meanwhile, if you go further inland, like for instance, like the far eastern portion of over here, you're gonna get far less rain. You can still get rain, but far less. And if you go south, you also get far less rain. Now, interesting is, I just saw this. It's like, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Somebody on like Twitter or Reddit or something turned the British Isles into an anime character. A lady right here with like a hat, like a wings. Statistically speaking, rain falls somewhere over England once every 3 days. So it rains like 4 months out of the 12. And England is pretty small. It is. Very small. A small little lady. Anyways, enough talking about that. I need to focus and actually eat some food, actually, if anything. Let me eat some food real quick. I'm hungry. I need to relax. Don't want to stop at all. Oh right, last couple days I've had the freaking song "Don't Stop Me Now" by Queen. It's stuck in my head for the longest time. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. My voice is cracking super hard, so I can't sing it real. My voice hurts, but I've been having a real fun time singing it. Eat, drink, complain about the French. All core needs for a person in England. Pretty much. Yeah, should be good. Hopefully. Oh, right. I have to use. I'm gonna eat with a fork because I don't want to get my hands messy. Oh shit. That's not good. There's another place you can order. Spicy. Spicy. I like spicy, but oh, spicy. Great jobs, fella. Yeah, your throat hurts. Eat some spicy food. I'm sure they'll go down nicely. Yeah. No. Fuck me. Ow. The French and English, a long history of wars. Long history of wars and of, like, eye for an eye stuff. Just made it to the point where, like, it just ingrained in their culture that they hate each other. And, it's like how, in Romeo and Juliet, the families of both Romeo and Juliet hate each other because one family killed like the son of one of the other family, like a couple generations back, and so in revenge they killed one of the offending family. And I don't know if it was by accident. Maybe the first kill may have been accident, but none of them are willing to cooperate with each other and forgive each other. And so it's just like a constant back and forth of revenge between these two families. And as a result, there's this blood feud, and that's basically what's happening with I believe, anyways, with France and Britain. Is there's just basically this blood feud between them that's been going on for hundreds of years, probably around this time, if anything. And there's that, and also just the probably that a couple kings probably just got hungry for power, hungry for territory. Like maybe a couple English kings just wanted France's land just because they wanted it, you know? And so they tried invading, and then vice versa. Maybe there's some French kings that wanted British land for all I know. I don't know, but there's a blood feud basically. The long-standing rivalry we have, the French nearly bankrupted their entire country just to join. I'm like, yeah, they did. That's the whole reason why over here where I am, the Americans got free. However, in both world wars and almost all major conflicts, England and France stayed together. Like they resisted joining the English until they went bankrupt. No, so they America declares independence. They go to war with England, and France, being their enemies, their rivals, their long-standing like blood rivals, they back America up, right? They come to their aid, and they help push back Britain from America. They go bankrupt in the attempt, and it succeeds, but yeah, definitely. So it wasn't because they hated them. No, it wasn't they hated them. Yeah. So again, it's just they basically wanted to fuck America over. America. They wanted to fuck Britain over. And at the time, Britain was a very huge, influential, worldly power. They were a colonial nation. I mean, so was France. France was a colonial nation. Lots of colonial nations, but Britain had arguably the largest sphere of influence over the entire world because of their colonies. So not just because they hate them, but also because just to knock them down a couple pegs, you know? Because after all, if Britain loses their biggest colony, America, the colonies, the 12, 13 colonies, it's a huge blow to Britain, you know? Pretty much, yeah. But if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Britain already at war with somebody? Wasn't that why they heavily taxed America? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure there was a war. Either England was at war with somebody, and they needed more taxes. They taxed the colonies, and we said fuck that, and then went to war with our homeland, the England, and then as a result, so they had two wars, and then France joined the war that America was a part of, and then something like that. Either that, or Britain was already having troubles with money for some reason, and they weren't in a war, but them attempting to tax us caused friction, and then the whole debacle happened. The Aussies I talked to hate the English. All the English I talked to hate the French. The one French I talked to hates the American. I like all of you. We tax them because we want to war to defend it. We went to war to defend the 13 colonies. The colonies disagreed with the level of tax, and that's how we... What war were you defending us from? I don't remember that. I'll have to look it up again. I mean, I could be wrong. For all we know, all of us could be wrong. I don't fucking know. Maybe Britain just wanted Did coffee originate here in America? You know what? Maybe Britain just wanted the beaver skins. I mean, no offense to you, by the way. I'm just having a gaff. That's everyone's expense, because fuck everybody. No, I'm kidding. Mini colonies. The colonies. Why did England tax the colonies? Oh, so war debts. Britain also needed money to pay for its war debts. The king and parliament believed they had the right to tax the colonies. They decided to require several kinds of taxes from the colonies to help pay for the French and Indian War. They protested, saying that these taxes violated their rights as British citizens. By 1770, Great Britain had established a number of colonies in North America. Following the French and Indian War, Britain wanted to control expansion into the Western territories. The king issued the proclamation of 1763 prohibiting settlements beyond the Appalachian Mountains. Colonists who had already settled on these lands were ordered to return east of the mountains. In 1765, Parliament passed the Quartering Act that said the colonists would need to find or pay for lodging for British soldiers stationed in America. With the French and Indian War over, many colonists saw no need for soldiers to be stationed in the colonies. Britain also needed money for the pay of taxes, decided to require several lands, use of special paper bearing. These taxes included the Stamp Act passed in 1765, which required the use of special paper bearing an embossed tax stamp for all legal documents Other laws, such as the Townsend Act proposed in 1767, required the colonists to pay taxes on imported goods like tea. Imported goods. Okay, so the war was ended. Assuming, again, I don't know for certain. I'm pretty sure. By the way, I wanted to meet more French people, but I think it's hard for them to speak English. There's definitely some issues there. But it is what it is. The language barrier. It's just a matter of learning French and other people learning English. You know, because it's not like just because you go visit someone else's place that they should speak your language. You know, English may be a widespread language over the world, but even then, it's like if I go to Japan, I shouldn't expect somebody to speak Japanese. If anything, English. If anything, I should learn Japanese before I go. So yeah, no. If this article is correct, then it never ended in England. We were finding reasons to keep warring. It's possible there was a ceasefire then. Again, I'm not. You probably know more about this than I do. It's very possible there was a ceasefire at the time. Like the war was still going, but like a ceasefire is like, you know, everyone went home to rest and recoup, and probably wanted to go to war again. And then England tried to tax. I gotta play while I talk. God damn it. So I'm assuming that England tried to tax the American colonies to, you know, help them with the continued war efforts that was going to go on. And English is a universal language, but you should always learn the native tongue, and not rely on them knowing English. I agree. But I'm going to assume, again, I don't know, you know more than I do, and again, this article is probably wrong, but then again, history is often wrong, so who knows. But anyways, the English taxed America because they needed the taxes for their exploits, for their plans, and America said, yeah, no, fuck you, and basically just like tossed the tea into the ocean. So yeah. So I gotta play. I gotta be playing. I didn't eat much, but I haven't been falling behind. Oh yeah, by the way, there's these lifestyle traits. I want Marshall. Oh right. So real quick. So each character, there's these lifestyle trees you can go down. Some of them are more useful in certain aspects. For instance, diplomacy is more useful for when you're trying to make alliances, or you want to shorten truces so you can attack again, or reduce the penalties for, you know, stuff like that, or like vassalize somebody so you can force someone to become a part of your realm through war. Like, you don't take their land, you just say, okay, guess what? You're gonna be my vassal. If you don't accept, we're gonna force you to become a vassal. You know, we have like things like a matriarch, so like someone who's focused on the family, of like becoming friends with their family, and like, you know, having more fertility so they can increase how many members of family they have and all that. Like then we have like stewardship, like increasing wealth and like your domain, as well as like building stuff so you can build up your domain more. Intrigue, of course. The works, you know, so they're each 5 different types, and each one follows one of the 5 base traits. Now I'm gonna go, even though I have the learning traits, the education learning traits, and that means I have a increase of 30% to the learning lifestyle experience, which means I will build experience faster here. I want Marshall, because I want to get the stalwart leader, which reduces the chance of me getting hurt. No way. Yeah, reduces the risk of commanding armies, which means that when I command an army, there's a less chance of me to get hurt at random. So it's very useful, very important, especially kind of me doing that a lot. And I also want this because it increases the effectiveness of my knights, as well as increases how many knights I can have. So this is very useful. I want these 4, and then I want to go over here and get these 3. Because I want the raid speed and the naval speed. Those are very important. Yeah, they threw it all into the harbor, ruins millions of pounds worth of goods. And at the time, tea was very popular, so quite valuable. Yeah, definitely. Just because they were up to Savage, Stronger Knights. Hell yeah, definitely. Yeah, so it was about sending a message. They understood how expensive it was, but they were trying to piss off England. Literally, they're trying to piss off English and tell England to piss off, you know? So, yeah, we're gonna go to the Marshall. I want Dread, control growth. Marshall 3. So there's different focuses. Each tree has unique focuses, 3 of them, that affect you in different ways. They all give you the same amount of experience, right? Between these 3, it's just that some will give you more diplomacy, others will give you prestige per month, some will give more fertility, and all of that, like different base stats and stuff. And for instance, I want to go chivalry because it gives me more prowess, which means that if I get into a duel with somebody, I'll have a better chance of surviving. It also increases my attraction, so I'm a little more attractive, Maybe my husband will like me a little bit more and might want to, spend more time with me at night more often than he would. And it increases my advantage when I'm commanding armies. So advantage increase is very important because it can help determine the result of the battle. So the better your advantage, the better chances of you actually winning. Regardless of whether or not you outnumber somebody or if you yourself are outnumbered. Like if you're outnumbered, if you have better advantage and you have better troops, you can still win. So it's very important to have a good understanding of how that kind of works. British people have no end of patience. Nothing short of throwing our tea into a harbor would have sent any sort of message. It was the right move. Might want to give you more children, you mean? Yes, definitely. Is beans and toast good? I have no idea. I kind of want to say no. I'm not really a fan of beans, to be honest. Some people probably think yes. That's fine. Maybe it does feel good. Tastes good. But I've never had it, so I have no idea. So yeah, no. We have that taken care of. We are waiting for a husband to arrive. A few champions not endorsed by Godi. I need to take over this land first and foremost. That is our first priority. So we need to wait for our troops we need to wait for our men at arms to go up. And yeah. To the impressive chiefess. To the impressive chiefess Svela Plandheimer, I gladly accept your marriage proposal. You will be joined with my grandson Baird in holy matrimony. May Odin grant you long life and many children. Signed, Chieftain Bjorgolf of Lofoter. All right, we have a husband, and he likes me. So 1, we're spouses. 2, I have the vengeful virtue. It's a virtue among the Norse, and the chivalry focus. So he quite likes me. I'll kill a Frenchman just to smell it. What? Damn. Beans on toast is so good. England is not known for its food. It's probably the worst place for food. You can call American food. No offense. Oh, no worries. I understand. We actually do have some good food here, but I'm not a fan of burgers. Beef, specifically. I prefer chicken. And we do make some good food sometimes, but I honestly prefer... I prefer, chicken dishes, and I prefer, Chinese food, and Asian food, Japanese, and Hawaiian food. I mean, Hawaii is part of America, but, it's not mainland. Hot dogs are nice. And corn dogs are nice. Corn dogs and hot dogs are delicious. I love them both. Everybody makes cheese. America makes cheese in a can. It's like a walking crime against humanity. It is. I actually really like cheese. I'm not a fan of cheese in a can. Actually, that stuff is disgusting. No, it's not disgusting. It's just I'd rather have so we have something called deli cheese, also known as American cheese. It's basically just deli cheese. It's a sweet cheese. Not super sweet. It's got this subtle, very subtle, sweet umami flavor, savory flavor, and I really like it. I'm not a fan of cheddar too much. I'll eat cheddar if it's in if it's the only option, or if it's in a burrito, a pre-made burrito. Sure, I'll eat it, but I prefer American cheese. deli cheese. What am I doing? I am... Oh, right. Let me go ahead and just... You have 11 prowess. That's actually very nice. So you're going to come... Stain, I would like to invite you to my course. I need a physician, too. I'm going to wait... Actually... 14... Wait. My goatee. You. You will be my court physician. And it costs me all my money. Cool. Actually, our cheddar cheese is American cheese. We just call it cheddar. I don't know why. I kind of like it. Maybe, that's interesting. So, I mean, we have cheddar and American here. It's just, I don't know. I think it's just deli cheese is what I like. I'm gonna let this play slowly. I want to eat some food. Let's play this. I'm just waiting for my troops to... These guys to get enough strength so I can go to war. Because I definitely want to take over Mary and Firda Filky. I am being raided by Hero Fenrir. Thank you so much for the raid, Fenrir. Welcome in. And just a heads up, my voice is very, very, very out of it right now. My throat hurts. But yeah, welcome in. And thank you so much for the raid. Oh, yeah, I spent a good 2.5 hours just talking. Just non-stop. And I'm still talking, so my throat hurts really bad. And I'm eating spicy chicken. Not a good idea, but I'm hungry. And I like spicy chicken. Oh, the breeze too. And the shot is full of cheese. Hello. Num num. I keep reclining. Not good. Alright, there we go. You learn all about the French so we can select them more accurately. Just suddenly a bit quiet today. Wish I had some more talkies, but meh. Was it good enough? It'd be like that sometimes, which is fine. My voice though. Okay. So yeah, I'm eating chicken. My dad ordered some chicken from this place that sells like a variety of stuff. And it's actually pretty good. But I'm mixing it with ranch dressing, and this chipotle sauce I have. And so it makes it extra spicy. The ranch kind of dulls the spiciness a little bit, but it's still pretty spicy. I took too big of a bite. Funny. Yeah. The chicken Chicken is eating chicken. Ha ha ha. Sure. We're almost ready to go to war. Almost. So we have 485. How much does Mayor have? 341. We can take him. Yeah, we can take him. Definitely. One more month. And here we... I'm sorry. And here we go. Ba-dum, ba-ding. Guess what? Your stuff is mine. Now, this guy is better at commanding, and I don't have the... I'm not ready to go to war yet. I don't want to lead stuff yet. I need to get the stalwart leader first, and then I'll be more confident about going to war. Commanding armies, because if I die, it's all over. So for the time being, I will let Hrolfr. Take over. Whoa, excuse me? Oh, excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? House de Normandy, are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. When did I have him? Oh my god. Oh, okay, ooh, I love this. I love it when, like, history stuff happens. Like, I meet historical characters. I definitely want... Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh, pheasant. Mayor? What does he have? He has lustful, arrogant, and brave. Oh my gosh. I just found someone very important in history. The predecessor, the ancestor of William the Conqueror of Normandy. Ooh. Hale. She's lustful. She's shy and craven. She's 30 years old. I need the age. I need them to be at least an adult. Oh, by the way, Ilorezi, quick question. Regarding the fact that you mentioned tadpoles and how you hate the French because of them eating frogs. Are you a frog? Yeah, shy and lustful, what a combo. It's literally like a, oh, if she also, if she also had sadistic or, wrathful, she could be considered a tsundere. No, you're not? Maybe you can become one. You can be the next, frog VTuber. You just like frogs? I mean, what better way to show your adoration by becoming one, right? Oh, right. The sound. Let me know about the sound. I have it low, but I can always increase it. How do I... There's... I was pretty sure there's a way to edit the music. I don't remember how. She'd be taking candies with her husband to bed. Right? Making a frog model would be too much work though. But yeah, who knows? It's not too bad. I mean, what you can do is... for me, I find the Vroid 3D easier to work with. So... I would definitely suggest giving it a shot, Vroid, if you're interested. If you're not, so be it. But definitely, if it seems like something would be fun, go for it. And just use Vroid. You can basically make it so your hair is green, and you don't have to make your skin green if you don't want to. It can be white or it can be whatever color you want it, unless you want your skin to be green. And then just you can make your you probably won't be able to do the hands right away. But you might be able to get some assets from Unity or even from Booth. And there might be like a frog assets or like some kind of like frog hands. And you just have your fingers be frogs. Like frog fingers. You're making me hungry. Now I want chicken. Look less tasty, please. No, fuck you. I'm kidding. I've already tried Vroid. It's pretty fun. It is. So yeah, so for now we're going to go to war. Oh, you know what? I kind of don't want Hrolfr to do this, because if he dies, it'd be very sad. Wait, are they... Okay, they're being raided, okay. I was about to flip my shit. I thought maybe there's someone else already waged war on him. No, he's being raided. Okay, that's fine. Like girl but frog, you can do that. And we win. So regarding tribals, if you're like the start right here, once you start sieging their stuff down, you basically win because they only have one territory, and they can only have their armies spawn from that one territory. So typically, if you have access to if you can siege them down like this, you basically won. I didn't even realize we had Hrolfr. Vienna Hrofer is the ancestor of William the Conqueror of Normandy. The one who goes over here. And then goes over here. The one who basically turned Anglo-Saxon into English. So what I'm going to do is... you know what I'm going to do? Oh man, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep his family alive. I'm going to keep Hrolfr's family alive. And then I am going to take over Neustra, which is Normandy, but before he was Normandy. And then once I'm ready to move on to England, I'm going to go ahead and give him the Duchy of Neustra. Of Normandy. He will become the de facto Duke of Normandy with the name Normandy. So it's gonna be very, very neat. So this is very nice. We carve runes of Njord's rich seas. Oh, he's my marshal too. Yeah. So to the cold-hearted chiefess Svella. I have been corresponding with your chancellor, Pjordmund, and it has been a shameful diplomatic display. You are not the woman I thought you were. Signed, Chief Griotgard of Nom de la Filker. So yeah, the chancellor is in charge of doing this. So because of the chancellor's mistake, this guy over here, he now hates me. Minus 30 opinion for 5 years. Diplomatic incident. So this guy kind of hates me. Taking out the Brits disgust for me. I'm actually, so the thing about me is I actually kind of like I like to collect cultures. I like to collect. I want the Norse to survive, but I also want the Normans to exist. And I want the English to exist, but I also want some Anglo-Saxons to survive as well. So I'm actually going to be surviving, I'm actually going to be protecting the Anglo-Saxons. I'm going to make like a small safe haven for Saxons, and a safe haven for Cornish, and for Welsh, and for the Gaelic as well, and the Pictish and the Cumbrians. So I'm a bit of a, yes, collect. So what happened here was I took the chieftain hostage. I keep prisoner. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm actually not gonna release. I'm not gonna. So if you capture a ruler, and you're at war with them for something they have, once you capture them, you have the right to take everything. This meter here, this percentage will go to 100 immediately. So for instance, war score from prisoners. Enemy war leader captured 100%. So maybe not immediately, but typically, if it's just you against them, and you capture them, even if you don't siege their stuff down, you can take their land regardless, which is actually kind of useful because when you siege stuff down, it reduces their control growth and their infrastructure. So if you can take the leader without actually having to siege down the provinces, that's actually ideal. So it's nice, but because I did both, I already sieged it down, and I have him prisoner, what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to cheese it a little bit. I'm going to ransom him. So I'm going to tell him, give me 50 gold and I'll set you free. I do that. He gives me 50 gold. I wait before I finish the war. Boom, I have the money. I still have 100%. And guess what? So I also take your land. To the cold-hearted chiefess Svella, may your humors rot in your living body. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. Signed, Magnus af Romsdaler. You gained 75 fame, and my allies shared 75 prestige based on their contribution. I had no allies, so they didn't get anything. Allies shared... Blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, no. Maybe my champions? No, they didn't get any prestige. Oh, but he did. Hrolfr. I didn't realize how much prestige he had. Holy shit. And he's a Viking. Ooh. Wait. Didn't I find a spouse for him? I didn't. I didn't finish finding a spouse for him. Oh, gosh, dang it. Intelligence. But I need someone who is not craven, not humble, and someone who's not chaste. Preferably someone lustful. Oh, she looks kind of nice. It's fine. Someone's grumpy. Someone's got a grumpy face. That's because she's vengeful, I think. I'm gonna look for one of my snacks, and then I'm gonna go get the sleepies because it's late. Have a good night then. Vigdis. She has the quick, but she's 21. It's a little too... I need to make sure... Fecund. Passionate, shy, and deceitful. I guess it doesn't have to be fecund. It would be nice, but... Ooh, Hale would be nice. 24. But they're craven. I wonder. Ingrid is brave. They like each other. The reason why it's important they have similar traits is because if you like each other, there's more of a chance of them becoming lovers. And when you're lovers with somebody, you actually have a higher fertility rate with them. It doesn't say it, but you have more fertility. For instance, I'm going to try to seduce my husband. So we're husband and wife, but we're not, like, lovers. Let's change that, shall we? I have a 75% chance of seducing Chieftain Baird. It's fine. Rolf. Back you later. Funny. Bye. Pyrie has content, forgiving, and temperance, but she is very, very intelligent. I kind of don't want to... That's fine. I want lustful, though. I need to make sure he produces children as soon as possible, because I don't want his line to die. Gidya is lustful. Vigdis, it's too far up, though. Down, I mean. It's fine. It's fine. Also, look how... Too far. Teeth kind of hurt. Alright, so now this is mine. Can I can create the Duchy of Plaindalog. But I need 125 bucks. Gold. Before I do that, though, I kind of want to go to war with this person, too. So, let's go ahead at 449. They have too much. They're going to be too strong. Unless... kind of want to do some Bondi. What does he have? Vigmen. So Vigmen are archers. I need someone to take care of the archers. So just more Huskarls. Okay. I can't make more though. Damn it. How about... Ooh. Bondi also attack archers. Let's go Bondi. The Bondi are spearmen, basically. Yeah, we'll make some Bondi. Wait for them to reinforce. And in the meantime, we're just going to chill. Once it's done, once they build up, we're going to go ahead and... To the impressive Svella, I gladly accept your marriage proposal. I will graciously take the hand of your courter, Hrolfr, in holy matrimony. I can't say that right. Hrolfr. May Freya bless our union. Alright, awesome. Speaking of the Ragnar, let's go ahead and give Ragnar a wife as well. Someone who is around his bigness. Just, generous, and brave. Ambitious, lustful, compassionate. Diligent. Craven. Hodus. Let's yeah, let's do Mayor. Ragnar. Chieftain Baird, my husband. Who I kind of wanna forbid. It's fine. Stain. He's lustful. Be able to give us lots of children. It's fine. Oh, a poet. Sure. Want in? I wish there was like this sort of poet's title I can give him. Because in CK2 you had lots of titles you can give people. Oh right, I forgot. Colbjorn. You are lustful. You have 10 prowess. You're not bad. Not bad as a... But do I even care? No. Yeah, you can go free. So yeah, anyways, so when you have a spouse, their stats will be, they'll go towards your stats. So assist ruler gives you general, assist ruler where it gives you 3 diplomacy, 1 martial, so a partial amount. Meanwhile, if you choose something specific, like if I want just diplomacy, I'll get more than I would if I did assist ruler. Assist, so it helps you run the realm in general. His supports gives you 3 diplomacy, 1 martial, 1 stewardship, 2 intrigue, and 1 learning. If I choose something specific, then he will, give me more of a boost. So for instance, if I want more diplomacy, how am I doing on diplomacy? Not bad. So 5, I have a base of 5. He gives me 3 for 8. I can get 13 diplomacy if I do this. Do I even care for that 13 diplomacy? Not really. Not important right now. Yeah, it's fine. Leave it as is. Oh, I do, however, want to... development. This is fine. No, I want this one. And then that's fine. 'Tis good. To the impressive Svella, I gladly accept your marriage proposal. I will graciously take the hand of your courter, Ragnar, in holy matrimony. May Freya bless our union. Signed, Mayor. Ta-da! And I'm pregnant. A child is growing in my womb. My husband, Chieftain Baird, will be proud. Good. Yeah, like we just married. Like when? not even a year ago, and I'm already pregnant. Like I said, he's very strong in bed. No, it's probably because of this. My fecund traits. 50% goes a long way. There we go. I'm waiting for the Bondi so I can take over Fyrafilki. One of these days I'll be able to speak straight. Maybe. Not today. Come on. Beneath those layers. How should I approach Chieftain Bard? He seems like a reserved individual who prefers silence as a companion. At least that's how he appears on the surface. I should say it differently. Who knows what sort of person he is in private? Is he meek and submissive, or perhaps passionate and fiery? Is he meek and submissive, or perhaps passionate and fiery? I'll find out once I have breached his stony exterior. For now, I have to decide how to make myself remain in his thoughts after spending some time alone. So for this, you kind of have to figure out what would appeal to them. Be gallant and charming as possible. You think Baird has a secret romantic side and prefers ardent lovers. You think Baird is the type of person who prefers gentle lovers. Or wait till a better opportunity. So gentle lovers or ardent lovers. So passionate or, you know. He might prefer gentle because he's humble. And he's content. So probably tenderly. Probably tender. Approach Baird tenderly as a friend. Before we do that though. Let me know if the music is too loud or quiet. I typically have it pretty quiet because I don't really need it that loud. And I'm usually listening to something in the background anyways. Oh, need some wood. Seems good on my end. How's it for you? It's good. Beneath those layers, I'd like to get to know you better. Chieftain Bear appears tense at first, but relaxes over time as he starts to believe there's no ulterior motive behind my requests. Before we part, I thank Baird for the lovely time, and he tries to return my smile with a wobbly one of his own. While the time spent is hardly one for the books, there's no denying that I've never seen Baird smile this much in one day. I'm certain that Baird will be thinking of me for a long time. It shouldn't be long before he reciprocates my feelings. You gain mellowed by seduction attempts for 10 years. The scheme begins building budding interest. Nice. I keep getting hiccups. It's already been 5.5 hours. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, I'm gonna make it 8 hours. I'm gonna try to anyways. But am I gonna make it more than 8 hours is the question. How much do I want to play this? $490 versus 600. I might be able to take him now. I want to wait a little bit longer, so I'm going to speed up time a little bit. Yeah, we have other things we can do, but I'm good. New heir. Your newborn son is your new player heir. My son and heir. When the first contraction started, a great calm came over me. There was no room for my worries from before. I was about to perform one of Freya's greatest miracles. After a long but glorious struggle, I brought forth a perfect little son. One day, child, you will carry on my legacy. What name would befit such a mighty lord? Alright, first child. So there are a couple options for this. We have name them after an ancestor. Name them after give him a good Asatru name. Asatru. A good Norse name. So Asatru and Norse are separate. The culture, and then there's the faith. Or name after a family member. Depending on how many times we get pulled into a history hole. Those things are the falling down a cave of wonders. Pretty much. I spent 2.5 hours talking about history. Well, like my investigative abilities of history. You know, like me, like trying to figure out what happened. So, let's see. You know what? Fenrir. In honor of Fenrir, who gave me a raid today, and my friend. So, yeah, so he's not here right now, but Fenrir, if you ever watch the VOD later, know that I have named my first child after you. Do me a favor and don't fuck it up, please. You will, unfortunately, you won't be my heir proper. I'm planning on having a daughter, but I will definitely make sure you get some land and maybe make you a very strong commander. So we'll see. Depends on how you turn out. If you prefer commander traits, because like each child eventually develops their own person. Like, okay, I prefer being gentle, or being rough, or rowdy, or being a bossy, or focusing on money and stuff like that. So depending on what happens, I may have to give you just something else, but I'll probably try to get you to become a military commander. We'll see. Your child is going to turn feral and run off into the woods. You know what? That's actually a possibility. So there is the lunatic trait. The lunatic trait. Ooh, nah. The lunatic trait, where sometimes the people who become lunatics will think themselves to be werewolves and will they'll leave the house and go like running just naked into the woods. And sometimes it seems like they actually do become werewolves because they're like be in a barn, in some barn, right? And like in the hay, they wake up and they have blood all over them. They're fine, they're not hurt, but their hands are bloody, their mouth is bloody. So either they became a werewolf actually and went hunting, or they, as a naked man, ran around, or a woman, either or, ran around, found some like poor sod, killed him and cannibalized him, or found some wild animal, grabbed it, killed it, and started chewing into it raw. One of the two. So we'll see. Maybe that'll happen. Alright, Fenrir. Or, you know what? Fiera. I'm gonna name him Fiera because we have the other Fenrir. Fiera. Damn it, I wish I could have asked him. There's two Fenrirs. So what I'm gonna do is, sometimes he goes by Fenris, so I'm gonna go with Fenris. Or Fiera. Fiera. What does Fiera mean? Is that an actual name? Or is that just a... Fiera. I don't know. Can't believe he's gone. Gonna see the VOD of us saying we'll name it after him, then deciding he would somehow make it feral and changing your mind. Yeah. So I'm gonna name him Fenris because there's two Fenrirs I know, and I believe that the other Fenrir goes by Fenrir, and the Fenrir who you just saw goes by Fenris sometimes. So we're gonna name him Fenris. So Fenrir, this is you. You're my firstborn child, firstborn son. And I think we are ready to go to war. 663 versus 514. It's gonna be a tight battle, but let's do it. Here we go. I'm sparring with one of my soldiers, sweat beading on my forehead, when I experience the uncanny sensation of being watched. Looking over my shoulder, I spot my champion, Ragnar, who waves at me. I walk over to greet him. I can swear. I walk over to greet him. We talk about our weapons practice for a while, trading tricks and advice. Just as I am about to leave for another round, Ragnar's face lights up, and he suggests we practice together. Challenge accepted, or I would rather not. Sure. A sword at my throat. The sounds of axe clashing against sword echoes between the courtyard walls. All eyes are on us. Everyone wants to see the chiefess fighting her champion. I must be tired from my previous practice because I move sluggishly. Unable to keep up my I must be tired from my previous practice because I move sluggishly, unable to keep up with my opponents. When I lunge, he is already gone, and my parries come at the very last moment. It is not long before I find myself on the ground before him. I yield, well fought. I gain 10 stress because you are because I'm vengeful. I am not happy about that. I'm not happy about just, surrendering. Meanwhile, there's two things that can happen for the other one is only cowards surrender. Prowess challenge against Ragnar, you gain 100 martial, and I win the duel, or I get hurt, and I lose 150 prestige. Let's do it. I want to try to be a little more immersive and follow what my character does. Now, it won't always be the case. I won't always do that. But because my character would get stressful, because I'm vengeful, and I would be upset about losing the fight, I am therefore going to go ahead and keep fighting. Public critical. I make a desperate last attack, but Ragnar is quick. He parries instinctively, but as my attack was unexpected, he is not in full control of his weapon. Paralyzing pain sears through my arm. God damn it. Why did I do that? Because I was vengeful, that's why. So I got wounded from that, and I basically got humiliated. Oh, shit. I got battered as well. But for the most part, I just got wounded in my left arm. A reading in Nidos. The celebrations had come to an end, and the evening's entertainment seemed to be over, when Chieftain Baird suggested a reading. A clerk soon arrives, wondering what the guest would like to hear, and I see my chance to impress Bard. Something pious, like modern philosophy, must be entertained, riddle poems, and the improvement of the moral qualities is a chance to learn. So something informative, something entertaining, or something religious. He is content. Great eminence, he's not very learned. Arbitrary, fickle, humble. I think entertained would be good. As the clerk reads for us, Baird seems completely engrossed. He later approaches me, saying, "Good choice." He later approaches me. "Good choice, fella," he says and shrugs. All right, that went well. It was great, wasn't it? All right. Our champion. Slow down. Ooh. Oh boy. Okay, so somebody ripped somebody's head off, I think. We can have him killed later. That's true. I mean, we'll be fine. I may be vengeful, but I'm calm. I'm calm. I calm down. And we win. All right. So after every battle, you can go to the victory screen, and it'll give you details of what happened. For the most part, it's just like, oh, these people fight. But you can go to the champions and it give you an idea of what happened here. So this guy died. Piothmunda. Had his head, oh boy, had his head ripped off by Fiereker. So this guy, a champion and a steward, who's a berserker also. Oh wow, he's a berserker. Ripped this guy's head off. Interesting. Rest in peace. And somebody got hurt. Sumar Lither got, excuse me, wounded. And that's been it. It's funny how the court physician is when I got hurt. He's gonna be bandaging his own arm. Oh. Oh no, he got an alliance, didn't he? Shit. I have an alliance, don't I? If he joins, I'm calling my ally. That's kind of annoying. Don't do it. Don't do it. If somebody calls themselves a berserker and doesn't rip a few heads off, they are no berserker. God damn it. Okay, so guess what? Biogolf, I need you to come to my aid, please. I can fight one of them off at a time, but I cannot fight the combined effort of the 140 and the 534. It'd be a total of 600 to be too much. No, I'm gonna be able to fight it. I might be able to survive, but just in case, I'm gonna go ahead and just call my ally. Greetings, chiefest fella of Pradenheimer. Of course I shall join your war. Join in your war. Our foes shall learn to fear the men of Lofote. Lofote. Signed, Chiefess Bjorgolf of Lofote. Very nice. Also, hopefully my accents is okay. I've been trying to pronounce these correctly, and it's difficult because I don't always know how to pronounce them, and I have to remember stuff. But like, for instance, I learned recently that the D's in Norse are pronounced like a soft D or a hard T, like th. If they have an accent, you'll see it. It's like with like a D with like the line through it, pronounced like a T. My beloved husband, the servants have all been sent away, and our bed has been decorated with seashells. As Chieftain Baird enters our chambers, he smiles nonchalantly and joins me without hesitation. With the help of hands, mouths, and limbs, we reaffirm the devotion we swore before Odin, perhaps in a more carnal fashion than intended. So we just basically had sex. So I have two choices here. One, as we are united in marriage, we are now united in hearts. Or two, the bonds of marriage are enough. So doing this first option makes him become my lover, increases his opinion of me by 20, plus the opinion increase of becoming lovers. Ends my scheme, and has happened, you lay with Chieftain Baird. So we just laid together, which means we're probably gonna have another child. Alternatively, I could do this. Same thing happens, except we don't become lovers. Everything else except lovers happens. Now, the reason why this is important is because if you do this, you can keep seducing the same person over and over again. And the reason why that's good is because sometimes being lovers isn't enough to get you a child if that's what you want. Sometimes what you want to do is keep seducing them so you can do this. You can lay with them. Every time you lay with someone, it gives you a chance of becoming pregnant. And you want to, if you want lots of children, or you're having a hard time getting children the traditional way, this is one way you can do it. But usually becoming lovers is enough, because being lovers increases the chance of children by like a third, I think, 30%, or maybe even a half. I don't quite remember. I gotta stop slouching. Oh my god. Trying to gargle. Oh, my throat hurts so much. My throat hurts so much. Moon lovers. Alright. Yeah, I might be able to fight him off. We're gonna speed up time a little bit. I'm getting tired of waiting. Here we go. Alright, 13 versus 5. We win. Oh. Oh shit, we might not. Oh boy, this is gonna be tough. Alright. We win one of the champions, which means they're out of the fight. No, they're still in the fights. Alright, we won. Yeah, like I said, we're pregnant again. A child is growing in my womb. My husband, Sheets and Barry will be proud. Awesome, and I got new traits. Stalwart leader. This would make it so there's a reduced chance of me getting hurt or dying when I command armies, which is what I want to do. I want to command armies. And we win. I win. Mine. Thank you, thank you. Going to disband all. And now we're going to wait for our troops to come back, and then we're going to start raiding, because I want to get enough money to be able to form the duchy, the jarldom. And then once I do that, I'm going to go ahead and change the laws, because I don't think I can do it as a count. I can't, no. That's fine. Ufalsand. Just wait on the levies. Right, minus 71% prestige is bad. That's fine. And this time, I will command it. Excuse me? Oh. That's me? Okay, it's the head armor. It looks so fucking weird. The head armor is so weird. Alright. We are off to pillage and plunder. Alright, who first? I want to be able to go after somebody who I can run from, because if I get attacked... Let us go after... we might be able to get away with attacking Lotharingia a little bit. Possibly. But we have to be careful, because if we have... loot. So if we get attacked while we're looting by the people who are looting, we'll go on a truce, and we can't raid them again for 5 years. Now, I think, or 3 years. And if we have loot on us, they will take all of our loot. All of it. So if I'm full, 73 gold, and they attack me and I lose the fight, I will not only have to be forced into a truce with them and can't raid them again for a long time, I will lose all of my effort of raiding the past several raids. So, you really want to be fast. Another sun. So, quick question. Eye candy. Are you... I guess it doesn't matter. I was trying to wait until I got a girl, and it's gonna name them Candy after you. But do you want to be named after one of my children? I can name them Eye Candy Swish. I don't really want to do Eye Candy, the whole thing. I just want like something like a a proper, like something that seems like a serious name, but, your name. If this is something I want to do more in the future, eventually when I start getting subscribers, I might save it for subscribers. Like how Tomato does. Tomato Gaming, he sometimes does it like in games like this where he will name characters after subscribers. So I think I want to do that. Eventually I'll do only subscribers, but fine being. Anyway. Mommy Stella? Yeah? So yeah, let me know, what would you like the name to be? After you, of course. You want me to name him Swish? Or do you want me to name him Candy? Or even I? Up to you. Candy? Alright. Candy it is. Alright, Candy. You just came out. Alright. My son. My relief is great and my joy even greater. I have given birth to a perfect little son. Who will you become, my child? And what shall I call you? Candy. May you grow to be strong and wise, my son. Alright. I'm gonna be cocky and I'm gonna raid this next barony and then we'll leave. I'm trying to avoid the Lotharingian military Uchimi. That'd be bad. You know what I should have done? I should have named him Candy with an I. And had like an accent, like a Nordic accent stuff. It's fine. Fire and blood. The settlement of Haarlem, an important stronghold. The settlement of Haarlem, an important stronghold in Greater West Friesland, has fallen to my raiders. We have the run of vast tracts of land, and many of the quivering subjects are in shining treasures of Duke Hrorecker to choose from. The troops stand ready, awaiting my command to give them direction. So, capture skilled slaves, bring me bounteous plunder, or we've taken enough already. So we have the option of taking slaves, which basically reduces the control level as well as the development level in this specific county, and increases the development by -1. The only reason why it developed -1 is because the development goes so low, it goes into negatives. That's why. Otherwise, normally it wouldn't go -1. Furthermore, the development progress of my capital increases by 40. The progress, not the entire development, the progress to the next level of development. That's actually kind of useful. But then again, we also have this. Bring me bounteous plunder. It gets recently sacked. Development goes down by 40 anyways. Oh, wait. Yeah, so development goes by 80, or development goes down by 40, and I gain 30 gold and 75 prestige right now. So I'm going to go with this because I definitely want the prestige. I'm trying to make... I want the gold and the prestige because I want to be able to make the duchy, which requires gold, and I wanted the prestige because I want to change the laws of my duchy to be successive type, so I can get a daughter on the throne, which requires prestige. So boom. And now we can create the Duchy of Plandelog. Boop. You are now a mighty Jarl. Okay, here we go. So, in the Jarldom of Plandelog. I can never pronounce that right. I have an option of adding laws. And here we have the Scandinavian elective law. This basically means that anyone who's eligible to vote can vote for an heir among the ruler's extended family, which includes cousins, uncles, aunts, nephews, nieces, and of course, children. It's also available for any claimants, which is of course children. So, voting power is influenced by the elector's total domain development and capital popular opinion. So my entire domain includes anything I personally hold. So these 3 counties. If I had a vassal and they owned this one, my development will only be these two. Only these two. But however, what's important is the popular opinion of your capital, of your land, your personal domain. So if this was negative, I'd have a less voting power. Of course, being the only person who can vote in this circumstance, because I'm the only person who owns all 3 lands, not important. But regardless, it's something to keep in mind. Right, where are we? Right, we are currently running from Lithuania in the hopes of bringing home the bounty that we have. I do want to do a little more raiding though. Oh, by the way, that thing that said blood and fire, the plunder thing, that only happens if the ruler, the ruler, are raiding. If I'm not doing it, and I have like somebody else, commanding my army, won't ever happen, ever. Also, if I do this often enough, if I raid often enough, I will eventually become a Viking. I will get the Viking trait. Which is definitely what I want. So, yeah, we're going for that. I think I'm due for another break. Let us go ahead and go... Let's go to Cornwall. We're gonna do some... we're gonna do some raiding in Cornwall. Hello everybody, we're here for your corn. Give me all your gold crops. I captured the wife of the king. Cool. Give me some money for it? Indeed he will. Give me 50. And how about Houston? Ooh. You actually have prowess 14. You're actually pretty good. You know what? Come on over. Recruits. There we go. It's actually a popular place. Cornwall has a very different kind of weather from anywhere else in England. I wouldn't be surprised. It's a little bit further southwest than most of England. So, greetings, Jarl Svella of Pandalog. I have no choice but to accept your conditions for my release. Signed, Halstein. I got gold. Oh, right. I want to go ahead and, so I have Bondi, Huskarls, Vigment. I have archers, heavy infantry, and spearmen. I could get more. So right now, the Vigment will counter skirmishers. The Huskarls will counter spearmen and archers. And the Bondi will counter light cavalry and archers. So I have an option here. I only have one more spot for a men at arms. Either I can get a Varangian veterans, which give me... You know what? I'll decide after I go on my break. I will be right back. I'm going to go on my break real quick. I need the restroom really bad. Hard to learn to speak Cornish, though, which is a language they have but isn't widely spoken. I see. Yeah, I'll be right back and take a break real quick. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the hasty departure. So, I have some teeth on the right side of my mouth. I mentioned this in the past stream. So, I have a couple rotten teeth. I say a couple. And I had a root canal once, which was fine. And the tooth has always been kind of, the new tooth was kind of off a little bit. And so I may have to get readjusted someday, but it's been over a year since I had it. It's probably already set in stone in my tooth. Probably too late. But the other teeth, I still need taken care of. I don't have the funds for it though. I need root canals. That's like so far, just from the ones we know of, I need 2 root canals. They're right next to each other. So they need to be done at the same exact time because of how rotten the teeth are. They don't hurt at all. Sometimes they do kind of pinch a little bit, they hurt a little bit, and that's what I was feeling earlier, a moment ago. I was getting scared. Like, okay, let me go floss my teeth real quick to make sure there's no food in between my teeth or underneath them, if anything. And you switch my mouth a little bit. So I have to be careful because I don't have the funds for. I guess I technically do, but I kind of want to wait until I start making, I start earning some more money either from my job, if I have to keep doing that, or if I can eventually become affiliate and actually earn enough money from that to eventually get enough to pay for my dental bills. Because like almost like $3,000 in total, maybe more, for just 2 of them. And I know I have more teeth that need taken care of too. I probably need in total like maybe 4 root canals, possibly. That isn't great. No, it's not. I'm very fortunate. My teeth don't hurt. They do not hurt whatsoever. I floss every night. I make sure to use mouthwash morning and night. I brush twice a day. So I'm doing pretty good so far. But it's barely holding back a torrent of water with a dam that is slowly but surely eroding over time. Sometimes my teeth hurt more than others, and I get throbbings in my jaw. No pain, just throbbing. But it's not a fun time. So I need to get that taken care of sooner rather than later. I have dental insurance. I bought some last December. And come June, I should be applicable for root canals. Because before I wouldn't. I'd have to pay full price. But I'd have to wait 6 months, and then I'll be applicable for them to basically pay like a half or like a certain amount of money. I'll still have to pay some money, but I don't have the funds right now. I am doing fine. I don't need donations necessarily for it right now. Once I become affiliates, I will set up I already have a Patreon, and I'll go ahead and set up the donation stuff if you're so interested. Do not feel obligated to. I am fine. As long as I take care of myself, as long as I take care of my teeth, I will last a bit longer, and I won't need to worry about it. I could probably last a couple of years, if anything, before I need to do my teeth. But sooner the better. And it needs a lot. There's a lot of money. It requires a lot. I'm probably gonna have to spend like over $5,000 on my teeth alone, just on those, like my right side of my mouth. Then I have to take care of my left side of my mouth, which we haven't checked yet. We don't even know how bad it is. Sometimes it throbs over there, and I see plenty of cavities all over my mouth. They're like small, and they're like in between the teeth. None of them are on the front, except for the rotten ones that are on the right. But all of them are already in between my teeth. It's always it's always the gaps. The gaps are always the problem, and I don't know why. I floss every single day, and it's still not enough. It's like, okay, cool. I guess floss is useless or something. I don't know. But yeah, so I just have to avoid eating on the right side as much as possible. Avoid sugary foods if possible. If not, make sure to drink water, switch my mouth, and maybe brush my teeth afterwards. And just take care of myself, you know? Not great? Yeah, it's not great at all. Nice break. See you soon. Yeah. But I felt it throbbing. That's why I left. Wanted to floss it real quick. Alright, I think I'm gonna go with the veterans because they'll give me lots of damage. They are the most damaging of the men-at-arms at this moment anyways. Plus, they're good against heavy cavalry. So far I have skirmishers, spearmen, archers, and light cavalry counters. But if someone has heavy cavalry, I'll need something for that as well. Now, I need something to counter having light footmen wouldn't be bad because light footmen counter heavy infantry. It'd be good to have that option. It's not always necessary, and I think I'd rather have the extra damage from the Varangian veterans. So we're gonna go with this. The problem is the whopping 300 prestige. Shit, I forgot about that. You know what? No, we're going Vigmen. The Vigmen are archers. This has swords, but you see the archers in the back? So the Vigmen are a mix of archers and footmen. The footmen protect the archers in the back, and so it's like a combination of the two. And the spearmen here, they're all spearmen. Some of them have swords, of course. And of course, we have the heavy infantry. So we're going to go with the Vigmen. We're going to go ahead and max out the Vigmen first before we get a new troop. So that way we have... There we go. So we need one more to max it out, but we need the extra numbers. And I'm pregnant again. Awesome! I hope it's a daughter. I really hope it's a daughter, because I want a daughter. If I don't get a daughter, I'm going to reset. If I die before I get a daughter. So I gotta be careful not to die. But I definitely want to get the rating done. 63 gold. Ooh, shit, stop. I don't want... No. Stop rating. Wait. That's a waste. Oh, well. Oh, that's fine. 68, 69. Never mind. Can I reach Francia? Too far away to interact, so I'm gonna have to keep going. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and let the troops go back up. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and you know what? Let's go ahead and do this. Rocks to the Ages subjects. Every runestone tells a message of some significant event in the life of the commissioner. From the smallest peasant to a jarl like myself, the stone records all. What shall this monument speak of? Perhaps my vanquished foe, Hrodegar? Do I have any stress? No. Oh. Right, because I fought him. Want me to pay how much for a giant painted boulder? Painted boulder? It basically, yeah, it's funny how this is an option. I'm gonna do the ascension to Prandelog. Now that I have decided what to put on my runestone, the question remains where to place it. Monuments to emboldments, such as my rise to Jarl of Prandelog, encourage people to serve their ruler through thick and thin. They're best placed in urban areas where more youths can be inspired to turn out for the levy. Of course, one or two spots do spring to mind. Plandelheime. Right here. We want to do it here because this will give us... Oh, wow. Increase levy size for 20 years. That's actually pretty nice. And there we go. We have a runestone now. Right. Alright. Oh, right, we have... Alright. We have, enough gold and prestige to go ahead and get a building. Control growth. And prestige. The prestige might be nice. What about the knights? 4 camps. Oh, right, you can determine your personal deity. It is not uncommon for Asa, Truans, and Asa Truans to signal out one amongst the gods who suits their particular tastes and aims in life with particular attention. I should contemplate these divine beings and decide which one calls to me the most. Devotee of Odin, I think I'm gonna want Uther. Or Thor. Thor gives me prowess and stewardship. And with more stewardship, I would get more... Ooh, that would give me more domain limits. Meanwhile, Freyr... Ooh, Freyr gives me more fertility. I'm gonna go Freyr. Freyr. Deciding on a deity. The gods are many and inscrutable. Yet I cannot say that there are not some who hold a level of special appeal for me. Were I to dedicate myself openly to the express worship of primarily one such deity, I would doubtless draw like-minded souls to my side. Whatever the blessings my patron provides, being with similar Asatruians can only bring me health, wealth, and glory. Freya. So I'll be able to get more children and ensure that I get at least one daughter. Because there are times that you can just basically get nothing but sons, and that's fine. And there's also times you get nothing but daughters. And in my case, I want a daughter. She's gonna take over when I die. Eat some more food while I'm at it. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, so, question. Ilorezi, are you still here? So, Ilorezi, if you're still here, do you want to be named after a son? Or would you rather be named after a daughter? Assuming you're here, of course. I'm gonna eat some food while I wait. In the off chance that Ilorezi isn't here, I fear she is not. I missed her ever so. If she's not, so be it. I'll give her maybe like 5 minutes. I need to eat some food anyway. I need to take a break. I need to stop talking for a couple minutes. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just take a quick break and just stop talking. Shit, I got ranch in my pants. And I start talking immediately. I'm gonna stop talking in length, of course. So what? I'll give her to a 610. Also, did we confirm that Ilorezi was a miss, or are they a sir? I don't think they specified. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. Num 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 num. Have you ever heard that song? I've never asked. All I know is frogs work. That's true. If you're curious about that song I just sang though, look up Nom 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 song. Ideally, let me look it up real quick. It should work. In YouTube. I think. There we go. It's an ad. I have, and now I'll be hearing it all month. Ready for it? That's enough of that. It's a very cute song. I actually really like that song. It's not like my favorite, but it's definitely a very cute song. Strange for addictive too. It is. It's very addictive. It looks like Olivia might not be here. It's unfortunate. That's fine. We can name like a granddaughter after her. Or them. I don't know if it's he or she. So, or a grandson. So, I just thought of something. So, in my mind, I thought of how, remember, so, I've been playing a little bit around with the idea of me being referred to as mommy. I don't know how serious I was about it, because I wasn't sure if, like, do I want to be considered a mommy or an older sister? Or maybe neither. Maybe I don't want to be referred to as that. I know I was, I often, in the past streams, I was messing around with that a little bit. And I even actually ended up being as the mom in the Jackbox playthrough collab. So, I'm wondering if I should double down on it, actually. So, I've been struggling very, very hard in trying to figure out what to call you guys. It's easy enough to call you my Vikings or my champions, but like if we do a raid, the first reason I haven't been doing a raid is because I don't know what to see what kind of raid it is. Is it a champions raid? Is it a Viking raid? Viking raid kind of seems generic, which is fine. It can be fine. It's just perfectly fine. But I think there are other people who are already doing that, and I do want to try to make something unique. So, pretty much, yeah. So I'm double down on Mommy Svella. So I just realized something. I remembered something. So it's like I was thinking, like if I could refer to you as my children instead of just my Vikings, it's like if we went into a raid, it would be called Children Raid. Sorry, Children Raid. But I think that might work. So, do you know much about the Crusades? I mean, this is obviously Crusader Kings, but during the Crusades, there's actually a couple different Crusades. One in particular comes to mind. There's something called the Children's Crusade. I don't remember the details, but basically, a bunch of kids, like, Desvalts. You have the right idea, right, passion, but I think you have an A in there. That's not supposed to be there. It's Desvalt, I think, V-U-L-T, because Desvalt is like vaulting over, like jumping over a gate, you know? So you're saying, I think Desvalt, oh my god, no, Desvalt, whoops, Desvalt is, for God. I think Des is, I can't remember if Des is God or if Vault is God, one of the two. Des. Deus is Deus, like deity, Deus Vault. Deus is the Latin word for God or deity. So what you're saying is God jump, basically God jump. That's it. I'm getting the axe. But you're basically saying, jump over God. You know, you're playing leap. What you're saying is you want to play leapfrog with God. Yeah. So Larez isn't here, unfortunately. I'll wait until later. Ingolfer, Solvi, Porbjorn, Nupa, Isbjorn, Isborn, Raki, Orvar, Tosti, Freyr, It'd be fair. I would out leapfrog God, maybe, but then I think Larezi will out leapfrog you since they're. I think. I mean, I know they say they're not a frog, but they're giving off some strong frog vibes. What was I saying before? All right, so what am I gonna call you? I am considering calling you my children, but because there's the, you know what? Let's do another history lesson real quick. The Children's Crusade. The Children's Crusade was a failed popular crusade by European Christians to establish a second Latin kingdom of Jerusalem in the Holy Land. Said to have taken place in 1212, the Crusaders left areas of northern France. Okay, so it took place in 1212. So the Crusaders left areas of northern France, led by Stephen of Cloyes, and Germany, led by Nicholas. The traditional narrative is likely conflated from some factual and mythical events, which include the visions by a French boy and a German boy, an intention to peacefully convert Muslims in the Holy Land to Christianity. Bands of children march into Italy and children being sold into slavery. Ooh, that's not fun. Accounts. The variants of the long-standing story of Children's Crusade have similar themes. A boy begins to preach in either France or Germany, claims that he had been visited by Jesus, who instructed him to lead a crusade in order to peacefully convert Muslims to Christianity, Jeanne d'Arc style, regarding the visions, I assume. Through a series of portents and miracles, he gains a following of up to 30,000 children. He leads his followers south towards the Mediterranean Sea in the belief that the sea would part on their arrival, which would allow him and his followers to walk to Jerusalem. This does not happen. The children are sold to two merchants, Hugh the Iron and William of Posqueras, who give free passage on boats to as many of the children as are willing. Give free passage as are willing. The pilgrims are then either taken to Tunisia, where they are sold into slavery by the merchants, or else die in a shipwreck on St. Pietro Island off Sardinia during a gale. Modern accounts. According to more recent researchers, there seem to have been two movements of people of all ages, actually, in 1212 in Germany and France. The similarities of the two allowed later chroniclers to combine and embellish the tales. Nicholas of Cologne in Germany. In the first movement, Nicholas, a shepherd from the Rhineland in Germany, tried to lead a group across the Alps and into Italy in the early spring of 1212. Nicholas said that the sea would dry up before them and allow his followers to cross into the Holy Land from Italy. So, from here, Nicholas, from here to here, they dry up and they go across here. That's silly. Rather than intending to fight the Saracens, he said that the Muslim kingdoms would be defeated when their citizens converted to Catholicism. His disciples went off to preach the call for the crusade across the German lands, and they massed in Cologne after a few weeks. Where's Cologne? Mummy guides us to the great halls, pretty much. So they go here. They gather here and intend to go this way. Down. Oh, I'm pressing S to go down by accident. Whoops. After a few weeks, splitting into two groups, the crowds took different roads through Switzerland. over the Alps. 2 out of every 3 people on the journey died, while many others returned to their homes. About 7,000 arrived in Genoa in late August. They immediately marched to the harbor, expecting the sea to divide before them. When it did not, many became bitterly disappointed. Genoa. Should be... No. I don't remember where that is. Genoa. Here. So they went from here, south, across the Alps, to Genoa. I don't know why I didn't remember that. Valkyries are mothers to all fallen warriors, aren't they? Possibly. I mean, maybe not. It depends on how you want to view it. I think technically no. We're just angels, basically. We're just here to pick you up and take you to Valhalla. Or Folkvanga. Depending on where you go. Either you go to Freya, or you go to Odin. Odin. So they immediately marched to the harbor, expecting the sea to divide. A few accused Nicholas of betraying them, while others settled down to wait for God to change his mind, since they believed that it was unthinkable he would not eventually do so. The Genoese authorities were impressed by the little band, and they offered citizenship to those who wished to settle in their city. Interesting. So supposedly, according to one account anyways, whether or not it's true, those who came to Genoa actually became citizens because of their nonsense. Most of the would-be Crusaders took up this opportunity. Nicholas refused to say he was defeated and traveled to Pisa, his movement continuing to break up along the way. In Pisa, 2 ships directed to Palestine agreed to embark several of the children who perhaps managed to reach the Holy Land. Nicholas and a few loyal followers instead continued to the Papal States, where they met Pope Innocent III. The remaining ones departed for Germany after the pontifex exhorted them to be good and to return home to their families. Exhorted. Nicholas did not survive the second attempt across the Alps. Back home, his father was arrested and hanged under pressure from angry families whose relatives had perished while following the children. In Pisa, 2 ships directed to Palestine agreed to embark several of the children who, perhaps, actually managed to reach the Holy Land. Nicholas, however, and a few loyal soldiers instead continued to Papal States, where they met Pope Innocent III. The remaining ones departed. Some of the most dedicated members of this crusade were later reported to have wandered to Ancona and Brindisi. None are known to have reached the Holy Land. So supposedly, lots of shit happened. I'm going to be left in the woods by the Valkyries for making so many bad puns. Maybe. You know what? Maybe Fenrir will find you. If you're good, maybe he'll consider having you right on his back, and he'll help you find your way. Or maybe not. So yeah, it's hard to say for certain what is true and what's not. Historiography. According to Peter Raditz, professor in medieval history at the Radboud University, Nijmegen. There are about 50 sources from the period that talk about the Crusade, ranging from a few sentences to half a page. Raditz categorizes the sources into 3 types depending on when they were written. Contemporary sources written in 1220, sources written between 1220 and 1250, the authors could have been alive at the time of the Crusade but wrote their memories down later, and sources written after 1250 by authors who received their information second or third hand. Raditz does not consider the sources after 1250 to be authoritative, and of those before 1250, he considers only about 20 to be authoritative. It is only in the later, non-authoritative narratives that a children's crusade is implied by such authors as Vincent of Beauvais, Roger Bacon, Thomas of Cantimpre, Matthews Paris, and many others. Prior to Raditz's study in 1977, there have only been a few historical publications researching the children's crusade. Whoa, slow down. The earliest were by the Frenchman G. de Janssens, 1891, and the German Reinhold Roerich, 1876. They analyzed the sources but did not analyze the story. American medievalist Dana Carleton Monroe 1913 to 1914, according to Rates, provided the best analysis of the sources to date and was the first to significantly provide a convincingly sober account of the Crusade stripped of legends. Later, J.E. Hansberg, 1938 to 39, published a correction of Munro's work, but it has since been discredited and based on an unreliable source. German psychiatrist Justus Hecker, 1865, did give an original interpretation of the Crusade, but it was a polemic about diseased religious emotionalism that has since been discredited. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Put the Crusade in context. Historians have put the Crusade in the context of the role of teenage boys in medieval warfare. Literary scholars have explored its role in the evolution of the tale of the Pied Piper. Interesting. Remember those history holes I mentioned? We found another one. We did. Oh boy. Yeah. So sorry about this. So the point is, I'm gonna stop there. Point is. So supposedly there were some children, ages from as old as 16 to as young as probably 8, supposedly, who attempted to go on crusades to the Holy Land. And some accounts say they went south through the peninsula, expecting to be the seat of... No, wait. Shit. Let me get that one real quick. Oh no, he's south towards the Mediterranean Sea. So just not necessarily, not to the peninsula, just south. So either in France or Germany, a child preaches to some people. Lots of children, 30,000 supposedly, follow him. They go south to the Mediterranean Sea, either here or here. And with the belief that the entire Mediterranean Sea will dry up and they will walk from here or here, this area, this way, all the way to the Holy Land, supposedly. And of course, as I just mentioned, there's apparently an account where there was an attempt, but it didn't actually happen. Some kids were sold to slavery. Others may have possibly actually reached there. Some took up citizenship in Genoa. Others reached the papacy, were exonerated by the Pope, and was deemed good by the Pope. Like, you've done good, and then traveled home. Apparently, the leader possibly died on the way. Some of them did come home, but this is a whole mess. The small size only made them harder to hit, pretty much. But then again, supposedly they never made it. They became citizens of a foreign home. They met a religious figure and were deemed good by this figure and sent home. And those who did get sent home, some of them survived, but lots of people died. So I'm considering calling you my children, like officially, and saying that when we have a raid, instead of saying children's raid, we'll say children's, so instead of saying children's crusade, it's a children's raid, Children's raid. But I don't know if I want to do that. We'll see. I'm going to wait a little bit. If I do raid, we won't say that. We're just going to say, oh, it's a raid, Or maybe we'll say Viking raid. I don't know. Or maybe we can do the Viking children's raid, but it'd be a little bit of a mouthful. So, we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, what are we doing? I am waiting for... Right. I want to do some more raiding. So yeah, we'll see. I need water. Ow. Ow. How is my marshal doing? Can I give him a concubine? Oh, sure I can give him a concubine. How do I give someone a concubine? Hold on. I think there's a way to do that. I'm pretty sure there's a way to give someone a concubine. There wasn't in the other game. Hydration gang. Trying to. I keep fucking reclining. Oh my god. Ah! It's pissing me off. I have a wall behind my desk, obviously. Not everyone does, but I keep like reclining to where my feet are touching the wall. And like both feet. And I'm... As for taking concubine, what happens when you click the plus button on the secondary... Oh. Interesting. So because I'm a man, I don't have... because I'm a woman, I don't have a concubine slot. But supposedly, people who can have concubines have a slot somewhere on this page where they can put concubines. So I don't have an option. I thought I could give someone a concubine, but I can't. I was hoping to give Gunhilde to Profer. So she has somewhere to stay and he can have more wives so he can sire more children. Ouch. Not an option right there, I guess. I really want to fix my model eventually. So. I do have sons, I forgot. I can go ahead and marry them off. For potential alliances. Fenris. I do wonder what kind of what kind of person would he like? I guess we could wait. Ooh, wait a minute. Ooh. Hail. What a twin. I feel like he'd appreciate a wife who's very strong, at least of body, and who can produce very strong heirs. So, yeah. Let's do that. Now, Candy. It's a bit too early. I mean, it's early for Fenris too, but I figured since it's all option, I would do that. So we'll wait a little bit. But if you want me to look for fiance, I couldn't think of it. A fiance for you. Let me know. And otherwise, I'm gonna wait until you're a little bit older, probably 8 or 9, maybe 10, when you have more of a personality. Your son and heir, Fenris, will be betrothed to my granddaughter, Girly. If my wife is bigger and stronger than me, I'll give her as many children as she wants. Alright. Then I'm gonna find you a giant then. And believe me, they exist. Here, I'll show you. Giants. Oi. Hold on. A ruler in the making. There is no end to the opinions and wants of my son and heir, Fenris. Half the time, he is trying to tell me what to do instead of the other way around. Formidable or aggravating. It's a fine line to walk. Oh, he became bossy. Ooh, boy. Fine character. That's why. We're going to want her to be within range. There's only 2 people. But give you an example of what they look like. They're huge. Like her. See, this is the height. This is the height of the person, right? Compared to me, she's like much higher than I am. Please give me the biggest woman you can find when I need a step ladder to kiss. All right, I will do. Of course, it's not gonna be happening now. It's gonna be a little bit later. I have to wait. Ouch. Plan de log. I haven't been stretching at all. Or doing that. Oh, we're good. We're ready. Alright. Off to plunder. Off to plunder. I like this helmet better. I think because I became a Jarl, the helmet changed. Because the quality of my gear changed. So we have 1300. Let's give Lotharingia let's say hi to Lotharingia again. Ooh, Barony of Emden has 20 gold. Of course, you notice that they don't specify what this is called. Oh, it's gold. Never mind. Never mind. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, my voice is going out. Ow. Ow. I was like, oh yeah, they doesn't specify what it is. I mouse over. Oh, guess what? It's gold. Actually, no. You know what? No, we're gonna... Right. I want to go to war. Oh, that's how you can... So you can only offer concubinage to a ruler. I see. Makes sense. Oh. Too bad for you. I am hungry for more land. Excuse me? Oh, I fucked up. It's whatever. I'll let Hrolfr take over. I really like this music. My character is going to die in the bedroom and everybody will rejoice. I mean, death by snooze is definitely the way to go. Also, there's nowhere I can put my model without it getting in the way because there's so many tooltips everywhere. So I apologize about that. Unless, of course, I do this. I can do that, but I don't like doing that. What do you think? This? Or this? Put it on as background noise? Definitely. Background music. So I'm trying to figure... I prefer it when it's full screen. I don't like it when it's too small. Because then it's like... There's also extra space. And then... Not to mention... It's like... It's a smaller screen. The people are coming here, not just for the Vtuber, but also to see what they're doing. They're playing games, you know? So I want you to be able to see the game. I think this is better. I think you explain everything you do. We don't need it windowed. Okay, it's fine then. Oh, I'm at war with this guy too. Excuse me. Oh, I see what happened. It's a contested war. So what's happening here is I went to war for this guy. Because I did that, this person saw this person as weak, and so it's going to war against them as well. Because this person wants this land, I want this land. Now it's a three-way war. And they're still gonna fight me. Brave. I kind of don't want him fighting. I'm worried he's gonna die. Normandy, please, just... Oh, no! These big plans. I knew I had a bad feeling. I knew I had a bad feeling. Oh, fuck. I should have waited. I should have just said, like, no, you're never going to be a commander, or... God damn it. I had such big plans. I wanted to make him... Oh, it pisses me off so much. That's not fun. That's not fun. Because it's not fun, I'm gonna do something that will make it fun. So I don't normally endorse save scumming and whatnot and cheesing it. But at the same time, I think it's best to play the game you want to play in a way that's fun. I don't like the fact that I just lost my champion. I am going to remove him from being a commander, and make sure he cannot be a champion. And but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to kill CK3. I'm not happy with that. That is very unhappy. But same time, part of the experience is playing with the consequences. Shit. I really want him. I really don't want him dying. I had a bad feeling. I was literally like hovering over the commander button. I was like, do I want to do it? Do I want to do it? And I knew. I fucking knew. Ugh. I'm doing it. I don't care. That's actually upsetting. Not like oh my god, I'm gonna kill somebody. It's like, oh gosh, please, really? So, yeah, I'm not fun. It's not fun for me. It doesn't feel fun. And I knew something bad was gonna happen. So obviously, canon. What I'm gonna do here, immersion wise, I was given an oracle, right? A vision by, let's say, Odin or Freya, and they told me that someone was gonna die in that battle, the following battle. It's like someone, because even though our numbers were superior and the enemy was gonna lose a battle if they fought, they still turned on us anyways. And so I had a vision, right, of the future, of someone dying, someone of importance, someone I favored, and I favored my champion of Normandy. So I went. Yeah, but if those consequences are gonna take several hours to fix, might as well reload. It's infuriating. I don't want to start over. I just wanted to reset the save, because what happens is if you use Task Manager to kill the game, it'll treat it as if the computer crashed, and it won't save the game. It'll force you to reload basically from the last save point, which is typically every year. So, or every half year. I don't remember what I set it for. So, I'm gonna go ahead and just do that. And, yeah. It's frustrating. I knew it. That's why I was, like, contemplating, like, should I remove him? So, I had a vision. I was blessed by Odin, the god of wisdom. Given a vision by one of his crows. Probably Hugin. Or Mugen. Either Hugin or Mugen. They probably came down without me knowing. You know what? Yeah, story-wise. Okay, so here it is. We're gonna wait until I see where I start, but I'm gonna explain the story, what happened, okay? Yeah, so you see where we started. So where are we? at the war. Okay, right before he came in. Okay, so what's happening here is... Alright, so... On the 2nd of July, 872 AD, as I'm... Where am I? As I am... overseeing the war from the safety of my longhouse, I get regular, like, reports of what's going on. But suddenly, I get a weird sensation. Something doesn't feel right. Suddenly, a crow, a raven, flies in, circles the longhouse, and then lands on the chair that one of my commanders always sits in. It takes me a moment to realize what's going on. I look at the crow, it looks at me, and I get chills. That is Hrolfr's. That is Hrolfr's chair. He's gonna die. I quickly, as fast as I can, I send a courier on horseback, as fast as he can go, to the battlefield. I tell with a note saying, Hrolfr, get back here now. You are relieved from commander. Nothing else. I just, as fast as possible. I favor him. I have plans for him. He is my prized champion. I cannot afford to let him die. So, in desperation, I send there. So, you know what? No. Change of story. I'm in my hall. I'm overseeing the battlefield. The map, and overseeing the battle, and I get word that the chieftain of Sogan, Chieftain Stain, instead of staying his soldiers in safety, turns around after having fled battle to fight Hrolfr's soldiers. But why? He's not going to win. There's no way he can win. He knows he can't win. And yet he turned around. Why? I don't understand it. I just don't understand. And then suddenly a raven, cawing and screeching, comes flying in, circles the hall 3 times, and then lands on a chair. It takes me some time to realize what's happening. The raven stares at me, and I stare at it. For what seems like forever, we stare at each other, and then it clicks. That's Hrolfr's chair. My prized champion, the one I favor, the one who I dream of bringing his family to prosperity. I realize it, and the moment I realize what's about to happen, the crow turns away and flies off. Hrolfr's gonna die. In desperation, I run outside, get on a horse, and run and travel the battlefield as quickly as possible. I'm like galloping for hours, maybe even days, however long it takes me to get there, until eventually I get there. I yell at Hrolfr, get out, go home right now. You are relieved of duty. You are forbidden from being champion until for the foreseeable future. Get out of here now, right? I relieve him of duty and take over. I am now leading the charge. I'm leading the army, and so it's just me against the chieftain in an effort to save my favorite champion. And so we fight. I'm successful in saving my champion, but at what cost? The fight is hard won. One of our champions rips parts one of the others. Vladimir ripped limb from limb. And our champion also... Oh, look at that. So, we're successful. Despite the even odds, despite the uncertainty of it all. Despite being uncertain if I can actually defeat the encroaching army, I was successful. We were victorious. 2 of our champions defeated 2 of the others. And we were able to rout the soldiers. They're securing our place... Fuck you. Securing our soldiers so they can continue to besiege the tribe of Lusa Kapanger. As I'm doing all this, I get word from Hrolfr and our chancellor. Somebody just claimed my land. It's like, oh, hell no. So I have to make plans to deal with that. Again, so that's the end of that story. Again, sorry for the scuffed telling. I'm stumbling over my words. I'm making this up as I go, and I'm not very good at it. But an absolute beautiful tale. I'll get my chisel and name and some big rocks. So yeah, basically the idea is I got a vision from Odin, with the assistance of one of his ravens, either Hugin or Mugen, and basically, a premonition, and saved my champion. And in turn, not only fought off the encroaching army, but two of our champions were showed they were glorious in fights, and I ensured the legacy of my favorite champion. I'm mumbling at this point. Maybe one day I'll be able to speak straight and do that properly. Anyways, a new claimant of all the buffoonery I've ever seen in Pyo's Munda's inane efforts to improve my relations with my neighbors, my good-for-nothing chancellor has officially acknowledged Jarl Dag's claim to the chieftain of Prendelheimer. Oh, so Hofer, my marshal, who I just saved, sends me word that my chancellor just fucked up. It's like, okay, cool. Thank you for that. That's wonderful. Thank you. Supposed to make me friends, not enemies, dumbass. But it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. He probably isn't even strong enough anyways to deal with it. My voice. So yeah, it's, again, it's about having fun and doing what you want to have fun. I am going to have fun making a giant family of Normandies. It was a beautiful tale, beautifully told. You did well, Sevilla. Thank you. I don't believe you. Oh, they come back. No, by all means, thank you very much. I kind of doubt it. I stutter too much. There are probably times I did do well. If I could speak straight without tension, it'd be so much better. But yeah, I maybe one day out in the future. You know what? So, Crusader Kings 3 is a very great game for making stories. So eventually, I may one day decide to come back here and narrate everything that happens, like as a proper story. I'll mute my audio, my voice audio, and I'll just make it so that way it's just the game audio. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It'll probably be a long time down the road. I probably won't be doing it anytime soon. Speaking of audio. I would like to retell it more effectively. Oh, my steward died. My steward was cloven in half by poor Bjorn's mighty axe. So someone was cut in half. Great. Stein, you're pretty good at stewardship. You give it a go. He was the Sarah one, so he didn't... Oh, he's the Berserker. My Berserker died. That sucks. But how many people did he kill, though? He killed 2 people before dying. Very nice. Ripped apart... Oh my gosh, this guy has the best kill text. So he ripped apart Vladimir, limb by limb, in his rage, as well as ripped Pjozmunda's head off, just right off. Jesus Christ. Or if anything, Thor Odinhammer. Oh, god damn it. Deny. The fuck is it? The fuck is gender? The fuck is gender? We're back? Hello? Hello? Go ahead, just go away from this real quick. Da 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 da. Frosty the Snowman. I should be live. What's going on here? Come on. I'm clearly live. Come on. OBS. Cooperate with me, please. Stream quality's good. Still doesn't say I'm live. What the hell? Come on, I have an hour left. Just CK3, please cooperate with me just one more hour. Please. I'm almost done. I'm getting tired. Look, PC, I know you're tired. I'm tired too. We're both tired. Just one more hour. Yes, I'm aware my stream is experiencing issues. Oh boy. Stream is disconnected to means reconnect. Skipped frame detected, 20% over the last 2 minutes. And... Please work. Please work. What the hell? Fuck it. Alright, am I back? Ollie Locks and free. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello? Hello, hello, hello? 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 Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Am I still... Skipped frames detected, 59% over the last 2 minutes. Alright, am I back? Awesome! Hi! So, sorry about that. So, computer froze. I had to let it do its thing. If I turned it off, there's a risk I was going to lose my recording. So I had to let it do its thing. I just did Control-Alt-Delete in the hopes that the task manager can be brought up. It was good. Then I had to end stream and restarted it because Apparently it didn't want to reconnect on its own. It forced me to do it manually. So fuck OBS, I guess. Slobs, rather. So yeah, fun times. Two things. One, I have to be ending soon, about an hour, because it'll be 8 o'clock by then. I'm getting tired, my throat hurts a lot. And honestly, I should be limiting it how much I stream, for the sake of my voice. Two, I have to use the restroom. So, I need to do that real quick. I'll come back, and then we will go ahead and continue playing for about an hour. 45 minutes. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't freeze on me while I'm gone. You sound like a bit of a skipping record. I do? Am I skipping? Hold on. That shouldn't be happening. Oh my gosh. What the hell is that? Oh my god, what is that? What is that? Oh my god, what the hell? By the way, have your clocks moved by an hour? You mean like the daylight savings time? Yes. Is it still skipping? It stopped? Okay. So what's happening there is when it's skipping, I'm losing frames. That's what's happening. My frames are dropping. That is that is dumb. That is very dumb. I hate that. So yeah, let me go ahead and use the restroom real quick. Hopefully my computer doesn't freeze on me again while I do that. Because I want to continue this. You know what? You know what? Actually, no. No. Unfortunately, I'm going to end it here. I think it's a sign. I think it's a sign that my computer needs a rest and my voice hurts anyways. It's a perfect time to stop, you know, glorifying my chancellor, who was a great berserker, a great champion, and unfortunately died in battle. The war isn't done. We're still in the middle of a fight, so let's finish this at least. And then let's go ahead and, you know what, we'll finish the war first. We'll go to peace. Let's do this, speed up real quick. Come on. Yeah, we're gonna... And I'm pregnant. Awesome. I'm pregnant. I got another child. I hope it's a daughter. We won't know until next time, of course. Get some rest. We're done. We're done with this. Slozum Jarl Svela. Yeah. Alright, we're done. Give my soldiers... Oh, right, I'm still at war with this guy. Fuck. Fuck you. Get over here. Alright, never mind. We still have one more war to do. Put on Dalheima. Can you get off? I don't really care. I'm gonna win. Yeah, so we're gonna finish this war. And then we're gonna end it. For a reason, yeah. Get some rest and hydrate that voice. Take care of it. I'm gonna try. Faction are created against me. What's in a name? With the babe cradled in his arms, Jarl Bard looks up at me, his face the picture of serenity. My love. Could we name him Bjornulf after my serene father? I love the idea. Another son. That's fine. I would still prefer... oh, you got the quick trade. And we are done. Go away. and we're done. All right, we're gonna end it there. Above the domain limit, that's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. We're done. We are done. We are done. Exit the desktop. I'm done. I'm tired. My throat hurts. I have to use the restroom, and my computer is dying on me. So, yeah. We'll wait for CK3 to finish validating on Steam. There we go. There we go. All right. Oh, all right. All right. Anyways, yeah. I'm just gonna end stream now because it's just too much. Anyways, thank you very much for watching. I'm actually having a lot of fun. I didn't expect to have that much fun with CK3. I thought I would have a harder time, but no, I'm having fun. Let me go ahead, since we're doing the outro, go ahead and just boot that up to 60. All right, there we go. Much better. My lips are a little more synced up properly. So yeah, anyways, thank you much for coming. That was Crusader Kings 3, a very fun game. I actually quite like it. It's my favorite game. I have spent, oh gosh, hundreds of hours in CK2, and I have at least 120 hours, I think. Yeah, now with this stream, I have a total of 120 hours in CK3. It's a lot of time. It's almost, actually, it's like 120 hours. 12, 24 will be 10 days, 5 days, 5 whole days worth of gaming in CK3 alone. And that's not including the hundreds of hours I've spent in, probably thousands of hours actually, I've spent in CK2. So definitely one of my favorite games. I love the RPG elements, the fact that you're a lord and you have a family, and at the same time, it's still a strategy game. It's a history simulation game, so you can learn about history a little bit. Of course, it's not accurate. It's a video game. So you gotta be careful. Take it with a grain of salt. All of that. But a role-playing, strategy, history simulator, sandbox, dynasty simulator video game. I love it. I love it. I actually tried EU4. Europe Universalis 4, it's supposed to be the game that takes place after CK3. So, like, or the Crusader Kings era. So, Crusader Kings ends around 1453. And if I remember correctly, EU4 starts around 1444. So, literally the next year. And I tried it, liked it a little bit. I couldn't stick with it. I don't like the fact that there isn't a similar kind of RPG element, dynasty element to EU4, like there is Crusader Kings. And honestly, that's the one thing that got me into the genre and to Paradox, is the role-playing aspect. I love it so much to death. And it's what introduced me to what you see before you, the Valkyries, the Norse. It's the reason why I even got introduced to Norse culture, and the CK3 faith, and all of that. So the whole reason that this game, this series, the Crusader Kings series, is the very reason why I am even here. As you see me, as a Valkyrie. Without it, I probably wouldn't even become a Valkyrie. Possibly, I may still have been one, but I love playing as the Norse. In CK2, I love their portraits. I love the feel of them. Their music is nice. The history is nice. It's very brutal, definitely. But I always liked playing as the Norse in CK2, and I still love playing them as CK3. It's almost like I can't play with anyone else. It's like an obsession at this point. So, yeah, this game was and continues to be my maker, essentially. It's what made me into the Valkyrie you see before you. So Crusader Kings is responsible for Mommy's fella, pretty much, yeah. And I've actually wanted to stream in the past. I wanted to be a speedrunner at some points. I might do some speedruns every now and then. But I was watching Clint Stevens, and I really liked what he's doing. I love Legend of Zelda as well. I love Hollow Knight and all that. And I was like, I kind of want to be a streamer. But I never really got around to it. I didn't care enough about streaming. It didn't have enough of an appeal, I guess. Like, I wanted people to kind of see VTubing is just, it's wonderful. You know, you can be the basic streamer, but you have extra on top of it. You have a character. You have a body. You know, I don't have to show my real body because I'm not comfortable with showing it for a variety of reasons. Privacy being one thing, anonymity being another thing, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But I love the idea of being a VTuber. I love this. I'm enjoying this a lot. And especially like times like days like these. Like finding a game I really love, I can share with you. And all of that, you know? So I'm having a lot of fun. I keep saying this in the past, and I probably gonna keep saying it every once in a while. But yeah, so Crusader Kings basically made me. VTubing pushed me to become a streamer like I wanted to. And yeah. So welcome to my origin, I guess, in a way. The origin of the reason why I became a Valkyrie VTuber instead of something else, like a slime girl maybe, or a tentacle, you know, monster, like Eldritch horror, because I definitely like the Eldritch horror genre. And I was actually considering becoming some kind of Eldritch kind of being of some sorts. Like I was going to become, as I mentioned before, the librarian, as I wanted to be. You know, I would consider being the librarian of the Lighthouse Library who likes to reincarnate. That was my alternative potential. Like it's like a Eldritch horror kind of spirit thing that like I would be in like in between realms, and I could become different things. So I can like, I might still do that. Honestly, I might still do that because I could argue that maybe the Valkyrie you see before you is just one of many vessels, I suppose. One of many pieces of this grand librarian, you know, this grand lighthouse librarian. But I don't know. We'll see how things go. I have to first, continue developing my character, my Valkyrie persona, and make sure it's more fleshed out. But it depends on how stressful things get and how motivated I am of actually even doing that. Eldritch, I recall the librarian when you mentioned it. Sounds like a fun little side project. Yeah, definitely. So we'll see. Anyways, I am very tired. I have to go. I'm my voice hurts. I'm doing better. I'm doing a little bit better with my voice. I figured out real quick, just real like I guess PSA, sort not PSA, but like I had letting you know. I have been sitting too far backwards. I've been trying to arch my back too much, and it's been constricting my lungs. So right now, I'm kind of slouching a little bit, but it lets my airways a little more open. And it's a bit of a problem because I don't want to be slouching. So I have to figure out how way to kind of let my lower back curve naturally, but also straighten while also straightening my upper back. So I'm not I'm not like this, you know? I don't want to be this. And I don't want to be this. I want to be here. I want to be perfectly centered. And I need to work on my core more. I need to do more sit-up, push-ups to kind of strengthen my shoulders so my shoulders can go up, because my shoulders being down constricts my lungs. And having my shoulders up makes it so much easier to breathe. So clearly I don't have enough shoulder strength, muscles in my shoulders. They've deteriorated for some reason. And I think it's because of my job. I mentioned before that glad to hear you're doing better. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm pretty sure I mentioned before how my dress shirts were pulling on my shoulders downward and kind of ruining my shoulders. So, like for instance, if I pull my shoulders up like right now, and kind of, it's so much easier to breathe. So much easier if I lift my shoulders up, my arms. Like I'm doing like the chicken dance, but like with my arms up. It's so much easier to breathe. Oh my gosh. So clearly there's something wrong with my shoulders. There's something wrong with my chest. Something wrong with my rib cage, my whole torso. I am obviously not the most well-fit person. I do need some more work done. I do have to get rid of some of the fat I have. I don't want to get rid of too much because I'm already very small in certain aspects. But I do have a bit. I mean, I have a little too much fat sometimes, I think. And maybe I don't, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not like anorexic. I eat plenty of food. What I need to do is keep eating plenty of food and just exercise more, you know? Don't eat less, just exercise more. You know what I mean? So we'll see. Maybe I'll be able to tone my stomach a little bit and I'll be able to build some more core muscle, which will allow me to breathe better. And maybe I will actually learn to slow down so I'm not putting so much pressure on my throat. Because ultimately, it has to do with my throat. It has to do with the strain on my tongue, on my lips, on my mouth, on my throat, my vocal cords, my whole neck is just tense as all hell. And it's super hard to speak sometimes because of it. And it has to do with how fast I'm speaking and how much I speak within one breath. You sound almost upset with being small. I mean, I get jealous. You know, I see, like, for instance, um, if I see, like, Silver Veil or even Iron Mouse. Oh gosh, I saw a picture of Iron Mouse, a fine art someone made, and I was simultaneously jealous of her and like attracted to her. It was like super really good. And it's like, ooh, on one hand, I want what she has, and the other hand, I kind of just want to give her a big old hug, if you know what I mean. And it's really tough because my model doesn't do me doesn't isn't always accurate. I went for kind of average size. I'm not specifying what it is, but I'm pretty sure it's easy enough to. It's pretty sure it's easy enough to kind of figure out. But I'm an average size. I don't want to go like too big because I feel like having like a one. If they're too big, it's harder to fight. You know, because then you have extra flesh, all moving around. But two, it's. I mean, I don't really like admitting it, but I'm not very well endowed. You know, actually quite small, unfortunately. Not fun. I mean, at the very least, I don't have the same back problems that other women probably have. But the flip side, I still have back problems because I clearly don't know how to stand right. So, yeah. So anyways, moving on. My health is fine. I need to sleep better. I went to sleep. I only got 3 hours of sleep today. Hopefully, I will be able to get some better sleep tonight. We'll see. It's like I'm probably gonna stay up late again. But I have actually big news. I finished my re-uploads. So my re-uploads are done. I have to just I have to excuse me. I have to private or unlist all of my old VODs, the ones I had to re-upload from my first Hollow Knight VOD all the way up until my last Campfire VOD. Because that's how, it's like a good like month and a half of VODs I had to re-upload. Those are done. I just have to unlist those ones, remove them from the playlist that they're in, put them in their new playlist. It's an unlisted playlist you won't see unless you're watching one of the older VODs, which won't happen unless you click on the VOD and you see in the description it says link to old VOD, the pre-uploaded VOD. So it'll probably be the same quality, but some of those old videos will be very, very old quality. They'll be bad quality. And they would like 360 or 480p, and I'm not happy with that. Or like sometimes even like 30 FPS. It's like I recorded in 60. Why are you giving me 30? So wouldn't trust anybody else to get me in the afterlife. Well, I'm trying to think of something like a response to that. I couldn't think of one. I want to make like a witty, cute, and like appreciative response. I couldn't think of anything, but thank you. So yeah, I just have to get all of those old VODs and put them in their own unique playlist. Remove them from the old playlist, the old past streams playlist, which, by the way, for those who are watching, if you want to see more VODs, especially the VODs from my very first debut, which was very scuffed, the very first stream I did, you can go to my YouTube channel, which should be linked down below. Self-plug. I mean, it's my own channel. What am I doing? It's my own streaming channel. Of course I can plug. But below are, of course, going to be links to my YouTube channel and my Twitter account. My YouTube channel is mostly for VODs. I do have some other stuff, like some other tidbit stuff there, like my uwu whole yodel. I did that, and it helped me figure out what I was doing wrong with my voice. Like I was, my tongue has typically been too far back into the back of my throat, and the problems I've been having had to do with tongue root tension. So I figured that out, and so doing that, like is usually helps a little bit. My voice, a little bit. It hurts. Throat still hurts, and I'm learning that I don't use my lips enough. I don't use the very tip of my mouth enough, and my tongue. So I need to be emphasizing that more, so I can actually speak straight and not stumble and mumble as much. So yeah, I'm working on it. I'm getting better, and hopefully soon we'll be able to do a singing stream. But hello, 1 star. Oh, you just arrived. I'm so sorry. We are about to end. It's 7:30. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, and I'm very tired. But yeah, I'm gonna have to end here. I'm so sorry for not streaming longer. I'm super tired. I've been streaming. Oh, come on. Are you fucking kidding me? Mouse? Are you? Fuck me. My mouse sometimes dies on me for like no reason. It's a Bluetooth mouse. Device manager. And so thankfully I have my laptop's touchpad. What is going on here? None of my Bluetooth stuff is working. Are you kidding me? That's scary. It's very scary. I need my mouse, please. Wow, everything is not working. I think that last freeze really screwed my computer out. Yes, uninstall. Give me a minute. I have to fix this because otherwise I won't be able to use my mouse properly. It's gonna take me too long to do stuff. But yeah, so very sorry, Star. I have to end this now. But my VOD will be up on Twitch for a while. You're plagued by the tech piece today, huh? Yep. Something oh my god, is Bluetooth not working? Bluetooth's not working. Work. Please. There we go. Connected. I don't know what was happening, but my Bluetooth itself just died on me. So that's fun. But yeah, no, so feel free to watch my VOD. I will be back again tomorrow. With some... Actually, what were we playing? What are we playing tomorrow? I forgot. I've already forgotten. I'll try and catch you next time stream. Yeah, definitely. My streams actually typically starts 7 hours ago from now. So like it's 7:30 right now. I usually start around noon, and I try to stream until about 8 o'clock, so about 8 hours if possible. My computer was giving me problems. It freezed twice within like 2 hours, and unfortunately my computer was running very hot. It's still running very hot, so I figured it's just, you know, half an hour left or an hour left. Might as well end it now, and we'll play more next time. But yeah, so tomorrow will be... What was it? Whoa, no. Stop, cancel. Stop it. That's not mine. What are you doing? That was weird. Someone else's headset is nearby, and I accidentally connected to it. Whoops! The hell? So yeah, anyways, tomorrow I can check on my phone actually. Tomorrow we will be playing. Excuse me. Tomorrow we'll be playing some. Where's my schedule? Where's my schedule? There we go. Inmost. Tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing some Inmost. Oh, that's what's going on. It's a very dark game. It looks cute. The art is cute, and I'm actually looking forward to it. I actually wanted to play Skull, the hero killer, but play it next week. And so for now, we're gonna be playing some Inmost. Gosh, Iron Mouse, you're still in my head. Inmost. And we'll be playing some of that and seeing what it is. If we have time, it's apparently a very short game, like 2-3 hours. So if that's the case, maybe we'll play some Skull tomorrow. But we'll see. Anyways, I had some fun. Feel free to watch my VODs, and as time goes on, I will slowly update the rest of my VODs on YouTube. I finally got my, as I was mentioning to everyone else, I finally got my re-uploads done, so I can actually progress properly to upload the rest of my VODs, which I have on my computer, or my hard drive, or my portable hard drive. So, a huge backlog, unfortunately. It'll be fine. I'll catch up in a couple weeks. Anyways, I'm done. I'm tired. Crusader Kings 3 was very fun. I'm enjoying it a lot, and we'll be playing more. I want to showcase more stuff, and I want to make a big family. And I guess, Mommy, we'll see you later. I don't think I'm going to do that again. That's a little cringe. that sounds a little cringe. All right. Hi. Welcome back. Sorry for the skip. So, because of the hiccups with my computer and the issues, for some reason, OBS didn't properly record all of my outro. So I didn't get to say goodbye. So I'm very sorry about that. Shit. So, unfortunately, it didn't get all recorded on Twitch either. And I definitely want to finish off as I usually do. So, just real quick, again, I'm very sorry for this odd thing, but I just want to say have a good day. So, good night or good evening. So, yeah, so I will see you guys tomorrow with some Inmost, and we'll go from there. And again, this is just a recording, quick recording. Just wanted to get it out of the way and take care of it. I will edit the video and get it all in one piece, and so it's not a mess. But I have like 3 different videos to put together now, so it's fun. But yeah, no. Anyways, I hope you all have a great night. Very sorry for the inconvenience, and sorry for the freezes and the hiccups. And those who are watching the VOD on YouTube probably wouldn't have had an issue regarding the sudden freezing too much. There might be some times when like something happens, it's just recording and like nothing's happening. It's because of the computer freezing. So, but yeah, those who are on Twitch won't see this, which is fine. So it's whatever. Anyways, I hope you have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow with Inmost. And again, I apologize for this inconvenience. Slobs is just being a slob, I guess. Anyways, talk to you later, and see you tomorrow. Bye.